Chapter 16-17. In the celestial region, Zhi Ming returned from the Taichu ancient battlefield and brought back the truth of the Taichu ancient world. Reappearing in the mortal world, Ning Chen's body was covered in thick frost. In front of the immortal palace, the three strongest saints of the mortal world gathered to discuss the future of the mortal world. Now, if you were to fight with an eighth heaven god, what are your chances of winning? The female saint asked seriously. Less than 10%. Ning Chen answered honestly, as long as we can't completely leave the great world, we can't fight against the laws of time. What's more troublesome is that we don't know how to kill that god. At the side, Fan Linghua looked at the horizon and said, "What kind of existence is a chaos godfiend? Now that there are no chaos godfiends in this world, this is the most difficult thing." Ning Chen answered, "Saints of the Great Path have weaknesses. Destroying the Great Path bridge can kill them, but we know nothing about the weakness of a chaos godfiend." "If there's a chance, go to the eighth heaven again," Fan Linghua said calmly. "Our combat strength is not enough." Ning Chen said seriously, "The celestial region is our last trump card and can't be used easily. To fight against the chaos godfiend of the eighth heaven, we can't guarantee our safety with our current combat strength." "Go and find Ah-Man," the female saint said softly. Now, Ah-Man is also a Great Path realm expert and can be of help. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a long time, he shook his head lightly and said, "Let her be." The female saint sighed and said nothing more. At the side, Fan Linghua changed the topic and said calmly, "What about the Netherlord? Is he still unable to wake up?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "He was injured and his injuries are too serious. I'm afraid that even the Great Path rule in his body is affected. It will be difficult for him to wake up in a short time." "What a pity. She should have been our best helper." Fan Linghua said lightly and said, "Zhi Ming, you just came back. Rest first. There's no rush to go to the eighth heaven. While you still have time, spend more time with Gui Gui," the female saint reminded. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded and replied, "Linghua, let's go," the female saint said. Fan Linghua nodded and the two left together. Beside Ning Chen, Gui Gui saw the two ants left. She immediately raised her little head and reached for a hug. "Daddy, hug me." "All right." Ning Chen picked up Gui Gui and said gently, "Gui Gui, have you been good these days?" "Gui Gui is the best." Gui Gui raised her little head and said in a childish voice. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Your big sister Iner brought you to the human world to play." "Yes." Gui Gui nodded vigorously and said, "The human world is so fun. Do you want to go there again?" Ning Chen asked softly. "Yes," Gui Gui replied. "Let's go then." Ning Chen smiled and said. Phoenix flames rose around him. In the next moment, above the celestial realm, a phoenix cried out and flew towards the mortal realm. Not long after Zhi Ming and Gui Gui left the immortal region, purple light soared into the sky in a small world. The sky was filled with arrow shadows, and their power was earth-shattering. "Success! I've finally succeeded!" Luo Xing rushed out from the small world and laughed heartily. In the void, all the laws of heaven and earth rumbled and shook. A new bridge of the Great Path appeared. The powerful pressure shocked all the worlds. Ning Chen, who had left the celestial realm, sensed something. He turned around and looked into the distance, his eyes narrowing. This kid was really fast. Sometimes talent really couldn't be envied. Another one. In the dark world, the Lord of Darkness opened his eyes and said with a heavy expression, "The human world's sovereigns have stepped into the saint realm one after another. The dusk of the saints. My previous premonition is finally coming true," Lord Mo said in a serious voice. "We can't sit still and wait for death. Now that the celestial realm's sovereign has left the celestial realm, it's the best time for us to make a move," Lord of Darkness said in a deep voice. "What do you mean?" Lord Mo looked at the human man who had just entered the saint realm in the distance and said, "Kill the human saint." That's right. Lord of Darkness said calmly, the human saints are equivalent to the celestial realm's right-hand men. As long as these people are eliminated, no matter how strong the celestial realm's sovereign is, he won't be able to do anything alone. Lord Mo was silent. After a moment, he nodded and said, that makes sense. Let's go. Lord of Darkness got up and walked towards the sky. In the distance, in the small world, arrow light soared into the sky. Luo Xing became a saint, attracting the attention of all parties. At this moment, in the human world, Ning Chen walked over with Gui Gui and rushed straight to the inner realm. In the inner realm, as soon as Ning Chen arrived, in the 5 regions, the human world's powerhouses sensed his arrival, and their expressions changed. The foreign pressure was no longer like pressure. It was as if the sky was pressing down, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. However, only the most powerful martial artists in the human world could feel the terrifying pressure. Ordinary people still couldn't sense anything. Ning Chen held Gui Gui's hand and walked on the land of the inner realm. Looking at the changes in the inner realm, his eyes flashed with light. He was finally back. Daddy, where is this? Gui Gui asked in a childish voice. This is Daddy's hometown. Ning Chen said softly, it's also Gui Gui's hometown. When Gui Gui heard this, she nodded as if she understood, and said, then are we going to live here in the future? Yes. Ning Chen replied softly, we will stay for some time. 3 months later, in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, the old site of Desolate City, Ning Chen and Gui Gui arrived and stopped. In the past, Desolate City was the old site of the legendary battle with the Nether King. After tens of thousands of years, it was difficult to see Desolate City's former appearance. Ning Chen raised his hand, and sword intent spread throughout the imperial city. In an instant, the silent sword intent in Desolate City automatically awakened and fought against the sword intent that filled the sky. Senior Mu Bai, I'm back, Ning Chen said softly. He waved his right hand and dispersed the sword intent that filled the sky. Then, in Desolate City, the sword intent quieted down again and returned to normal. After becoming a saint, Ning Chen discovered that even saints of the Great Path couldn't reverse life and death. Those who had passed away could never come back. The reincarnation of the heavenly Tao was difficult for humans to go against. Even saints had a time when they ran out of power. In Desolate City, Ning Chen stood quietly for a moment and then walked toward the imperial city of the Great Xia. The Great Xia was an immortal dynasty that had been passed down for countless years. It was known as the most terrifying existence in the Divine Prefecture. Generation after generation of Marquis protected the peace of the dynasty. Even if the dynasty was in turmoil, the inheritance of the Marquis had never been cut off. The spirit of the Marquis of the Great Xia was passed down from generation to generation. Every Marquis inherited the glory of history and was willing to sacrifice everything for the dynasty. Ning Chen came with Gui Gui and walked through the territory of the Great Xia, witnessing the changes of the dynasty. The dynasty that had been protected with blood in the past had gone through the changes of time. Not much of its shadow could be seen. Outside the imperial city, in a maple forest, a large tomb stood. It seemed to be protected by a mysterious power. After tens of thousands of years, there were still not many changes within 10 miles. In front of the tomb, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the tomb in front of him. He said softly, Queen, I'm back. Chapter 1618. In the human realm, in the Great Xia dynasty, knowing destiny returned and brought Gui Gui to sweep his grandson's grave. After tens of thousands of years, everything had changed. Only the area within a 10-mile radius did not change at all. The 10-mile maple forest was red like fire. In front of the tomb, knowing destiny knelt down and kowtowed silently. On the side, Gui Gui felt the change in her father and also knelt down. Gui Gui was very smart and obedient. She knelt there quietly and did not disturb her father. Empress, I'm back. While speaking, Ning Chen looked at the child beside him and said, "This is Gui Gui, my child." In front of the tomb, maple leaves fell and landed on the tombstone. It was so red. "Gui Gui, kowtow 4 times to Empress," Ning Chen said softly. Hearing this, Gui Gui kowtowed 4 times obediently. Her small body looked so cute. In the sky, the sun was moving west. It was already late. Ning Chen brought Gui Gui to the maple forest and said, "Gui Gui, can we live here?" "Okay." Gui Gui replied obediently. "Then let's build a small wooden house here." Ning Chen smiled. "Gui Gui will help Daddy." Gui Gui nodded. Ning Chen walked to a maple tree, formed a sword with his finger, and cut down the maple tree. The fallen maple tree scared the birds and beasts away. Using his finger as a sword, Ning Chen cut off the branches of the maple tree bit by bit. Gui Gui helped from the side and carried away all the branches that were cut off. The father and son worked together. Under the setting sun, they quickly built a simple wooden house. Not long after, the sun set and the sky darkened. Ning Chen squatted down and wiped the dust on Gui Gui's face. With a gentle expression, he said, "Gui Gui, are you tired?" "Not tired." Gui Gui replied in a childish voice. "Will Daddy get you something to eat?" Ning Chen smiled. "Okay." Gui Gui nodded vigorously. "Gui Gui will wait for Daddy here. Don't run around." Ning Chen looked at the surrounding maple forest and instructed. "Okay." Gui Gui replied obediently. Ning Chen walked into the maple forest to find food for Gui Gui. Not long after, Ning Chen came back with a wild rabbit. He started a bonfire in front of the wooden house and started to roast it seriously. Gui Gui sat in front of the bonfire and looked at the roasted wild rabbit. She was so hungry that her saliva almost dripped out. About an hour later, the hare was roasted. Ning Chen tore off a leg of the hare and handed it to Gui Gui beside him. "Thank you, father," Gui Gui said in a childish voice. Her 2 white and tender little hands hugged the hare and began to eat. Ning Chen sat to the side and watched Gui Gui wolfing down the food. He couldn't help but laugh. The way this child ate was so similar to him. Not long after, Gui Gui ate 2 rabbit legs and fell asleep in her father's arms contentedly. Ning Chen gently patted Gui Gui's back so that she could sleep more comfortably. In the sky, the stars dotted the sky. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. For thousands of years, even though time had passed, the sky remained unchanged. Ning Chen shifted his gaze and looked at the child in his arms. Light flashed across his eyes. Now that he had a child of his own, he had to take up his responsibilities and create a real peaceful world for Gui Gui and them. At this moment, the sound of the great Tao sounded in the void. Dots of starlight gathered and a graceful and elegant figure walked out. "Welcome back, Marquis Jiming," the woman in the void said. Seeing the person, Ning Chen stood up and bowed politely. "Pavilion Master, how have you been?" The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master nodded slightly. Looking at the child beside him, she asked, "Is this your child?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said truthfully, "His name is Gui Gui. Amazing Spirit Chi. In the future, his achievements will not be below yours." The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked at Gui Gui and praised. "As long as he can live peacefully, I will be satisfied." Ning Chen said softly, "Pavilion Master, perhaps in the near future, there will be a great battle in the sky. If we win, there will be no more calamity in the human world. If we lose," at this point, Ning Chen fell silent and didn't continue speaking. "Whether you win or lose, just do your best." The Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said calmly, "You have done too much for the human world. It's time to end it." Ning Chen looked at the vast land of the Divine Prefecture and said, "Pavilion Master, thanks to you protecting the inner realm all these years, the 5 regions have been peaceful until now." "It's what I should do," the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master replied. Under the starry sky, Ning Chen and the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master talked for a long time. Perhaps this was the last time they would see each other. At the middle of the moon, the heavenly music pavilion master left. Ningchen carried Gui Gui back to the wooden house and covered her with clothes. Gui Gui fell asleep sweetly, murmuring from time to time. No one knew what she was dreaming of. Ningchen walked out of the wooden house and looked at the tomb in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. The quiet night gradually passed. At dawn, Gui Gui woke up. She rubbed her eyes and called out, "Daddy? You're awake?" In front of the wooden house, Ningchen turned around and looked at Gui Gui. He smiled and said, "Daddy is going to sweep the Empress' tomb today. Gui Gui, do you want to help?" "Yes." Gui Gui nodded. Ningchen reached out and took Gui Gui's little hand. They walked toward the tomb in front of them. In front of the tomb, Ningchen and Gui Gui cleaned the dust and leaves of Jiangsuan's tomb. While sweeping the tomb, Ningchen told Gui Gui every detail of the past. Gui Gui was still very young. She understood some things and some things she didn't understand. However, she still listened with great interest. The Empress is a very, very good person. Gui Gui finally judged. Yes. Ningchen nodded and smiled. Without the Empress, Daddy wouldn't be here today. In Daddy's heart, the Empress is no different from Daddy's mother. Gui Gui also has a mother. It's just that she's sick. Speaking of this, Gui Gui's mood was a little low. She seemed to miss her mother. Ningchen reached out and rubbed Gui Gui's hair. He said gently, "Gui Gui needs to learn to wait. When mother recovers, she'll play with Gui Gui." Jiangsuan's tomb wasn't big. At noon, the father and son cleaned the tomb, sweeping away all the dust and weed. Gui Gui's face was full of sweat. Her little face was black and red. She was very cute. Ningchen reached out and wiped the sweat and dirt off Gui Gui. He said softly, "Rest for a while." "Okay." Gui Gui nodded and sat down next to her father. The simple and peaceful days were so fulfilling. There were no swords, no deception, only a return to ordinary peace. At this moment, the prosperity of the human world and the battles of the heaven realm had nothing to do with knowing destiny. Every day, Ningchen just accompanied Gui Gui and Jiangsun, living the most ordinary days. And not far from the imperial city of Xia Kingdom, the marquises of Xia Kingdom looked to the north. Their expressions were solemn. What kind of existence was that person? Only the most powerful warriors could feel the indescribable aura in the 10-mile maple forest. It had already surpassed the limits of warriors. People couldn't even think of attacking. Waiting like this isn't a solution. I'll pay a visit in person. In the imperial city, the most powerful of the 7 marquises, Marquis Kaixin, said calmly. Chapter 16-19. Outside the imperial city, in the 10-mile maple forest, Jiming brought Gui Gui to live a normal life. In the imperial city, the 7 marquises of the Grand Xia dynasty looked in the direction of the 10-mile maple forest with solemn expressions. The Grand Xia dynasty had been peaceful for many years and did not allow anyone to break this peace. However, the aura of the person in the 10-mile maple forest was too shocking. The current Marquis Triumphant Xian personally left the imperial city and went to the 10-mile maple forest. The other 6 marquises stood quietly in the imperial city, waiting for news from Marquis Triumphant Xian. In the 10-mile maple forest, Ningchen brought Gui Gui to play. The sky was filled with red maple leaves, dyeing the world red. Outside the maple forest, Marquis Triumphant Xian walked over, his black armor clanging. The title of Marquis was passed down from generation to generation. It symbolized the supreme glory of the Grand Xia. To protect the safety of the Grand Xia, generation after generation of marquises fought bloody battles, never fearing any danger. In the maple forest, Ningchen felt the aura of the newcomer. He patted his little head and smiled. "Gui Gui, there's a guest. Go play by yourself." "Yes, father." Gui Gui replied in a childish voice and ran to the side to play. At this time, the current Marquis Triumphant Xian came to the maple forest. Seeing the white-haired young man in front of him, his expression froze. The two of them looked at each other. One was as calm as water, the other was abnormally alert. However, neither of them spoke. After a long time, Ning Chen smiled and said, "You should call me senior." Hearing this, Marquis Triumphant Xian was startled. He quickly recovered and bowed respectfully, "Senior." "Marquis Triumphant Xian?" Ning Chen looked at the armor on the former and asked. "Yes." Marquis Triumphant Xian said seriously. Ning Chen looked in the direction of the imperial city and said softly, "You guys are not bad." He thought that after so many years, the Grand Xia dynasty had ceased to exist. He did not expect that the Grand Xia dynasty, which was on the verge of collapse, could be passed down to this day. Marquis Triumphant Xian looked at the white-haired man in front of him and felt that he was more and more familiar. Why did he feel that he had seen this person somewhere before? Suddenly, Marquis Triumphant Xian's expression, his face was filled with disbelief. The legendary guardian of the Grand Xia dynasty, Marquis Jiming. In the imperial land of the Divine Continent, Jiming Marquis Ants Group risked their lives to go against the heavens and saved the divine land of the divine lands. This legend, everyone. The man in front of him was too similar to the statue in front of the palace. Kaixin greets Senior Jiming Marquis. Marquis Triumphant returned to his senses and respectfully bowed. His heart was filled with turbulent waves. Hearing these three familiar words, Ning Chen's face revealed a look of reminiscence. "You're all very good." Ning Chen collected his thoughts and sighed, "Protect the glory of the Marquis, and most importantly, protect this pure land." "Yes." Marquis Triumphant respectfully replied. "Go back. If there's anything, you can come find me anytime," Ning Chen said with a calm expression. Triumphant will take his leave. The victorious Marquis saluted, then turned around and left. After Marquis Triumphant left, Ning Chen walked over to Gui, who was playing with her. He squatted down and whispered, Gui, what are you doing?" "Painting." Gui held a small branch in her hand and drew on the ground. "What are you drawing?" Ning Chen asked curiously. "Nyonyo," Gui said in a childish voice. Ning Chen squatted at the side and patiently watched Ghost drawing without disturbing him. After drawing for a long time, Gui drew a strange and nondescript Nyonyo, which looked a bit ridiculous. "Father, I'm done." Gui raised her head and said with an expectant look. "Not bad." Ning Chen chuckled and said, "But it can be better." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen picked up a branch from beside him and added some touches to Gui's David. Gui looked at her father's drawing of Nyonyo. Her beautiful big eyes were wide open and very bright. "Gui, look at it." After drawing, Ning Chen looked at the little guy beside him and asked softly, "Yes, father is really amazing," Gui said with a look of admiration. Ning Chen smiled and said, Gui is also very good, and will become better and better in the future." Being exaggerated by her father, Gui's little face smiled like a blooming flower. She was very happy in her heart. The relationship between father and son was so warm. Gui stepped forward and hugged her father, acting like a spoiled child. "Father, I want to eat tanghulu." "Okay, father will take you to buy it." Ning Chen got up and stretched out Gui's little hand, saying, "Great Xia Imperial City, Marquis Triumphant returns residence." The 7 marquises of Great Xia gathered. When they heard the identity of the young man in 10-Mile Maple Forest, they were shocked. The legendary guardian of Great Xia dynasty, Marquis Jiming? Marquis Jiming is actually still alive. The current Marquis Wang Chuan said with a shocked expression. "It can't be wrong, that senior looks exactly the same as the statue, and he didn't lie." Marquis Triumphant said. "To be able to live to this era, how strong is that senior?" Marquis Wang Chuan said seriously. "Immeasurable." Marquis Triumphant replied, "In front of him, I can't even think of attacking. It must be Marquis Jiming." At this time, among the 7 marquises, a woman said, 10-Mile Maple Forest is where our dynasty's Empress Zhongsun is buried. Legend has it that Empress Zhongsun and Marquis Jiming were like mother and son. 10-Mile Maple Forest has never withered because of the protection of Marquis Jiming's power. Blood-clad Marquis's words make sense. Marquis Wangchuan nodded. When that senior appeared, he immediately returned to 10-Mile Maple Forest. There is no doubt that he is Marquis Jiming. That senior is coming. The woman, who was also the current Marquis Bloodclad, looked outside the imperial city and said seriously. The other 6 marquises also felt the powerful aura coming from afar, and their hearts sank. In the imperial city of Great Xia, Ning Chen walked over with Gui Gui. The prosperity of the imperial city was even more than before. Ning Chen looked at the familiar yet strange imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty. His eyes flashed with light. Father Tonghulu. Gui Gui stretched out her little hand and pointed at a stall not far away, and said expectantly, I see it. Ning Chen nodded and brought Gui Gui to buy the Tonghulu. At this time, not far away, the 7 marquises led by Marquis Triumphant Return walked over and stopped 10 steps away. In front of the stall 10 steps away, Ning Chen put a Tonghulu in Gui Gui's hand and smiled. Gui Gui, is this enough? It's enough. Gui Gui replied and stretched the Tonghulu in her hand in front of Ning Chen and said sweetly, Father, eat. Ning Chen took a bite of the Tonghulu. It was sour and sweet, and the taste was exactly the same as before. 10 steps away, the 7 marquises looked at the white-haired young man, and no one dared to disturb him. Similar, too similar. On the street, Ning Chen turned around and saw the 7 marquises and smiled. Don't be nervous, Gui Gui wants to eat the Tonghulu. We will go back in a while. Marquis Jiming Sr. Marquis Bloodclad stepped forward, wearing a blood-red tight battle suit, and looked at the legendary protector of Great Xia, and said respectfully, Our martial path has been stagnant for many years, and we hope that Senior can give us some pointers. Ning Chen looked at the 7 of them and sighed in his heart. So, the shackles of Great Xia martial marquises still existed after so long. A lifetime of fighting and killing, although the martial marquises of Great Xia had shocking battle strength, their cultivation was severely restricted, and every step was difficult. If you have time, come to 10-Mile Maple Forest to find me. Ning Chen calmed himself down and said with a smile. Then, he left with Gui Gui. Chapter 1620. When knowing destiny returned to the human world, Luo Xingchen became a saint in an unknown small world, shocking the world. In the era of the dusk of the saints, new saints appeared one after another. The fall of the Khanate saints gave all living beings a chance to achieve the great Tao. Luo Xingchen swaggered toward the celestial realm with great fanfare. Even from hundreds of millions of miles away, he could be clearly felt. In the dark world, the Lord of Darkness and Lord of Mo rushed over with their small worlds. They restrained their auras and wanted to severely injure the saint of the human world in one blow. Millions of miles away, the Lord of Darkness clenched his right hand, and a black spear appeared. It was surrounded by dark lightning, and its power was terrifying. Lord of Mo, the Lord of Darkness said calmly as the spear of darkness appeared. Understood. The white-bearded Lord of Mo nodded. He tapped his right hand lightly, and colorful light filled the air. In the next moment, the spear of darkness tore through the air, surrounded by colorful light, and disappeared in an instant. Millions of miles away, Luo Xingchen was walking on the great Tao formed by thousands of arrows. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his heart. The intuition of a martial arts powerhouse struck him, and his body dodged subconsciously. Boom! At this moment, colorful light filled the void, and a spear of darkness tore through the air, directly piercing through Luo Xingchen's chest. Blood splattered all over the sky. Luo Xingchen avoided his vital points by a hair's breadth, but he still suffered serious injuries. A moment later, the dark aura filled the void, covering the sky and the sun. The Lord of Darkness and Lord of Mo appeared together, and their powerful aura shocked the gods of the 9 heavens. The sudden killing intent left no chance for survival. The 2 powerful saints of the great Tao blocked the way and opened the path to hell. The former of the human world, today you have no way out. Lord of Mo spoke, and his immortal aura was full of killing intent at this moment. He raised his hand and condensed his essence, and the colorful brilliance sealed all the paths. The Lord of Darkness and the unknown old man, you 2 saints have joined forces. You really think highly of me. On the great Tao of arrows, Luo Xingchen forcibly suppressed the injuries in his body, looked at the 2 with a cold expression, and mocked. A sharp tongue won't do you any good, the Lord of Darkness said coldly. He clenched his right hand, and the spear of darkness reappeared. In an instant, his figure disappeared and swept in front of Luo Xingchen. The spear of darkness slashed across the sky and split space and time. As the killing intent approached, Falling Star did not hesitate to turn around and run. Luo Xingchen had just entered the Saint Realm, so he knew better than anyone that it was impossible for him to fight against 2 saints of the Great Path. You want to leave? Too naive. The Darkness Master snorted coldly. She took a step forward, and her figure shot out again. Not far away, Mo Zhu raised his right hand. 7 colored light shone brightly, and a terrifying power filled the air. It was illusory and ethereal. 10,000 miles away, Luo Xingchen only felt his head shake, and his body was temporarily out of control. It was also during this momentary pause that the Darkness Master charged over from behind. The darkness spear in his hand slashed out, bringing forth a brilliant fountain of blood. Luo Xingchen's figure flew out. His back was covered in blood, and the wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Facing the powerful Lord of Darkness and the mysterious Lord of Ink, Luo Xingchen gradually came to a realization. This time, he might not be able to escape this calamity. I didn't expect it to be my turn this time. Luo Xingchen no longer chose to run. He turned around and summoned the star scar bow that had accompanied him for his entire life. Starstreak, let's travel together. Luo Xingchen looked at the divine bow in his hand and said softly. The star scar bow hummed softly, as if responding to the call of its master. A hero at the end of his life, but he was not afraid at all. Luo Xingchen, who had been joking around all his life, became serious at this moment. His saint chi surged wildly, and a terrifying power pierced through heaven and earth, stirring up the clouds in the sky. It seems that you have seen your end. In the world of darkness, the Darkness Master looked at the human saint in front of her and said coldly. Not far away, Mo Zhu's white robe fluttered in the wind. His extraordinary aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. The 2 powerful saints of the Great Path gathered all their power, and the pressure caused the world to distort and wither. Ha! In the battle, Luo Xingchen let out a long roar. His long hair danced wildly in the wind like a mad demon. Kill! The 3 of them looked at each other, and the battle broke out. Luo Xingchen was surrounded by thousands of arrows. Every time he attacked, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Even a saint of the Great Path could not block it all. In the rumbling, the 3 figures rushed away. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing everything red. Facing Luo Xingchen, who was fighting with his life, the Darkness Master and Mo Zhu did not dare to be careless. They went all out. Every move they made stained the sky with blood. The aftermath of the battle continued to shake, destroying everything in sight. Luo Xingchen's injuries were getting worse and worse, but the smile on his face was getting brighter and crazier. Delightful, truly delightful. It turned out that it felt so good to put everything aside and fight with all your strength. An arrow pierced through the air and pierced through the Darkness Master's chest. At the same time, the spear in the Darkness Master's hand also pierced through Luo Xingchen's left shoulder. One move after another. Behind him, Mo Zhu walked out of thin air and slapped Luo Xingchen's back with an earth-shattering palm. The palm was so powerful that Luo Xingchen's heart meridians were shattered. Blood spurted out of Luo Xingchen's mouth, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed. It turned out that this was the power of this old man. Ji Ming, I've found it out for you. You must avenge me. Luo Xingchen laughed wildly. He turned around and slapped Mo Zhu's chest with an astonishing power. Mo Zhu frowned. His figure flashed and dodged the shocking palm. However, the moment the palm of Luo Xingchen dissipated, a purple arrow shot through the air, breaking through the shackles of darkness and disappeared into the end of the void. Darkness Master and Mo Zhu's expressions darkened when they saw this. In the mortal world, outside the great Xia imperial city, in the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chen and Gui Gui had lived here for many days. The ordinary days were warm and peaceful. In the past few days, several martial marquises of the great Xia imperial city came one after another to ask for advice on martial arts or military strategy. Regarding the questions of the martial Marquis, Ning Chen answered them without holding anything back. He taught them everything he knew and did not hide anything. Everything seemed to be a cycle. Back then, when he was still a young Ji Ming, Kai Xian, Shui Yi, and the other martial marquises taught and guided the younger generation, allowing the Ji Ming Marquis of the great Xia imperial city to grow quickly. Now, it was time for Ning Chen to do something for the inheritance. Everything was logical and without any hesitation. After a few days of communication, the 7 martial marquises all gained a lot. The current Marquis Shui Yi even broke through in the 10 miles maple forest, shocking the entire divine prefecture. A woman was conferred the title of Martial Marquis. Even in Ning Chen's era, no one could do it. It showed how amazing the current Marquis Shui Yi was. Ning Chen looked at the growth of the martial marquises of the younger generation with a gratified expression. "Daddy, it hurts." At this moment, Gui Gui's little mouth suddenly twitched. It was so painful that she was about to cry. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He immediately reached out to check Gui Gui's meridians. Not good. Chapter 16:21. In the 10-mile maple forest, the jade slip given by Luo Xingchen vibrated inside Gui Gui's body, stimulating her meridians. Ning Chen noticed the change in Gui Gui, and his expression changed. Luo Xingchen was in trouble. Unable to hide the anger in his heart, Ning Chen's phoenix fire rose, and the phoenix demon body left his body and flew toward the 9 heavens. The phoenix soared through the 9 heavens, and its cry shocked the world. In an instant, all the people in the divine land felt the powerful and abnormal pressure, and they were shocked. In the starry sky, the phoenix flew past at the fastest speed. His heart, which had been calm for a long time, was filled with anger. In the face of the life and death crisis of his best friend, even if he was in the knowing destiny realm, he could no longer keep calm. In the unknown small world, the shocking battle was about to come to an end. Luo Xingchen's star scar bow was broken, and his body was covered in blood. He was about to die. The bridge of the Great Path that he had just condensed was broken, and he had to face the sneak attack of 2 saints of the Great Path as soon as he reached the Great Path. Even though Luo Xingchen was an unparalleled hero, he could not change his fate. Similarly, the 2 powerful saints of the Great Path, Mo Zhu and Darkness Lord, fully understood the horror of a mortal realm saint. 2 against 1, the 2 saints of the Great Path were seriously injured. Their bodies were penetrated by the mortal realm saint's powerful arrow chi, and even their bridge of the Great Path was damaged. On the battlefield, blood dyed the sky red. The extremely tragic battle frightened the 2 saints of the Great Path. The mortal realm saint was terrifying when he fought with his life on the line. If they had not launched a sneak attack first, it would have been difficult for them to kill him. "Powerhouse of the human world, you have made me see you in a new light," Mo Zhu said. His body shone with 7-colored brilliance, shaking off the blood stains on his white robe. He condensed his chi, and the principles of the great path spread out, ready to give the mortal realm's saint a final blow. Not far away, Darkness Lord also circulated his ultimate chi, and the principles of darkness filled the air. The bridge of the great path appeared, and the terrifying dark pressure shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 2 saints of the great path burst out their saint chi at the same time, and their final blow was about to end the mortal realm saint's life. Just as his life was about to come to an end, Luo Xingchen, who was covered in blood and gradually lost consciousness, smiled a final smile. His saint chi surged out and purple waves swept the world. Ha! With an earth-shattering roar, Falling Star's blood origin exploded. Using his body as a bow, his veins as a string, and his blood as an arrow, a shocking arrow that shook the world appeared. Blood-colored waves surged violently. The small world of darkness was completely destroyed by this terrifying power. The 2 saints of the great path were shocked when they saw this. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In the void, a figure bathed in blood drew his bow. 2 blood-colored arrow lights broke through the void. The 2 arrows were earth-shattering, breaking through space and time, reversing heaven and earth. Boom! With a terrifying tremor, the chests of the 2 figures of the great path were penetrated by the blood arrows. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Lord Mo and Lord of Darkness retreated several steps, their bodies dyed red. Behind them, the bridge of the great path was hit by the arrow's power and showed signs of cracking. The 2 saints of the great path's lips turned red again. Retreat! Lord Mo and Lord of Darkness looked at each other and didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately retreated. In the void, the consciousness of Falling Star, who had burned out all his vitality and was about to dissipate, began to dissipate. His memories were burned away like a tide, leaving only his instincts. His empty eyes looked toward the mortal world. Falling Star's figure flashed, and his body flew toward the mortal world. He was drawn back to the mortal world. In the distant heavenly sacred city, a pure land in the mortal world that even the chaos of darkness didn't affect. The former 7th Divine General, the current Lord of heavenly sacred city, suddenly stood up. His beautiful eyes looked at the sky with shock. He was back. Heavenly sacred city. A figure covered in blood walked over slowly. He didn't even have the strength to walk. A hero at the end of his road. Falling Star's consciousness had dissipated, and his memories were gone. The only thing that supported him to come back was his instincts. Star! The 7th Divine General rushed forward and held Falling Star, who was about to fall. His strong face could no longer be concealed, and drops of tears fell. 7. He couldn't say anything. Falling Star's last strength had been exhausted, and his body fell into the arms of the 7th Divine General. Don't say anything, 7th Sister will save you. The 7th Divine General said sadly. His divine essence surged and entered the former's body. However, it was all in vain. The bridge of the Great Tao was destroyed, and Falling Star, whose physical body and soul were all dead, had reached the end of his life. He came back just to see her and them one last time. All around heavenly sacred city, streams of light flashed past. The divine generals of the past felt the aura of Falling Star and hurriedly rushed back. Star! The divine generals saw the figure in the arms of the 7th Divine General and were shocked. Brother, save him. Seeing the divine generals rushing back, the 7th Divine General hurriedly said, as if he had found a life-saving straw. The 1st Divine General went forward, and after looking, his face turned gloomy. It's too late. His divine essence has been severely damaged. I can't save him, the 1st Divine General said with pain in his heart. Hearing this, the 7th Divine General's body trembled violently. Tears fell from his eyes, wetting his clothes. In the sky, the phoenix's cry resounded. The huge fire phoenix swept past at an extremely fast speed, and even the heaven and earth were burned red. In the collapsed void, the traces of the battle could be seen faintly. The phoenix transformed. Ning Chen looked at the blood splattered in front of him, and his pupils shrank. The blood on the ground hadn't dried up yet. Ning Chen didn't stop for a moment. He turned into a fire phoenix and swept past quickly. In Heavenly Yu Sacred City, the seventh divine general carried Falling Star's body and walked towards the depths of the sacred city. Seventh sister. The fifth divine general opened his mouth, wanting to stop her. Let her go. The first divine general sighed and said, Among us, seventh sister has the best relationship with Star. Now that Star has appeared, seventh sister will be affected the most. But seventh sister is now the lord of the sacred city. The matters of the sacred city still need her to decide. The fifth divine general said worriedly. She will come back. The second divine general said calmly, Give her some time. At this moment, outside Heavenly Yu Sacred City, the phoenix's cry resounded in the sky. Knowing Destiny followed Falling Star's aura and rushed to Heavenly Yu Sacred City. Star. In the phoenix's fire, Ning Chen appeared. He looked at the disappearing figure in the distance, and called out anxiously. Friend, please stay. The first divine general stepped forward and stopped Knowing Destiny. He said calmly, This is the territory of Heavenly Yu Sacred City. Without the permission of the city lord, no one is allowed to trespass. The two looked at each other. Their auras were extremely powerful. Facing Knowing Destiny, who was a saint of the Great Path, the first divine general of Heavenly Yu Sacred City didn't back down. He defended the last glory of the sacred city. Chapter 1622. In the Heavenly Yu Sacred City, Ji Ming chased after Luo Xingchen's aura but was stopped by the first divine general. Ning Chen, who was too concerned, ignored their past friendship and barged into the sacred city. Suddenly, a great battle broke out. The six divine generals of the Heavenly Yu Sacred City worked together and their power was earth-shattering. In the sacred city, the phoenix fire rose and the demonic flame was earth-shattering. The two of them merged and their palms were destructive. The Knowing Destiny state was fighting against the six Heavenly Yu divine generals. Terrifying shockwaves roared and surged, shaking the stars in the sky. It was a shocking scene. The six divine generals worked together and blocked Ji Ming's full power palm. In the battle, a huge Dao bridge appeared behind the six divine generals. The six of them worked together and had the power of a saint. The master of the human world should know about the relationship between Luo Xingchen and the Heavenly Yu Sacred City. Since Luo Xingchen chose to come back, please respect his will. The first divine general looked at the master of the human world and said calmly, I want to save him. Ning Chen raised his extreme vitality and said, His soul has dissipated. Even the master of the human world can't save him. Please go back. The second divine general said coldly. Ning Chen's face fell and he didn't say anything more. He used the Qilin's loss technique again and pushed the six divine generals back. 10 feet away, the six divine generals of the Heavenly Yu Sacred City stopped and formed a formation to block the master of the human world. 9 Heaven's Star Picking Hand Rising Rain. The six divine generals worked together and their power was shocking. Ning Chen moved the stars with his palms and the falling rain shook the world. The shadows of stars fell from the sky and smashed towards the six divine generals of the Heavenly Yu Sacred City. The six divine generals of the Heavenly Yu Sacred City's mouth turned red and they took a few steps back. Ning Chen turned into a phoenix and flew towards the depths of the Heavenly Yu Sacred City. In the depths of the Heavenly Yu Sacred City, the seventh divine general carried Luo Xingchen's body and walked over step by step. His clothes were stained with blood and it was dazzling. In front of him, the space stirred and the seventh divine general carried Luo Xingchen into it and disappeared. At this moment, the fire phoenix flew to the front of the space whirlpool. Ning Chen turned into a phoenix and walked out. He looked at the two people who disappeared in the space whirlpool and entered it without hesitation. The unknown small world inside the spatial vortex kept changing. The moment Ning Chen entered, he lost track of the two's auras. At the end of the small world, the seventh divine general carried Luo Xingchen's body and walked forward step by step. There was no longer any color in his empty eyes. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. Even the strong-willed seventh godly general could not maintain his usual calmness at this moment. He lost his mind and was pulled by a mysterious force into an unknown world. Behind him, Ning Chen flashed past layer after layer of small worlds as he searched for the aura of the falling star with all his might. After walking for an unknown period of time, at the end of the thousands of small worlds, in front of the seventh godly general, a huge godly demon body appeared. It was as big as a star and had a terrifying aura. However, he could no longer sense any aura from the fiend god. Although the body of the chaotic divine demon that had died in grand primordium had been preserved, there was no longer any vitality left in him. Seeing the chaos divine demon in front of him, the seventh divine general, who had lost his mind, did not show any surprise. He placed Luo Xingchen's corpse in front of the chaos divine demon. From now on, I give up my blood and bones. I am willing to fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. May the seventh divine general recited the incantation. Instantly, blood flowed out of the seventh divine general's body and flew into the body of the chaos divine demon. To save Luo Xingchen's life, the seventh divine general gave up everything to revive the chaos divine demon that had been suppressed in the heavenly sacred city for countless years. God, I will fulfill your wish. In the void, the chaos divine demon opened his eyes and woke up from his eternal slumber. The immortal chaos divine demon was revived. Instantly, the entire world changed colors. The 9 heavens and 10 earths changed drastically. Seventh sister. In the heavenly sacred city, the 6 heavenly divine generals' faces changed. They looked at each other and were shocked. Seventh sister had awakened the chaos divine demon. The chaos divine demon that had been suppressed in the heavenly sacred city for countless years had awakened. He stood up and his abnormally huge body was even bigger than a star. In front of the chaos divine demon, the seventh divine general's body gradually dissipated and was about to disappear from the world. Using his life as the price to revive the chaos divine demon, the seventh divine general lost all his vitality and his divine soul was wiped out from the cycle of reincarnation. In the void, the chaos divine demon raised his hand. Chaotic aura entered Luo Xingchen's body and completed the contract that the seventh divine general had made with his life. Gradually, Luo Xingchen's body regained vitality. Although it was weak, he could clearly feel it. When the seventh divine general saw this, a gratified smile appeared on his illusory face. At this moment, Huafeng flew over from behind and took her human form. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the huge body in front of him. He immediately recognized the identity of the Chaos Divine Demon. He had seen those Chaos Divine Demons in the Time Forbidden Land and was no stranger to them. However, hadn't the Chaos Divine Demon already fallen? Why was there still a Chaos Divine Demon alive? Without thinking, Ning Chen flew over to Luo Xingchen and was about to leave with him. In front of the Chaos Divine Demon, the seventh Divine General's body dissipated and his soul returned to the world. After the contract was removed, the Chaos Divine Demon saw Huafeng in front of him and reached out to grab her. The huge hand of the Chaos Divine Demon covered the sky and no laws of heaven and earth could stop it. It was horrifying. In the sky full of phoenix fire, Huafeng flew at an extreme speed. She broke through the restrictions of time and space and rushed out of the space whirlpool. At this moment, the 6 heavenly divine generals arrived. When they saw the two of them, they were shocked. Boom! In the space whirlpool, the huge hand of the Chaos Divine Demon reached out and grabbed the two of them. Form the array. The first divine general's face changed as he shouted. The other 5 divine generals did not hesitate and joined forces to activate the god's sealing array of heavenly divine city. Suddenly, the entire heavenly divine city shone with golden light and turned into a golden soup to suppress the awakened chaos divine demon. It was a shocking array that had never been seen before. It could even suppress the chaos divine demon. Bring Xingqian away. After the array was activated, the first divine general looked at the 2 of them and sent them out of the heavenly divine city with a palm. Outside the heavenly divine city, Ningchen looked at the heavenly divine city that was engulfed by the golden waves and could not hide his shock. The heavenly divine city was sealed. The living could not enter and the dead could not leave. It was only to suppress the legendary chaos divine demon. In the void, Ningchen looked at it for a long time. He sighed softly and turned to leave. He did not know how long the heavenly divine city could suppress the chaos divine demon, nor did he know what would happen to the 6 heavenly divine generals. He only knew that no one could enter the heavenly divine city. Human realm, East region divine continent, 10 miles maple forest. The phoenix flew over and merged into its body. Little gourd. Ningchen placed Luo Xingqian on the bed in the wooden house and said, "Immortal elder." Little gourd flew out with 2 small buds on its head. It was cute. "I'll leave him to you. Don't let anything happen to him," Ningchen said seriously. Little gourd felt Luo Xingqian's weak aura and his face turned bitter. He was going to bleed again. "Father, what happened to Uncle Xingqian?" Gui looked up and asked curiously. Uncle Xingqian was tired and fell asleep. He will wake up when he has a good rest. Ningchen looked at his close friend on the bed and said softly. Chapter 16:23. In the 10-mile maple forest, knowing destiny saved Luo Xingqian and healed him with the help of the little gourd. The chaotic divine demon suppressed in heavenly sacred city was able to reverse life and death. It even saved a sage whose divine soul was about to dissipate. Such ability was shocking. In 100 days, Luo Xingqian's injuries were stabilized. However, he was too heavily injured and would not wake up in a short time. The experts of the mortal world died one after another, and their combat strength was declining. The matter of the Sage of the Great Path was not solved yet, and now there was an unknown chaotic divine demon. Ningchen's heart was heavy as he tried to think of a solution. According to the situation of the battle that day, the strength of the chaotic fiend god suppressed in the heavenly transcendence sacred city was not much weaker than a god of the 8th heaven. If such a terrifying existence broke out of the seal, they would be in big trouble. Since the beginning of time, he thought that only the god of hell and the 8th heaven deity had survived. Now there was a third chaotic divine demon which was really a headache. Outside the wooden house, the little gourd and Gui were playing with each other. They were innocent and were not affected by the outside world. Looking at the two, Ningchen's heavy heart lightened a little. Counter-soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying. Fortunately, there were many experts in the sage realm in the immortal realm. Even if they faced a chaotic divine demon, they would still have a chance. "Daddy, I'm hungry." As the sun set, Gui, who was tired from playing, ran over and said in a childish voice. In the air, the little gourd rode on his gourd and looked at the people in front of him with anticipation. "What do you want to eat?" Ningchen asked with a smile. "Meaty. Great medicine," the two little guys said in a childish voice. Ningchen chuckled and flipped his right hand. A spiritual herb appeared and flew to the little gourd. Seeing this, the little gourd's eyes curved into crescents as it smiled happily. Gui's dinner was easy to solve. There were many wild animals in 10-mile maple forest. Ningchen picked up some random things and made a delicious meal for Gui. After the two little guys were full, they fell asleep contentedly. Ningchen stood under the night sky as thoughts flashed through his eyes. With the current growth rate of the celestial realm, it would take at least 10,000 years before it could completely break away from the outside world. This was a long process that could not be rushed. In the time restriction, he saw how terrifying that eighth-layer deity was. He was one of the supreme life sacrificers who had created this great world. He possessed supreme authority. In the night sky, Ning Chun stared at the horizon with a grave expression. Meanwhile, in the eighth layer of heaven, the deities were also watching the human world. Their calm expressions did not have the slightest ripple. The growth of the saint fetus was faster than he had imagined. Perhaps it would only take 10,000 years for the power of the saint fetus to fully awaken. At that time, he would truly surpass this world and become a god that reigns supreme over everything. At the same time, in heavenly sacred city, golden light shone as the seal was completely opened. 6 heavenly divine generals strengthened the seal, suppressing the chaos god demons. However, the chaotic divine demon was too powerful, beyond imagination. Within the space vortex, the chaos god fiend stretched out his palm, shattering the space around him as he walked out of the restraints of space. The expressions of the 6 heavenly divine generals changed. However, the god-sealing formation required 7 divine generals to support it together in order to unleash its full power. Now that the 7th divine general had fallen, the god-sealing formation could no longer trap the chaos godfiend. The golden sealed space crumbled inch by inch under the power of the chaos godfiend. With every inch the space crumbled, the power of the god-sealing formation weakened a little. The 6 heavenly divine generals looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's hearts. As the divine generals of heavenly sacred city, they could not allow the chaos godfiend to break the seal. However, just as the 6 heavenly divine generals were about to sacrifice themselves and use their life force to seal the chaos godfiend, their eyes suddenly lost focus. Just like how the 7th divine general had lost himself and used his life force to revive the chaos godfiend, the 6 divine generals' wills also began to crumble under the influence of the chaos godfiend's power. Suddenly, the golden sealed space crumbled even faster. The day of the chaos godfiend breaking the seal was right before their eyes. The crisis was imminent. In the above heavens, in the unknown small worlds, there were more people breaking into the saint realm. And it wasn't just one person. The terrifying saint aura continued to spread, affecting the entire world. In the age of Saint's dusk, the experts of the mortal realm stepped into the saint realm one after another, replacing the original innate saints. It was as if the cycle of reincarnation was inevitable and irreversible. The remaining innate saints of the mortal realm were unwilling to withdraw from the stage of history. They began to counterattack the saints of the mortal realm. The war finally broke out. The saints led by Darkness Lord and Mo Lord began to obstruct the saints of the mortal realm. However, with the warning of the falling stars, the newly ascended saints of the mortal realm concealed their aura immediately and returned to the celestial realm before the innate saints noticed. In the celestial realm, the saints of the mortal realm stood quietly. Their powerful aura was shocking. Outside the celestial realm, the number of innate saints that far exceeded the number of saints of the mortal realm stood in the air, preparing to counterattack the celestial realm. The stalemate between the two sides lasted for several days, but no one made the first move. In front of the saints of the mortal realm, Fan Lingyue, who was dressed in a light blue dress, stared at the innate saints in front of her. The killing intent in her eyes was not concealed at all. As long as the saints were alive, the mortal realm's calamity would never end. In this era, she must end this cycle of reincarnation. Not making a move? Dawn Moon House Master, who was dressed in a silver-gray cloak, looked at the saints in the sky and smiled. No hurry. Fan Lingyue said indifferently, getting rid of them is only a matter of time. Now, the most important thing is to strengthen the celestial realm. As long as they don't make a move, we won't make a move either. That's a pity. Dawn Moon House Master said with a regretful expression, I thought there would be a good show to watch. Not far away, Mu Qianshang held the snow sword and stabbed it into the ground. Supreme sword will soared into the sky. Inky white light overflowed and the majestic sword pressure startled the stars in the 9 heavens. There were not many saints of the mortal realm. However, every one of them had experienced thousands of tribulations and grew up. Their aura was extremely terrifying. The innate saints in the void looked at the saints of the mortal realm in the celestial realm with fear in their eyes. Including Darkness Lord and Mo Lord, 10 innate saints surrounded the celestial realm, waiting for a chance to make a move. In the mortal realm, in the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chen drew a chessboard on the ground. He used stones as chess pieces and placed them on the board. Every time he placed a chess piece, the wind and clouds of the world would change. The scene was shocking. "Daddy, what are you doing?" At the side, Gue asked curiously. "Playing chess," Ning Chen said with a gentle expression. "Who is Daddy playing chess with?" Gue asked in confusion. "Heaven." Ning Chen pointed to the sky and said softly, "In this life, Daddy has won this world many times, but also lost many times. However, Daddy doesn't want to lose this time." Chapter 16:24. Above high heavens, immortal realm, mortal realm sages and the 10 innate sages were locked in a stalemate. For the past few days, no one had taken the initiative to strike. On the 9th day, a saint aura descended from nowhere. The arrival of the 11th innate saint caused the situation to become even more unbalanced. Above the celestial realm, the expressions of the saints of the mortal realm turned solemn. As they watched more and more saints gather in the sky, their hearts became heavier and heavier. Not good. Judging from the current situation, the Khanate saints had sensed the threat of the mortal world. They wanted to strengthen their forces in the mortal world and eliminate the saints in one fell swoop. "We can't wait any longer." In front of all the saints, Mu Qianshang calmly said, "Let me go first." As the sound of his voice faded, the sword pressure above the celestial domain soared. Mu Qianshang rose up, walking out of the celestial domain. "Kill!" In front of the 11 innate saints, a young man with his hair tied up in a bun waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He dashed out and clashed with the innate saint. The battle between the saints was earth-shattering. In the battle, the sword was dazzling and the spear was like lightning, causing the sky to lose its color. This was an earth-shattering battle. Inside and outside the immortal realms, the saints and the 10 innate saints were all watching this battle, waiting for the result. The great battle continued for an entire day and night. The entire sky was shattered, causing everyone to be horrified. Outside the battlefield, the Lord of Darkness was observing the battle in front of him. He secretly channeled the power of darkness, and a black spear appeared. An instant later, the Lord of Darkness moved, instantly appearing in the middle of the battlefield. His long spear slashed out mercilessly. The Master of Darkness launched a sneak attack. In the immortal region, the Dawn Moon House Mistress's lips curled up slightly. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Mu Qianshang. Yellow Spring appeared and blocked the attack of the Lord of Darkness. There was a violent tremor, and the aftermath of the battle was so powerful that it knocked the 4 saints of the Great Path away. A sneak attack? The Lord of Darkness is truly powerful. The Dawn Moon House Master looked at the Master of Darkness in front of her and smiled. The Lord of Darkness frowned and looked at the saint in front of him. A strange look flashed in his eyes. This person gave him a very strange feeling. He didn't seem like an ordinary human. Beside the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress, Mu Qianshang coldly snorted and pointed his finger at his sword, causing a sword wave to rumble out. In front of him, the Lord of Darkness swung his black spear and blocked the sword chi. After a day and night of battle, the strength of the mortal world saint made the 11 innate saints even more fearful and their hearts felt heavy. Above the immortal realm, Nu Chang looked at the horizon, her eyes gleaming. The more we wait, the more innate saints will appear. This is not a long-term solution. Did Ji Ming say when he would be back? Nu Chang asked. He probably won't return before the immortal region completely separates from the great world. Fan Lingyue said calmly. As long as he is not here, that eighth heavenly layer deity will not act against the celestial realm. Therefore, if he doesn't return, the celestial realm might be safer. That may be the case, but what about these Khanate saints? Nu Chang asked hesitantly. We'll deal with it ourselves, Fan Lingyue replied. In the human world, in the 10 miles maple forest, it was time to sweep the tombs once a year. Ning Chen brought Gui Gui to sweep Zhang Xuan's tomb and carefully cleaned the weeds around the tomb. At this time, outside the Tenli maple forest, an extremely beautiful woman walked over with a maid. She also came to sweep her grandson's grave. Princess, there seems to be someone, the maid said when she saw the white-haired man and the child. Xia Xiao followed the former's gaze, and a strange expression flashed across her beautiful face. How could there be someone here? Empress Zhangsun was a virtuous queen in the history of the great Xia. However, it had been too long since then, so it was impossible for her descendants to still be alive. Xia Xiao stepped forward with the maid and knelt in front of Empress Zhangxuan's tomb. Ning Chen saw the woman but did not disturb her. He continued to clean up the weeds and leaves with Gui Gui. Father, someone came to see Empress, Gui Gui said while pulling the weeds. Father saw her, Ning Chen said with a smile. Father, do you know her? Gui Gui asked curiously. No, Ning Chen replied softly. Gui Gui looked curiously at the woman kneeling in front of the tomb, her little hand still pulling weeds. In front of Zhang Xuan's tomb, Xia Xiao also saw Gui Gui not far away. The two looked at each other, and it was indescribably funny. Gui Gui was very obedient and cute. Xia Xiao liked this child at first sight. After bowing to Empress Zhangsun, she took the initiative to go forward. Little brother, what's your name? Xia Xiao squatted down and asked softly. Gui Gui. Gui Gui said in a childish voice. How old are you, Gui Gui? Xia Xiao continued to ask. Gui Gui stretched out her fingers and counted. 100, 200. I'm many, many years old. It's not good for a child to lie, Xia Xiao said. I'm not lying, Gui Gui replied in a childish voice. Not far away, Ning Chen smiled and ignored the two's conversation. At this time, the maid beside Xia Xiao noticed the face of the white-haired man not far away. She was shocked. Princess, princess. The maid gently tugged at the princess's clothes and said anxiously. Xia Xiao looked back, puzzled. What's wrong? Princess, look at that person. The maid could not hide the shock in her eyes. When Xia Xiao heard this, she looked at the white-haired man in front of her. At first, she was stunned, but then her face also showed shock. The great Xia Jiming Marquis. It was too similar, almost exactly the same as the statue in front of the palace. A moment later, Xia Xiao came back to her senses. She wanted to go forward and ask, but she was afraid of the man's possible identity, and did not dare to speak. After thinking about it, Xia Xiao looked at the child in front of her and said gently, Gui Gui, is that your father? Yes. Gui Gui nodded. What's your father's name? Xia Xiao continued to ask. Gui Gui thought about it and said, Ning Chen. When Xia Xiao heard this, she was shocked. At this moment, she finally confirmed the identity of the white-haired young man in front of her. Xiao greets the Marquis. Xia Xiao came back to her senses, took 2 steps forward, and bowed respectfully. Ning Chen smiled and said, Which princess? The 9th princess. Xia Xiao answered truthfully. She was also ranked 9th back then. Ning Chen smiled, as if remembering the past. The 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty was more beautiful than a flower. Even the history books were filled with ink, but he praised a woman's appearance. This was extremely rare in history books. Are you really the Marquis? Xia Xiao still felt like she was dreaming and could not believe it. Don't I look like it? Ning Chen smiled and said, Indeed. Hearing the former admitted himself, Xia Xiao suppressed the shock in her heart and began to accept this unbelievable fact. The legend of the great Xia dynasty from 10,000 years ago was still alive. Facing the descendant of Qi Ning Chen also felt a sense of familiarity, and his attitude was very kind. Ning Chen had never been stingy with his smile towards the younger generation. Seeing the kind attitude of the person in front of her, Xia Xiao's nervousness lessened a lot, and she asked a lot of things about the past. Ning Chen also told her everything he knew and did not hide anything. It was not until the sun set that Xia Xiao left. The carriage rumbled as it drove out of the 10 miles maple forest. Chapter 1625. It was winter in the 10-mile maple forest. Heavy snow fell as expected, and the whole world seemed to have turned silver white. In front of the wooden house, Gui Gui, who was dressed like a small cotton ball, was happily playing in the snow, covered in snowflakes. Ning Chen stood not far away, looking at Gui Gui with a gentle look on his face. Xia Xiao had arrived in the 10-mile maple forest, but this time she did not bring a maid. The one who came with her was the current Marquis blood-clad. The blood-clad Marquis was still wearing a blood-red tight-fitting battle suit, which outlined his curvy figure. Coupled with his wild and beautiful face, he did not look inferior to the peerless beauty of the 9th princess of the Xia dynasty. Marquis. The two arrived and bowed in unison. No need to be so polite. Ning Chen smiled and replied, "Why are you here at this time?" In recent days, the 9th princess of the Xia dynasty and the 7 marquises had come often. If it were him, he would definitely come over when he had the chance. It would be a waste not to use a senior. Wasn't he the same back then? Marquis, I have some questions about martial arts that I can't figure out. I hope you can guide me, Marquis Bloodclad said respectfully. When you encounter a bottleneck, whether you persist to the end or change your method, you just need to believe in yourself. Any path can be achieved. The key is to believe in your own path. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen looked at Gui Gui, who had fallen in the snow in front of him, smiled and said, "Gui Gui, be careful." "Got it, Daddy." Gui Gui got up, responded in a childish voice, and continued to play with the little gourd. When Marquis Bloodclad heard the former's words, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Perhaps she was thinking too much. She should have believed in herself and persisted. On the side, Xia Xiao saw that the conversation between the two had ended and said softly, "Marquis, my father knows that you are back and wants to see you. I wonder if you can go back to the palace to have a look." Ning Chen shook his head gently and said, "No, there are no more old friends in the Xia dynasty. There is no point in going back." When Xia Xiao heard this, she fell silent and did not try to persuade him any more. "Marquis, can you give me some advice?" Marquis Bloodclad came back to his senses and looked at the legendary figure of the divine prefecture in front of him with an extremely serious expression. Ning Chen glanced to the side and nodded gently. "Sure." Marquis Bloodrobed waved his hand and a long sword flew out. The sword was dazzling, and it was obviously not an ordinary sword. "Mingxue Heaven Saint is the sword I use to guard the borders. I'll lend it to you for now." As soon as the blood-clad Marquis finished speaking, he clenched his left hand. Then, another divine weapon flew out from the carriage not far away. This divine weapon was azure and had an equally extraordinary aura. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the Mingxue Heaven Saint. Feeling the strong baleful aura on the sword, a light flashed in his eyes. The sword of the Marquis of de Xia had always been stained with too much killing. Although the Marquis of Bloodrobe in front of him was a woman, she was no exception. "Please!" the Marquis in the bloody robe said. His body moved and his sword moved. With a king sound, the two swords clashed. Waves of snow filled the sky, covering both eyes. Amidst the drifting snowflakes, the two swords clashed again and again. One was like a swimming dragon emerging from the water, the other was like a boundless star, each displaying their abilities. At a distance of 10 feet, neither of them released their auras. Only their swords shone with extreme sharpness. In the battle, the Marquis in the bloody robe displayed all his abilities. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. Although she was already mentally prepared, she could only truly experience the strength of the Marquis in front of her after truly exchanging blows. It turned out that there was such a sword above the sword Dao. The speed of the sword was not fast, but every move was hard to block. It was like a starry sky, but one would never be able to truly touch it. Boom! After 10 moves, the two swords clashed again. The Marquis, who had not used up his sword power, felt his right arm go numb. The sword in his hand involuntarily flew out and stabbed into the ground. Ning Chen smiled and extended his hand to return the Mingxue Heaven Saint. "Thank you for your guidance." The Marquis took the sword and bowed respectfully. "Next time, bring a stick of candied haws for Gui Gui." Ning Chen smiled. The Marquis was startled, but soon recovered. His stiff expression revealed a rare smile. He nodded and said, "Okay." The two stayed in the 10 miles maple forest for half a day and then left. The carriage left 2 long wheel marks in the snow. It was so clear. In the imperial city, many people secretly guessed the identity of the people in the 10 miles maple forest. The 7 Marquis and the 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty had visited many times, which made people suspicious. However, no one who had been to the 10 miles maple forest revealed their identity as knowing destiny. The 10 miles maple forest had become a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to easily set foot in it. However, peace was always short-lived, and war was inevitable. At the border of the great Xia dynasty, the invasion from the neighboring countries broke out. The 7 Marquis of the great Xia dynasty left the imperial city and went to the border one after another. The 10 miles maple forest became quiet from then on. The Marquis promised to bring candied haws for Gui Gui, but he never had the chance to send it. On the battlefield, the Marquis died. His body was bathed in blood. He left his life on the battlefield. Generals died in hundreds of battles, and warriors returned in 10 years. In the endless history of the great Xia dynasty, more than 90% of the Marquis had died on the battlefield. The Marquis was not the first, nor would he be the last. When the news spread back to the imperial city, the whole country was in grief. The current emperor of the great Xia dynasty personally went to the Marquis temple to set up a monument for the Marquis. Xia Xiao looked at the memorial tablet in the Marquis temple, and tears fell from her eyes. In the 10 miles maple forest, a carriage came. Xia Xiao got off the carriage and looked at the white-haired man who always stood quietly in front of the wooden house. Her mood was indescribably complicated. When Ning Chen saw the person who came, he still had a peaceful smile on his face. He said, "You're here. Marquis, the Marquis has died in battle." Xia Xiao opened her mouth and said, unable to suppress the sadness in her eyes. When Ning Chen heard this, he sighed softly and said, "Is that so? What a pity." Xia Xiao took out a stick of candied haws, walked in front of Gui Gui and handed it to her. It was too late to fulfill the promise of the Marquis, so she could only fulfill it for her. "Thank you, sister." Gui Gui took the stick of candied haws and said in a childish voice, "Gui Gui is so obedient." Xia Xiao reached out and rubbed Gui Gui's little head. She stood up and looked at the Marquis Jiming. She said, "Marquis, when do you think this war will really stop?" Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know. A long time ago, someone asked me this question. Until today, I still haven't found the answer." "Are we all going to die?" Xia Xiao's eyes were filled with sadness. "Yes." Ning Chen said calmly, "No matter if it's a man, a god, or a saint, there will be a day when they die. Even the heavens and earth can't be eternal, let alone humans. As long as you have truly lived, death is not scary." Shui, she admired the Marquis very much. Xia Xiao said a secret that could no longer be confirmed. She said sadly, the reason why she worked so hard to become a Marquis is because she saw the Marquis as her life's goal. Chapter 1626. Time flew in the 10 miles maple forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since knowing Destiny's return. Marquis Bloodclad died in battle, and a memorial tablet was added to the Marquis shrine. For thousands of years, this was the epitome of the Marquis of the Great Xia. Even so, generation after generation of Marquis continued to protect this great nation without regrets. At the beginning of spring, a carriage rumbled outside the imperial city. A person with a special identity came to the 10 miles maple forest. Xia Xiao walked down from the carriage, supporting a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed plainly, but his aura was extraordinary. The middle-aged man was only about 40 years old, but his hair was mostly white, and he looked exhausted. "Father, be careful." Xia Xiao supported her father and said worriedly. Emperor Xia walked down from the carriage and walked towards the maple forest. "Marquis." Emperor Xia looked at the white-haired man and bowed respectfully. "If you're not well, don't come." Ning Chen looked at the current emperor of the Great Xia dynasty and said calmly, "Marquis, you've been back for so long. I should have come to visit you long ago." Emperor Xia sighed. "I've heard legends about you since I was young. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to see you in person." "Your Majesty, do you have any business here?" Ning Chen asked. "I've come to ask you, Marquis. I ascended the throne when I was 16, and I've been on the throne for 25 years. Since I took over the Great Xia dynasty, I haven't dared to relax for even a moment. I don't dare to say that I'm a wise emperor, but I'm definitely not a fatuous one. Why is the Great Xia dynasty still in chaos and war?" Emperor Xia said with a puzzled expression. "It's not necessarily a good thing to attend to everything personally." Ning Chen looked at the 40-year-old emperor with a head full of white hair and said softly, "Learn how to delegate power." Hearing this, Emperor Xia revealed a puzzled look. "So simple?" "It's that simple," Ning Chen said calmly. "Do you think the people are more important than the emperor, or the emperor is more important than the people?" Emperor Xia was silent. After a moment, he replied, "The people are more important than the emperor. The emperor is more important than the people, and so are the people. Similarly, the people are more important than the emperor." Ning Chen looked into the distance and continued, "I asked you whether the people are more important than the emperor, or the emperor is more important than the people. You hesitated. In your heart, you still think the emperor is more important." Emperor Xia remained silent and did not reply. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the person before him. "Back then, the military advisor of Northern Meng and I wanted to push for the arrival of 100 generations of prosperity. Our goal was the same. However, at that time, Grand Xia and the Northern Meng royal court were locked in a fierce battle. Why do you think this is?" "Different standpoints," Emperor Xia replied. "That's right, we have different standpoints," Ning Chen said calmly. "Just like Northern Meng and Great Xia, there are also different standpoints between the imperial court and the people. However, different standpoints don't mean that they are opposing each other. When the emperor of Great Xia values the people and the people value the emperor, perhaps there will be fewer wars." Hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed across Emperor Xia's face. After a long while, he bowed respectfully and said, "I've learned something. Go back. There are many capable officials in Grand Xia. Learn how to give them more authority. Similarly, you can also give more authority to the commoners. At that time, you wouldn't be as tired as you are now," Ning Chen advised. Emperor Xia nodded. Beside him, Xia Xiao bowed respectfully. Then, she helped her father into the carriage and left. Just as knowing Destiny was staying in the 10 miles maple forest, the saints of above heavens, immortal realm, and mortal realm were also in a stalemate with the 11 Khanate saints. For the first time, no one had the upper hand. Although the saints of mortal realm had all become saints not long ago, they had fought all the way from mortals to saints. Their combat experience was far beyond that of Khanate saints. In the void, the black spear in the back of the Darkness Master's right hand surged fiercely. She stared at the saints of mortal realm in the immortal realm with undisguised killing intent. In the immortal realm, in front of the saints, Fan Lingyue's figure slowly rose. She finally chose to attack personally. "It's you." The Darkness Master looked at the woman in front of her and said coldly, "I remember you." In the sky above the immortal realm, Fan Lingyue stared at the Darkness Master in front of her. The moonlight around her intensified. "3 moves," Fan Lingyue calmly replied. "Come then." Hearing this, the Darkness Master's face was filled with anger. Her figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of her. The black spear swept past. The moment it came into contact with the moonlight, the two forces clashed and the power of darkness quickly dissipated. Fan Lingyue stretched out her hand. Her slender fingers were stronger than any divine weapon as she directly grabbed the black spear. With a bang, the black spear collapsed. The Darkness Master's expression changed slightly. The bridge of Great Tao appeared behind her and the power of darkness instantly climbed to the limit. With a palm strike, the Darkness Master counterattacked, wanting to severely injure the woman in front of her. Fan Lingyue stepped forward and avoided the palm strike. Her slender hand condensed essence and directly pierced into the former's chest. It was a shocking scene. Blood splattered everywhere. Fan Lingyue looked coldly at the Darkness Master in front of her and said lightly, "It seems that I have overestimated you." After saying that, moonlight rose around Fan Lingyue and directly sent the Darkness Master flying. 100 feet away, the Darkness Master stopped and vomited a mouthful of blood. Black energy surged around her body and healed her injuries. She was defeated in just 2 moves. The Darkness Master and the 10 Khanate Saints were shocked and angry. They looked at the woman in front of them, their eyes full of fear. In the void, Fan Lingyue looked at the 11 Khanate Saints in front of her and said coldly, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight?" The 11 Khanate Saints' expressions were abnormally ugly. As saints, the strength of the woman in front of them was beyond their imagination. Perhaps, other than the 8th heaven deity, no one could suppress this human woman. "Let me ask you a thing or two." At this moment, Mo Master, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and said calmly, "Ji Ming said that you were once his master." Fan Lingyue looked at the white-robed old man in front of her and said coldly, "The 9th son is not bad. He has exceeded my expectations." Mo Master said with a smile, "The student has surpassed the master. As his master, I really want to have a real fight with him." "No need. You won't have the chance." After saying that, Fan Lingyue's figure moved instantly. Inside and outside the immortal domain, the saints only saw a flash of moonlight. It was unbelievably fast. Mo Master's expression also turned serious. Colorful brilliance spread around him as he fully unleashed his cultivation. In the colorful brilliance, Fan Lingyue's figure suddenly stopped. Her body was actually out of control. Mo Master walked in the colorful brilliance and came to the front of the human woman in front of him. "Young man, you're still too anxious." Mo Master raised his hand. The colorful brilliance rose and devoured the woman in front of him. "So, this is your ability." At this moment, Fan Lingyue, whose body was out of control, sneered and said, "No wonder Luo Xingqian was willing to sacrifice his life to send that arrow. Reversing reality and illusion is indeed a terrifying ability. However, I'm not Luo Xingqian. I'm stronger than him." After saying that, Fan Lingyue raised her hand, grabbed Mo Master's right shoulder, and threw him toward the mountain in the distance. Boom! With a loud tremor, mountains thousands of miles away collapsed, and rocks fell like rain. Chapter 16:27. Above the heavens, the 11 Khanate Saints attacked and trapped the celestial realm. At the critical moment, Fan Lingyue personally attacked and severely injured the Lord of Darkness in 2 moves. Saints were immortal and almost immortal. However, there was no true immortal before absolute strength. The Lord of Darkness retreated in defeat and Mo Lord attacked. Jiming's former master had always been mysterious and unpredictable. Facing Mo Lord, Fan Lingyue didn't say anything. She stepped forward and the moonlight shone brightly. Her slender hand tore the void apart like lightning. Mo Lord also attacked, reversing reality and illusion to confuse the opponent's five senses. He didn't expect that his ability that had always been successful would be thwarted this time. Do you think that Starfall's sacrifice was useless? Fan Lingyue's slender hand reached out like a divine weapon, grabbing Mo Lord's shoulder and throwing him out. Mountains collapsed one after another. Amidst the rain of stones, Mo Lord stopped and raised his right hand. The seven-colored immortal technique appeared again. Immortal technique, waning moons. The immortal technique was shocking. As Mo Lord raised his hand, the entire great world rumbled and changed. A huge divine moon appeared between heaven and earth. It was unknown whether it was real or illusory, but a gap appeared on the divine moon and tore the mortal realm saint's body apart. Fan Lingyue stood quietly in the divine moon, personally feeling the shocking power of the immortal technique. Her expression was unusually cold. Jiming and I created the celestial realm together. In this world, other than us, who dares to call themselves immortals? Fan Lingyue said coldly. She clenched her left hand. In an instant, the light of purification filled the sky and the ancient divine sword, Purification Primordial, appeared. The moment the peerless divine weapon appeared, the great world was instantly divided into two. Fan Lingyue held the sword and slashed the divine moon. The shocking sword power shocked the Khanate saints. In the void, the Khanate saints looked at the woman in front of them, unable to suppress the waves in their hearts. This woman was actually so powerful. All along, they had thought that the most powerful person in the celestial realm was the Lord of the celestial realm. They didn't expect that apart from the Lord of the celestial realm, there was such a terrifying mortal realm saint. In the collapsed mountain range, Mo Lord's expression also became serious. His hands separated into yin and yang, the divine sun and the yin moon appeared at the same time. Immortal technique, sun and moon. The reappearance of the immortal technique was even more shocking. The sun and moon rose and illuminated the entire great world. In the human realm, in the 10 miles maple forest, Ningchen, who was learning to read with Gue Gue, raised his head and looked at the sky. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Immortal spells? His master's strength was getting stronger and stronger. However, his opponent was that terrifying woman. A woman that even he didn't want to face. Father, am I right? Gue Gue raised her head and asked with a smile. Yes, Gue Gue wrote it really well. Ningchen calmed himself down and looked at the words written by Gue Gue in the snow. Receiving his father's praise, the smile on Sly Ghost's face became even brighter. He looked extremely happy. High up in the sky, the sun and moon in the sky, the immortal arts shook the world. In the void, Fan Lingyue stepped forward and turned into a stream of light, swinging his sword at Lord Mo, who was behind the sun and moon. The divine sun, yin moon, and divine moon followed him like shadows. It was as if they had a mind of their own, and they followed him closely. Fan Lingyue's figure flashed, evading the attacks of the sun and moon. 100 miles away, he stopped and focused. His left hand held the sword, and 3 huge green dragons appeared. The appearance of the raging dragons stirred up thousands of waves. Using their form as power, the world-cleansing law collided with the power of the sun and moon. With a loud bang, 2 dragons broke through the sun and moon. The last green dragon rushed out of the aftermath and directly bit Lord Mo, crashing into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. It was a shocking scene. After the raging dragons crashed into the ground, the earth within 1,000,000 miles collapsed. It was terrifying. In the collapsed ground, Lord Mo got up, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the void, Fan Lingyue looked at the old man who no longer had the demeanor of an immortal. He took a step in the air and had no intention of stopping. What are you waiting for? At this moment, Lord Mo spoke in a deep voice. The meticulous Lord Mo is finally willing to ask for help. As he spoke, a young man in white appeared in the void. The divine halo behind him was dazzling, and the pressure was extremely powerful. When the young man appeared, the expressions of all the saints in the celestial realm darkened. They looked at the white-robed man in the sky with a serious expression. "I am Bai Wangji. I would like to learn from you." As he spoke, a folding fan appeared in Bai Wangji's hand. As he waved the folding fan, thunder rumbled in the sky. In the void, Fan Linghui turned around and looked at the 12th Khanate saint who walked out of thin air. His expression became serious for the first time. This person was very strong. Although Khanate saints were not weak, there was still a gap in strength. The strongest ones, such as the Underworld King and the 8th Heaven Gods, had already surpassed the category of saints and were almost unshakable. Under the two supreme gods, there were several extremely powerful Khanate saints whose strength was far beyond ordinary saints. The white-robed man in front of him was undoubtedly one of them. A saint who controls thunder. In the celestial realm, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at the sky with a strange expression. The great Tao of thunder was the great Tao with the most shocking destructive power. The most difficult tribulation for living beings was the thunder tribulation. The white-robed man in front of him controlled thunder, so his strength must be extremely terrifying. In the sky above the celestial realm, Fan Linghui and Bai Wangji looked at each other. An instant later, the two figures disappeared at the same time. Fast, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to see. The speed of thunder had already exceeded the limits of martial arts. Similarly, Fan Linghui, whose body was shrouded in moonlight, was also extremely fast. His Tao cleansing sword cut through all obstacles and was invincible. The two exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Inside and outside the celestial realm, the saints and the 11 Khanate saints looked at this shocking battle, their expressions becoming more and more shocked. This woman can actually keep up with Bai Wangji's speed. An Khanate saint said solemnly. That Bai Wangji can actually block Fan Linghui's attack. In the celestial realm, the saints were also shocked. The power of Tao cleansing sword could be said to be invincible. That Khanate saint who controlled thunder could withstand 100 moves and not be at a disadvantage at all. His strength was indeed terrifying. Boom! In the sky above the celestial realm, the two saints fought. The aftermath of the great battle shook. Thunder and moonlight collided. The power of destruction and purification collided head-on, causing the sky to lose its color. In Bai Wangji's hand, the folding fan attracted thunder and turned the battle into a sea of thunder. The terrifying power was indescribable with words. On the other hand, Fan Linghui, with a divine sword in hand, used speed to counter speed. She did not back down at all and faced the opponent's strongest move head-on. In the battle, the two saints collided. Blood splattered from Bai Wangji's right arm, dyeing his white robe red. Crazy woman. In the 10 Miles Maple Forest, Ning Chen said softly while practicing calligraphy with Gui Gui. There was obviously a better way, but that woman just had to defeat her opponent in his strongest field. She was really not likable. However, Fan Linghui had the ability to do so. She thought that she had a chance to win by not competing with Fan Linghui. Wrong, her martial strength was equally shocking. She thought that she could win by avoiding a confrontation with her martial strength. Wrong again, her attainments in array formations were equally unparalleled. She thought that she had to be careful of her array formations. Wrong again. Her ability to deduce fate and change the situation of the world was also impossible to guard against. The only one in the world, Fan Linghui. As long as she was alive, no one in the celestial realm could defeat her. Chapter 1628. In the sky above, Fan Linghui and the saint who controlled lightning exchanged blows. The competition between speed and speed caused the collapse of time. The speed of lightning was unbelievably fast. Facing Bai Wangji, who had astonishing speed and destructive power, Fan Lingyue did not dodge at all. Instead, he faced him head-on, competing with speed and destructive power. After exchanging 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the victor between the two. Just when the various sages thought that the two of them were evenly matched, a shocking collision sound rang out in the battle. Blood spurted out from Bai Wangji's right arm, dyeing his white robes red. Being injured for the first time, Bai Wangji flew 100 steps away. Looking at the sword wound on his right arm, his face was cold. "It's been 100,000 years. Saint of the mortal realm, you are the first one to injure me," Bai Wangji said coldly, waving the fan in his hand. Suddenly, thunder filled the sky, turning into a huge beast that swallowed forward. Fan Lingyue's expression was indifferent. He stepped and swam, avoiding the beast. In a flash, he was in front of Bai Wangji again. Pure beginning waved, the moon-white brilliance filled the air, slashing down. Bai Wangji's face darkened. He opened the fan in his hand and blocked the power of the divine sword. A strong impact spread out. In the battle, heaven and earth turned into nothingness, unable to bear this terrifying destructive power. With the cultivation of the Saint realm, all moves seemed so pale. Only the most fundamental laws of the battle could determine the winner and the loser. A saint who controlled lightning had combat power that surpassed most of the Khanate saints, infinitely close to the realm of Nether King and Eighth Heaven deity. However, facing Fan Lingyue, who had returned from 100 reincarnations, it was still difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Boom! In the battle, Pure Beginning and the Fan of Lightning continued to clash. Wave after wave of aftershocks spread out, spreading to the entire great world. In the immortal realm, the saints watched the battle in the sky, their expressions more and more shocked. Too strong, the combat power of these two had already surpassed the saints. The number one in the divine prefecture is really terrifying. In front of the saints, Mu Qianshang looked at the sky and said, "No wonder Jiming had such a high evaluation of her. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I know that Jiming's evaluation is not wrong. How can a woman who can make Jiming suffer so many times be simple?" The Dawn Moon House Master smiled and said, "You and I both know Marquis Jiming's character. He will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, this woman convinced him wholeheartedly. It can be seen that Jiming suffered a great loss at her hands." Beside him, Qing Ning quietly looked at the horizon without saying a word. Only those who had truly witnessed Fan Lingyue's strength would be able to understand how terrifying this woman was. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that her lifespan was nearing its end, Grand Xia might have already perished. Now that Fan Lingyue had come back to life, they should rejoice. This time around, Fan Lingyue was no longer their enemy. Boom! While the saints of the mortal realm were lamenting, in the void, a terrifying impact force erupted once again. In the battle, Bai Wangji was once again forced back, the corners of his mouth turning red. On the opposite side, on the sword in Fan Lingyue's hand, drops of blood dripped down. It was abnormally glaring. After an astonishing battle, the sage who controlled lightning gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and it was obvious that he was about to lose. Outside the battle, Mo Master and Darkness Master glanced at each other and no longer chose to observe. They began circulating their Saint Chi, preparing to take action. In the immortal domain, the saints of the mortal world sensed this, killing intent flashing past their faces. In front of all the saints, the female sovereign stepped forward, instantly arriving in the skies above the celestial realm. "Your opponent is me." As she spoke, demonic chi surged around female supreme, and the 9 underworlds heaven-devouring demon scripture reappeared. The demonic chi in the world gathered into one, and raging waves swept through the 9 heavens. Demon Master and Darkness Master's expressions turned serious. What a shocking demonic chi! It reminded them of the Supreme Nether King. "Female Supreme, you don't have to take action." At this moment, in the battle, Fan Lingyue spoke. her purification of absolute beginning swept across, and an incomparably surging moonlight spread out, its might shocking the heavens and earth. Sin of heaven! An unprecedented might appeared with a bang. With Fan Lingwei as the center, the power of purification of absolute beginning spread rapidly, devouring the heavens and earth. Inside and outside the battle, the innate saints felt this powerful pressure, and their expressions all changed. The moonlight filled the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. In the center of the moonlight, Fan Lingwei rose into the air, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, like a goddess of absolute beginning descending to the mortal world. The terrifying aura made one shudder. Retreat or die. A cold and emotionless warning, the threat was not concealed at all. Fan Lingwei looked at the 12 innate saints in front of her, and her aura was raised to the limit. In the battle, Bai Wangji snorted coldly, and his figure flashed past, attacking again. Boom! Lightning and moonlight clashed, and a waterfall of blood splattered. Bai Wangji's figure was directly sent flying, and his blood dyed the blue sky. In the void, the 11 innate saints, including Darkness Master and Mo Master, looked at each other and did not dare to stay any longer. Retreat! With a command, the saints retreated together, and in the dazzling golden light, the saints disappeared one after another. In the celestial domain, Fan Lingwei looked at the retreating saints and did not chase after them. Her aura gradually retracted. In the celestial domain, the saints of the mortal world all heaved a sigh of relief. They finally retreated. Fan Lingwei descended from the sky and said calmly, "Everyone, go back and continue to strengthen the celestial domain." The saints of the mortal world nodded and left. After the saints left, a trace of blood silently dripped from the corner of Fan Lingwei's mouth. It was so dazzling. Facing the strongest innate saint, even someone as strong as Fan Lingwei was injured quite badly. Qing Ning stepped forward and said softly, "Why force yourself?" Establishing dominance. Fan Lingwei said calmly, "The growth of the celestial domain still needs time, and it can't withstand the endless harassment of these innate saints. It's been hard on you." Qing Ning sighed softly. "It's no problem, I just need to rest for a few days." Fan Lingwei looked at the mortal world and said, "I can feel that his strength is also constantly increasing. Perhaps it won't be long before he can summon the third great Tao bridge." In the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the horizon. As if he felt the gaze from the celestial domain, a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, she was here, so he could leave the celestial domain without worry. "Father, hurry up." In front, Gui Gui turned around and urged, "It's time to sweep the Empress tomb." "Okay, I'm coming." Ning Chen came back to his senses and stepped forward. In front of the tomb, 2 figures, one big and one small, seriously swept the dust of Zhang Xuan's tomb. 100 years was like a day, and they never stopped. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. 1,000 years in the mortal world was so long. 1,000 years was enough to change everything. The immortal Great Xia, after 1,000 years, began to decline. Generation after generation of martial marquises fought bloody battles, but they still could not change the rapid decline of this immortal dynasty. The powerful countries from the north and the west joined forces, and the cavalry stepped into the territory of the Great Xia, leaving the Great Xia devastated. The flames of war burned every inch of the Great Xia's territory. The immortal Great Xia finally fell. And in the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chen and Gui Gui never walked out of the forest. They did not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. There was no absolute immortality in the world. It was already a miracle that the Great Xia could survive until now. Finally, the cavalry from the north forced their way to the imperial city of the Great Xia. Chapter 1629. Great Xia, Fire Beacon City. The allied forces of the 7 surrounding countries were besieging, especially the cavalry of the north. In the imperial city of Great Xia, the last Marquis stood guard. His battle clothes were stained with blood. In the imperial city, the common people were also in despair. The once glorious dynasty had fallen overnight, and there was no chance for it to rise again. When the Marquis of Triumph could not return in triumph, the immortal dynasty had also reached its end. On the city wall, the current Marquis of Triumph looked in the direction of 10 miles Maple Forest. For a long time, he was silent. In the end, he did not make a move. In 10 miles Maple Forest, Gui Gui, who had just finished sweeping the grave for her grandson, looked up at her father and said, "Father, I want to eat tonghulu." Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded and said, "Okay, father will take you to buy it." The two of them moved and walked towards the imperial city together. In the imperial city of Great Xia, the city gate was closed. The armies of the 7 countries had surrounded the city. In front of the north gate, there were 50,000 cavalry of the northern herders. At this moment 2 figures, one big and one small, walked over from the north gate. Their pace was neither fast nor slow, and they seemed out of place in this war of life and death. In front of the 50,000 cavalry, a general in green armor frowned when he saw the newcomers. "Bring the bow," the general in green armor said coldly. "Yes." A soldier handed over a hard bow and a quiver of arrows. The general in green armor drew the bow, and the arrow pierced through the air. The arrow of a warrior was majestic. Wherever the arrow passed, dust and sand would roll up like a hurricane, shocking the world. The 50,000 cavalry stared at the arrow with excitement in their eyes. However, the gazes of the 50,000 soldiers of the north changed. When the shocking arrow approached the 2 figures in the distance, it directly dissipated. The dust and sand in the air dissipated, and it did not cause any waves. This shocking scene shocked the 50,000 cavalry. Their general and Marquis of Triumph of Great Xia were the strongest warriors of the divine Great Land. Under this arrow, they could not even touch the body of that young man. Under the north gate of Great Xia, Ning Chen led Gui Gui and walked over. Looking at the closed city gate, he did not stop walking. Clouds gathered below the 2 of them. They soared into the air and walked to the top of the city. Marquis of Triumph recovered from his shock and bowed respectfully. "Gui Gui wants to eat tonghulu. Sorry to disturb you," Ning Chen said apologetically. Marquis Triumphant Return looked at the little boy beside Marquis Jiming, hesitated for a moment, and then looked away and said respectfully, "Marquis, please take action and save Great Xia from this crisis." Ning Chen turned around and looked at the allied army of the 7 empires below the Grand Xia royal city. He calmly said, "Back then I also encountered a similar situation. However, things are different now. The current Grand Xia is already too rotten." Hearing this, Marquis Victorious Return's eyes were filled with despair. Protecting the Grand Xia is the responsibility of Marquis Wu. Marquis Triumphant Return, I'll leave it to you. Ning Chen said something that seemed very irresponsible. Then, he led Gui Gui down the stairs. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, it was now abnormally desolate. The destruction of Grand Xia was imminent, and the commoners were in a state of panic. Not to mention selling candied haws, even the common cloth and grain stores on both sides of the streets had already closed their doors. War had changed too many things. The once prosperous empire had completely fallen into the flames of war. Even the last imperial city was in a precarious state. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. This was an eternal truth. It was already an incredible miracle that Great Xia had survived until now. Perhaps it was Jiming and the others' reward for saving the world. The heavens allowed Great Xia to survive until today. However, this glory had finally come to an end. In the desolate royal capital of Grand Xia, Ning Chen and Gui Gui walked through all the streets, big and small, but still couldn't find a stall selling tonghulu. They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Uncle, do you know where I can buy tonghulu?" Ning Chen pulled an old man who was walking in a hurry and asked. The old man stopped and looked at the 2 people in front of him. He said impatiently, What kind of world is this? Where can you find such things? Uncle, please forgive us. The child wants to eat. As a parent, I don't want to wrong the child, Ning Chen said apologetically. The old man sighed and said, Follow me. After that, the old man led the way to the end of the street. Ning Chen held Gui Gui's hand and followed. At the end of the street, in front of a simple house, the three of them stopped. The old man opened the door and walked to the stove. He lit some dry wood and put some sugar into the pot, starting to boil soup. Ning Chen stood at the side, watching and learning attentively. He knew that it would be a long time before he could buy Tonghulu in this city. Not long after, the old man finished boiling the sugar. He skewered a few hawthorns and dipped them in the sugar juice. A Tonghulu skewer was done. Ning Chen and Gui Gui were considered lucky. The old man they met used to sell Tonghulu and Tonghulu for a living. It was easy for him to do this. Thank you, uncle. Ning Chen took the Tonghulu, thanked the old man, and handed it to Gui Gui. Thank you, father. Gui Gui's little face showed a happy smile as she ate the Tonghulu. Young man, go home soon. This world is chaotic. Don't run around outside. The old man looked at the white-haired young man and sighed. Okay, we'll go back soon. Ning Chen nodded. At the side, Gui Gui happily ate the Tonghulu, her little face full of satisfaction. Seeing the smile on the child's face, the old man's expression became more complicated. The heavens are blind. We finally had some good days, and now there's a war. Maybe in a few days we'll all become slaves. The old man sighed again. Why were these days so hard? Ning Chen was silent and did not answer. Not long after, Gui Gui finished eating the Tonghulu. Ning Chen thanked the old man again and left with Gui Gui. On the desolate streets, there were almost no pedestrians. Occasionally there would be one or two, but they were all in a hurry and did not dare to stay outside. The familiar situation was exactly the same as when Great Xia was besieged. The only difference was that the times had changed. Outside the imperial city of Great Xia, the Seven Countries Alliance army had begun to attack the city. On the city wall, the imperial guards led by Marquis Kaixin defended the city with all their might. For their faith, they would rather die than retreat. In the city, Ning Chen held Gui Gui's hand and walked silently, not saying a word. Gui Gui seemed to feel her father's mood and obediently did not disturb him. Just as Great Xia was on the brink of life and death, in the east of Great Xia, in the completely abandoned imperial city, a beautiful figure in white walked over. Her hair had long turned white. After 10,000 years, Mu Qingxue returned again. However, everything had changed. Turning into a Taishang, Mu Qingxue's eyes no longer had a trace of human emotions. With every step he took, the ground was covered in frost. Mu Qingxue returned. In the polar region of the north, in the heavenly music parlor, the master of the heavenly music parlor opened her eyes and looked to the east. Mu Qingxue had returned. Heaven's will. In this era, he and she had returned to the beginning of everything. However, this time, would the outcome be different? Chapter 1630. In the Grand Xia Imperial City, an army was pressing down on them. At this moment, no one could change the situation. In the city, Ning Chen brought Gui Gui forward to see the final glory of Great Xia. In the east of the Great Xia dynasty, Mu Qingxue returned to the desolate city. Looking at the desolate city that had become a thing of the past, there was not a single ripple in his calm eyes. Perhaps it was because of his memories, but after 10,000 years, Mu Qingxue still came back. After a long while, Mu Qingxue turned around and looked in the direction of the royal city of the Grand Xia. Venerable Immortal? At the same time, in the royal capital of Grand Xia, Ning Chen sensed something and turned his gaze towards the east. Their gazes collided, their thoughts unknown. After a while, Mu Qingxue's figure disappeared into thin air from the desolation city. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, on a desolate street, a beautiful figure appeared. The aura of time emanating from her was unconcealable. At the front, Ning Chen held Gui Gui's hand as he looked at the woman who had appeared in front of him. A complicated light flashed through the depths of his eyes. She had finally become a saint. This meant that she was no longer Mu Qingxue, but one of the 49 Grand Daos, the Grand Oblivion Dao. Similarly, Mu Qingxue was also looking at the master of the ancient era's immortal domain before him. After a long time, he calmly said, "Long time no see." "Long time no see," Ning Chen replied softly. Reincarnation after reincarnation, with different standpoints, these two people who had been at each other's throats for many lifetimes were connected by fate. Now that they met again, their feelings of gratitude and resentment were complicated. "Killing each other here?" Mu Qingxue asked. Ning Chen looked at the dilapidated imperial city of the Grand Xia and shook his head gently. "Let's wait." Mu Qingxue nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Ning Chen left the imperial city of the Grand Xia dynasty with Gui Gui. Mu Qingxue followed behind and headed towards the 10-mile maple forest. Behind the three of them, the allied forces of the 7 nations had finally breached the imperial city of the Grand Xia. Marquis Triumphant Xian had died in battle, and the imperial city of the Grand Xia had been burned to the ground. Raging flames dyed the sky red. The winner was king while the loser was in the wrong. It was cruel. Ning Chen turned his back to the imperial city and walked forward. He didn't look back at all. Behind him, Mu Qingxue looked at the man in front of him. There was not a single ripple in his cold eyes. He was sometimes more ruthless than she, for he was too rational to be affected by emotion. Grand Xia, which he had protected for half his life, was about to be destroyed. Yet, he wasn't willing to interfere. Such rationality was truly terrifying. The three of them walked through the 10 miles maple forest. Ning Chen went into the house to prepare tea for the guests. Gui Gui looked curiously at her sister in front of her, her big eyes unblinking. "Your child?" Mu Qingxue looked at Gui Gui and asked. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Gui Gui is the child of the Nether Lord and I." "The Nether Lord?" Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Mu Qingxue's eyes as he said, "Fate makes fools of people." The Supreme of the immortal region and the saints of the various heavens had always been irreconcilable. Who would have thought that she would have a child with the Nether Lord? "Please verify." Ning Chen served the tea and said politely, "Thank you." Mu Qingxue took the tea and replied. The tea was very hot, but when it reached Mu Qingxue's hands, it quickly cooled down. When the tea entered his mouth, there was a slight bitterness. After the bitterness, there was a hint of sweetness, leaving a rich aftertaste. "Only you came back?" Mu Qingxue took a sip of tea and asked. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "They all stayed in above heavens." "It's rare to see you stop," Mu Qingxue said. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he said, "Now that there are so many powerhouses in the mortal realm, I believe in them. Do you really think you can kill all the saints of the various heavens?" Mu Qingxue continued to ask. "Where there is a will, there is a way," Ning Chen replied. "Your stubbornness hasn't changed at all." Mu Qingxue's expression turned cold as he said indifferently. "In life, there must always be something that one perseveres in," Ning Chen replied softly. Mu Qingxue put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the burning Great Xia's imperial city. He said, "Back then, this was also the place that you risked your life to protect. Why are you ignoring it now?" Ning Chen was silent and did not reply. "Where's your sword?" Mu Qingxue did not continue to question him. He glanced at the wooden house and asked. "I left it in the immortal region." Ning Chen answered truthfully. "Without your sword, do you think you're a match for me?" Mu Qingxue said indifferently. "Perhaps not," Ning Chen replied. "I won't show mercy," Mu Qingxue said indifferently. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "There's no need to show mercy." Mu Qingxue stood up and walked out of the wooden house. In the 10-mile maple forest, Mu Qingxue walked out and Ning Chen followed behind him. The red maple leaves in the sky were as red as fire. Mu Qingxue was surrounded by cold air, and the small world was separated from the big world. Standing in the small world, Ning Chen stared at the girl in front of him. He clenched his right hand and the maple leaves in the sky gathered and turned into a red maple sword. "Please," Mu Qingxue said calmly. "Please." Ning Chen replied softly without any hostility in his words. However, his battle intent rose. At the same time, Mu Qingxue's killing intent rose. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, a maple leaf fell into the small world and blocked their vision for a moment. The two moved at the same time. The Taishang sword was unsheathed and the sword radiance was dazzling. The sword radiance was shocking and ruthless. The maple sword in Ning Chen's hand blocked the radiance of the Taishang sword with a loud boom. After the collision, Mu Qingxue disappeared instantly and appeared behind Ji Ming before he could react. The speed of the travel scroll was unparalleled in the world. Mu Qingxue had already done his best at the beginning of the battle. As the Taishang sword slashed down, Ji Ming's figure also disappeared at an unbelievable speed. The phoenix's extreme speed was beyond the limit. In the blink of an eye, the maple sword slashed down. Boom! The swords clashed again and the airwaves surged. The entire small world shook violently and lost its color. The collision of extreme speed was so fast that even time and space were distorted. The plain clothes and the white clothes kept clashing in the small world. They were so fast that their figures could barely be seen. After returning to the Saint Realm, the Taishang sword was even more powerful than the Taichu sword. Facing the reborn Taishang sword, Ning Chen didn't dare to be careless and used all his strength. Arg! Suddenly, Ning Chen's vision blurred. A sword pierced through his chest and blood dyed his plain clothes red. The phoenix that hadn't entered the Saint Realm lost in the battle of speed. The difference couldn't be made up. The drops of blood were so dazzling. The two faced each other. They had known each other for countless years, but the swords in their hands didn't show any mercy. After severely injuring his opponent, Mu Qingxue's body glowed with white light and he flew into the sky. At that moment, the sword radiance in the sky gathered and turned into two huge sword wings. The powerful aura made people shudder. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingxue's wings flapped and he disappeared in the sky. He tore through time and space at an even more terrifying speed and came before Ji Ming. As the danger approached, the phoenix rose around Ning Chen. After the phoenix wings appeared, he quickly retreated. However, he was still one step too late. The Taishang sword pierced into Ji Ming's heart meridians mercilessly and brought out a glaring red waterfall. Chapter 1631. The 10 Miles Maple Forest was an invisible small world. Mu Qingxue, who had mastered the travel scroll, was unparalleled in speed and severely injured the knowing destiny state. The Taishang supreme sword pierced through Ning Chen's chest. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he tried to stabilize himself. The phoenix fire in the sky could not stop the sword radiance. In the sky, Mu Qingxue's sword wings vibrated. His speed was unbelievably fast. The strongest Taishang had gone through hundreds of tribulations and reached his current state. He was higher than the saints and was close to the God of gods. Facing such a powerful opponent, the knowing destiny state without a sword was at a disadvantage and was severely injured. In the small world, the maple leaves flew in. They were red like blood. From the beginning to now, after hundreds of reincarnations, it's time to end all grudges. The Taishang supreme sword in Mu Qingxue's hand glowed. He moved. There was no time to react. Not even divine consciousness could detect it. It was so fast that even time could not record it. The wind stopped and the clouds stopped. Out of a martial artist's instinct, Ning Chen brandished his sword to block. However, his move was ultimately restricted by his opponent. Ugh! The two swords clashed. The horrifying power of the sword attacked. Ning Chen groaned and took a few steps back. Blood splattered and dyed the leaves on the ground red. The maple was red, but the blood was even redder. The tilting of the battle was expected. How could the knowing destiny state without a sword change his fate when facing the Taishang Supreme who had gone through hundreds of reincarnations? The fated battle was unavoidable. Neither of them held back. It was a battle of life and death. Blood dripped from the maple sword. Their bodies were injured, but it was impossible for the saints to be completely unaffected. The phoenix fire rose and Ning Chen's injuries were quickly healed. However, the sword aura came again. Boom! The sword was fast, but the sword was even faster. In the battle of speed, Ning Chen was at a disadvantage for the first time in 10,000 years. Again and again, he was left with more serious injuries. The knowing destiny state is lucky to see such extreme speed. It turned out that there was such a speed above speed. Ning Chen stopped and focused. The phoenix flames around him soared. The phoenix appeared and its cry pierced the sky. Above Ning Chen, a huge shadow of the phoenix appeared. The gods of the ancient world had fallen in the beginning, but their bloodline had never disappeared. Ha! Ning Chen let out a long shout. His divine essence rushed to the top of his head, and his qi pierced through yin and yang. His fluttering white hair was so dazzling. Blood energy surged around Ning Chen's body as he transformed into the phantom of a phoenix. He wanted to revive the ancestral phoenix. In the battle, Mu Qingshue's expression turned serious. Taishang indifference, one sword of wind's soul. Facing such a situation, Mu Qingxue used the Taishang emotionless ultimate technique for the first time. The raging wind blew and a sword appeared in the wind. Mu Qingxue stood in the raging wind and slashed down with his sword. The wind spirit sword was indestructible. Under the shadow of the ancestral phoenix, Ning Chen waved his sword to block. The maple sword was destroyed, and the wind spirit sword qi penetrated through his body. A scarlet waterfall sprinkled down on the small world, and it was exceptionally dazzling. Ning Chen's white clothes were dyed red with blood. He staggered. His body's recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. In the void, the ancestral phoenix cried out in grief. Its enormous wings flapped, illusory and difficult to distinguish. The powerful Taishang was ruthless and cold. Every move was full of murderous intent. In the immortal palace in the immortal region, the four immortal swords trembled as if they sensed the danger of their master. However, they were sealed in wooden sheaths and couldn't come out. In front of the immortal palace, Fan Lingyue sensed the abnormal movement of the immortal swords. Her expression turned serious as she looked at the human world. He was in danger. He's in danger. Demonic qi surged as Niu Chang appeared. Looking at the four immortal swords in the immortal palace, she said in a low voice, "Unseal the immortal swords." "No need." Fan Lingyue shook her head and said calmly, "Since he sealed the four immortal slaying swords, he must have his reasons. We can't interfere with his decision. But the immortal swords are warning him. He must be in danger." Niu Chang said seriously. Fan Lingyue was silent. After a while, she said, "Since he has made a choice, he can only bear the consequences." Her calm and ruthless words were just like the northern Meng military advisor who slaughtered millions of soldiers 10,000 years ago. She was never swayed by emotions. Niu Chang's eyes darkened. Looking at the determined woman in front of her, she didn't say anything. She had to admit that the woman in front of her and Ji Ming were both lunatic. Not only were they ruthless to others, they were even more ruthless to themselves. In the small world of the 10 miles maple forest, Ning Chen was injured. His body was on the verge of collapse. In the void, the phantom of the ancestral phoenix wailed sorrowfully. However, it couldn't return to its ancestral state. Mu Qingxue looked at the phantom of the ancestral phoenix in the void. He waved the divine sword in his hand. The sword condensed into a gust of wind that whistled. In the face of danger, a blood-stained silhouette in the small world flashed and blocked the phantom of the ancestral phoenix. With a loud rumble, blood spurted out from Ning Chen's body. His body couldn't hold on any longer and started to collapse. Blood spilled in every corner of the small world. It was bleak and beautiful. Mu Qingxue looked at this scene. After a while, his expression suddenly darkened. No. His strength shouldn't be limited to this. Even if he lost his sword, he should still have 2 clones. In the wooden house in front of the 10 Miles maple forest, a white-haired silhouette in plain clothes looked up at the maple forest. "Father, what are you looking at?" Gue Gue, who was practicing writing, asked in confusion. "Nothing." Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the words written by Gue Gue. He said softly, "Continue writing." "Okay." Gue Gue nodded and replied obediently. Outside the wooden house, a black-haired silhouette in black clothes leaned against the wooden house and looked at the maple forest quietly. His demonic chi was restrained, but he was equally powerful. In the 10 Miles maple forest, the body of the phoenix that was fighting alone in the small world collapsed. Blood spilled all over the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying divine flame ignited in the void. Every drop of blood turned into the most blazing divine flame, burning the small world. The sudden change made Mu Qingxue's expression darken. He clenched his fists. Raging waves roared and snow filled the sky, trying to extinguish the flames of the phoenix's nirvana. However, since the nirvana had begun, how could it end so easily? The formless will was illusory. The small world changed, turning into a world of flames. In the surging divine flames, the ancestral phoenix bathed in flames and its cries shook the sky. It broke through the limit. The most shocking scene was that a red-haired silhouette in red clothes appeared out of thin air amidst the cries of the phoenix. Its divinity was shocking. The phoenix ancestral awakening, the body of the Tao. In the large world, the third great Tao bridge appeared and quickly solidified. At this moment, in the various worlds, the saints felt something and looked at the human world. It's a success. In the immortal region, in front of the immortal palace in the east, Niu Chang recovered from the shock and said. Fan Lingwen nodded. His expression was calm without any ripples. It was good that he didn't die. In the 10 Miles maple forest, in the burning small world, the red-haired phoenix body walked out. Looking at the white-haired silhouette in the void, it said, "I've kept you waiting." Before it finished, the red-haired silhouette disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the Grand Supreme. The phoenix body held the air and the maple leaves in the sky formed a sword. With a slash, the world changed. Chapter 1632. In the 10 Miles maple forest, the red maple leaves drifted in the air. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. In the small world where the divine flames were burning, the phoenix achieved Tao and completely reverted to its ancestry. The chaotic divine demon that achieved Taichu had fallen in the Taichu divinity war. Its bloodline was scattered in the mortal world, eternal and immortal. However, after countless years, the ancestor phoenix finally reappeared in the mortal world. The divine flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Its power was so terrifying that it was shocking. In the flames, a red-haired and red-clothed figure walked out. With one step, it crossed the river of time and came before the Grand Supreme. The earth-shattering strike was so fast that it could be destroyed in an instant. The maple sword fell, and blood was everywhere. Whoosh! With the ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, blood spurted out of Mu Qingxue's left shoulder. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts at the last moment, he was still injured. It was an indescribable strike. Even the Grand Supreme, who had achieved Tao, was at a disadvantage in terms of speed. The ancestor phoenix that was born with heaven and earth was an extremely powerful existence even among the chaotic divine demons. It was not any slower than the most powerful saints in the world. Ning Chen did not hold back at all. He condensed vitality with his fingers and divine flames with his sword. Suddenly, raging divine flames rose, and the fear of burning the sky engulfed the entire small world. In the divine flames, the sword Qi pierced through the air and tried to kill the Grand Supreme. Mu Qingxue blocked the strike with his sword. With a loud tremor, the corner of his mouth turned red, and he took a few steps back. The phoenix that had reverted to its ancestry was almost unstoppable. Mu Qingxue stopped moving. Strange lights surrounded him and healed his injuries. Grand Supreme Indifference, Abyss. Knowing that his opponent had changed, Mu Qingxue stopped hiding. He shouted and strange lights spread out from his body. Grand Supreme Indifference was the most terrifying cultivation technique since ancient times. It was both martial arts and rules. Only the Grand Supreme could control it. The Grand Supreme showed his power. Suddenly, the small world was filled with boundless darkness. The small world became heavy and suppressed all the rules within. The shocking power suppressed the divine flames and turned the tide of the battle. In the void, the red-clothed and red-haired knowing destiny stood quietly and felt the change in the rules of heaven and earth. The speed of heaven and earth was the same, but there was a difference between yin and yang. In the dark small world, the heaven and earth were as cold as the abyss. The small world started to change. Mu Qingxue's body moved, the huge sword wings on his back flapped, and his speed increased again. Ning Chen took a step forward. Behind him, divine flames curled up and transformed into a pair of gigantic phoenix wings. The phoenix wings flapped, and his speed also reached the limit. Boom! The phoenix and Taishang clashed. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang clashed, splitting the world in half. In the Tenli maple forest, the small world could no longer suppress the shockwaves from the battle between the two. The shockwaves spread out in all directions. Right at this time, in front of Tenli maple forest, two great Tao bridges appeared. The main body and the demonic body appeared, stabilizing the shockwaves. In the next moment, two streams of intertwining light soared into the sky from the 10 miles maple forest, flying into the starry sky. In front of the 10-mile maple forest, in front of the wooden house, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. He looked at the horizon, and a light flashed in his eyes. Mu Qingxue's strength had improved again. The outcome of this battle would not be decided so easily. You don't plan to make a move? Don't tell me you're soft-hearted. She's a Grand Supreme, and she's also a Khanate saint. Don't forget the hatred of 100 lifetimes just because of a lifetime of fate. I know what to do. Ning Chen looked at the sky and said indifferently, compared to Grand Supreme, we have more important things to do. It's difficult if Ghost Girl doesn't wake up. The demonic body said seriously, Yama Lord is the most accomplished person in the world when it comes to divine souls. Her Tao laws were damaged by Ming Ming, and it'll take a long time to recover. But what we lack most now is time, Ning Chen replied. The demonic body fell silent and did not say anything else. In their plan, Ghost Girl was the most indispensable person. Only Yama Lord of the underworld understood divine souls the best. However, Ghost Girl had not woken up for a long time, which made it difficult for their plan to be carried out. In the starry sky, two streams of light, one red and one white, flew past between the big stars. They collided again, and their power was extremely shocking. Borrowing sword from the heavens. When the battle reached its climax, the phoenix body stood still and shouted. She controlled the stars to form a sword, and the 9 stars were connected like pearls. The majestic action was shocking. In the starry sky, the 9 big stars turned into heavenly swords and flew past. Blazing divine flames surrounded them, destroying everything in their path. On the opposite side, Mu Qingxue saw this and turned the Grand Supreme Divine Sword in his hand. Its sharp edge soared into the sky, and 1,000,000 miles of sword light spread across the starry sky. Boom! In the most extreme of collisions, the two forces collided again, shattering stars one after another and destroying star regions one after another. The Sage Realm was indescribably powerful. Every move had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Grand Supreme and the Chaos Ancestor Phoenix competed at extreme speed, and it was hard to tell who was better. The intense battle gradually evolved into a long battle that lasted for 1,000 days. They fought until the sky lost its color. After the Grand Supreme and the Phoenix left the 10-mile maple forest, the forest returned to peace. Ning Chen continued to teach Ghost Girl how to read every day, and he would visit Zhang Xuan's grave every season. Ghost Girl was slowly growing up. Although the process was very long, Ning Chen saw it clearly. Perhaps the greatest joy in the world was to be able to watch one's children grow up slowly. In the past 1,000 years, Ning Chen stopped and focused on accompanying Ghost Girl to grow up. Ghost Girl, it's time to come back and learn how to read. Day after day passed. After an unknown number of days, the sun once again shone brightly in the sky. Ning Chen looked at the ghosts playing outside and said, "Let's go." "Yes, Daddy." Ghost Girl heard and put down the small wooden sword in her hand and ran back. Ning Chen squatted down and wiped the dirt off Ghost Girl's face. Then, he held Ghost Girl's little hand and walked back into the house. At this moment, in the 10-mile maple forest, a red-haired figure in red appeared with divine flames. The phoenix body that had returned was covered in blood, and the aura in her body was extremely messy. It showed that she had gone through a fierce battle. In front of the wooden house, demonic aura surged. The demon body walked out and looked at the phoenix body. "Your injuries are not light. I can still hold on, but I need time to recuperate," the phoenix body said tiredly. "What about the Grand Supreme? Did you kill her?" the demon body asked lightly. The phoenix body shook her head and said calmly, "I won by half a move, but it was not enough to take her life. However, her great path bridge was broken by me. Even if she did not die, she would be disabled." Hearing this, the demon body's deep eyes flashed. If that was the case, the Grand Supreme was no more. In the wooden house, Ning Chen, who was teaching Ghost Girl how to write, suddenly paused. He made a mistake. In the depths of the starry sky, a flowing light flew by, and the blood all over his body dyed his white clothes red. With a bang, Mu Qingxue, who could no longer support himself, fell from the sky above a barren big star and crashed onto the big star. Knowing destiny was ruthless, he had broken the Grand Supreme's great path bridge with his own hands and destroyed her eternal foundation. Chapter 1633. At the end of the starry sky, on a barren primitive planet, Mu Qingxue, who was covered in blood, fell onto the planet and fainted. Mu Qingxue's physical body was severely injured after his bridge of the Great Tao was broken. If he hadn't experienced 100 reincarnations and improved his cultivation, he would have died already. However, even so, Mu Qingxue was at the end of his life. His life force kept leaking out, and he could die at any time. The bridge of the Great Tao was the foundation of a saint. Even an immortal saint would die once his bridge of the Great Tao was destroyed. After a long time, Mu Qingxue woke up on the barren primitive planet. He struggled to get up and staggered forward. The blood-stained white dress was dazzling. Grand Supreme, who was once famous in the absolute beginning, was about to die. However, Mu Qingxue didn't want to give up. He supported his severely injured body and staggered forward step by step. Born with the heaven and earth, Grand Supreme reached the absolute beginning and experienced 100 reincarnations. Grand Supreme's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary saint. Because of this, he could barely hold on until now after his bridge of the Great Tao was broken by knowing destiny. Time passed day after day. Mu Qingxue's life force became weaker and weaker. Behind him, every inch of land he walked on was stained with blood. Finally, when Mu Qingxue couldn't hold on any longer, a blood-stained divine demon weapon counting platform appeared at the end of the life planet. The ancient and majestic divine demon weapon counting platform was 10,000 miles wide. Blood stains could be seen everywhere on the platform. The remaining aura was still abnormally strong. The divine demon weapon counting platform that had existed for countless years was filled with cold death aura. Long ago in the absolute beginning era, an unknown battle between gods had taken place here. The blood stains on the platform were left behind by the divine demons. As the strongest saint of the unruffled emotions path, Mu Qingxue had seen the existence of the divine demon weapon counting platform when he was ignorant. Now, when his life was in danger, he came to this former divine demon holy land. Chaotic divine demons were powerful existences that appeared before saints. Among the 49 great Daos, the true identities of the god of hell and level 8 gods were chaotic divine demons. They were so powerful that almost no one could rival them. In front of the divine demon weapon counting platform, Mu Qingxue couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. Blood flowed out and spread in all directions. Just as the blood around Mu Qingxue spread to the divine demon weapon point, the entire divine demon weapon point suddenly came to life. The divine demon weapon point, which had been dormant for a long time, was activated. Gradually, the sound of war drums could be heard from the divine demon weapon counting platform. The sound of war drums could be heard all over the original star. The war drums sounded and the world was shocked. The moment the divine demon weapon selection platform was activated, the sages of the mortal realm and above heavens, including Ning Chen, felt something and their faces turned solemn. What a powerful aura! Boom! As the war drums sounded, an earth-shattering tremor spread out in the starry sky. The chaotic divine demon unleashed a terrifying power and attacked the seals around it. The heavenly holy city had turned into an impregnable fortress that sealed the formidable existences of the absolute beginning era. However, since the seal wasn't complete, it couldn't trap the chaotic saints in it. Inside the seal, the sound of violent impacts rang out again and again. After each impact, the seal of Sky Transcendence Sacred City would weaken a little. In front of the wooden house in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen sensed something. He looked up into the starry sky, his expression grave. This ominous premonition indicated that something terrifying was about to be born. In front of the Eastern Immortal Palace in the Immortal Realm, Fan Lingyue also looked up into the starry sky. The war drums sounded ominous. It wasn't a good omen. The divine demon weapon selection platform. In the 8th heavens, the god who had survived since the absolute beginning era looked at the mortal realm with surprise in his eyes. As a chaotic divine demon, everyone knew about the existence of the divine demon weapon selection platform. During the absolute beginning era of chaos, the platform was stained with the blood of too many divine demons. He didn't expect to hear the war drums of the divine demon weapon selection platform again in this era. In the mortal realm, at the end of the starry sky, on the ancient original star, the divine demon weapon selection platform was activated. The war drums sounded one after another. Mu Qingxue, who had used his blood to activate the divine demon weapon selection platform, had already fainted in front of the platform. However, after forming a blood contract with the platform, Mu Qingxue's body that was about to collapse gradually stabilized. "Who is she?" Among the war drums, a gloomy and sharp voice sounded. It was indignant. A human from 10,000 eras later. A second ancient voice answered. "How can we entrust our lives to such a weak human? I can't accept it." A third voice sounded. It was sometimes far and sometimes close, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was her blood that awakened us. Since her blood could awaken us, it means that she isn't weak, the ancient voice said again. "Stupid and lowly human. How can we, divine demons, submit to the will of a human?" A fourth voice sounded. It was angry. Dong, dong, dong. On the divine demon weapon selection platform, the war drums kept echoing. The wills of the divine demons were impacted, and their voices became terrified. "Lowly human, I can't accept it. This is fate." Among the war drums, the voices of the divine demons gradually weakened. The quarreling also disappeared. Time passed day after day in the 10 miles maple forest. The ripples from the end of the starry sky also calmed down. Ning Chen stayed in the 10 miles maple forest and didn't leave. His peaceful days didn't change because of anything. On this day, outside the 10 miles maple forest, The squeaking sound of wheels running over the snow could be heard. It was ear-piercing. Soon, the carriage arrived at the 10 Miles Maple Forest. A beautiful and noble woman walked out of the carriage. After the woman got out of the carriage, she also brought a young child out of the carriage. The former walked to the wooden house with the child. Muir greets the great Xiaojiming Marquis. The woman walked to the front of the wooden house and bowed respectfully to the plain-clothed young man. At the side, the child also bowed, but his expression was slightly less respectful and slightly more curious. Ning Chen walked out of the wooden house and looked at the two people in front of him. He asked calmly, "You are?" "Muir of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. This is my brother, Mu Seer. He is the current Golden Saber Khan of the Golden Tribe Royal Court." Muir looked at the legendary figure in front of her and said respectfully. She knew that the man in front of her was like a god. He had the power to change everything. She couldn't be careless. "So you are the great and young Khans of the Golden Tribe Royal Court," Ning Chen said softly. "Actually, you don't have to come. The fate of the great Xia dynasty is over. Its destruction is irreversible. I won't interfere." Muir heard this and her crescent-shaped eyes flashed. She said, "We have heard of the legend of the Jiming Marquis since we were young. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Ning Chen smiled faintly and didn't want to say more. He said, "Go back. Treat the people better." After that, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He turned and walked into the wooden house. Chapter 1634. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed in the 10 Miles Maple Forest. Gui Gui grew up a little. She learned how to read and write and practiced martial arts with her father. Ning Chen taught Gui Gui everything he knew, including the art of war, the way of the sword, and the way of being a human being. 1,000 years was out of reach for mortals, but it was just a moment for a saint of the Great Path. The lifespan of a saint was almost endless. Although Gui Gui was not a saint, she was the only saint in the world. Even after 1,000 years, her appearance did not change much. She only grew a little. Like a 4 or 5-year-old child, Gui Gui began to be a little naughty. She often played tricks on the little gourd and some small animals in the 10 Miles Maple Forest. Sometimes, she would run out and not come back until sunset. Ning Chen gave Gui Gui the greatest freedom. He only taught her some principles of being a human being and left the rest for her to experience. In the past 1,000 years, the Golden Palace, which had once destroyed the Great Xia, had changed dynasties several times. The flames of war broke out again and again. Peace was always hard to come by. War and peace became the eternal cycle of the human world. It happened again and again, and no one could change it. From a teenager to a saint of the Great Path, the golden age that Ning Chen had always hoped to see did not come. As long as there were people, the war seemed to never stop. However, even so, Ning Chen did not give up. He waited for the golden age to come. "Daddy, big fish." At this time, outside the 10 Miles Maple Forest, Gui Gui ran over with a fish about the same size as her. Her little face was full of excitement. "Slow down. Don't fall," Ning Chen said with a gentle smile. "Daddy, let's eat grilled fish tonight," Gui Gui said with an expectant look. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and said softly. Night fell. In front of the wooden house, a bonfire was lit. Ning Chen set up a rack over the bonfire and roasted fish for Gui Gui. Gui Gui sat aside obediently and looked at the big fish on the bonfire eagerly. She was so hungry that she was almost drooling. At this moment, in front of the bonfire, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He looked at the maple forest not far away. The dark night sky obscured one's line of sight. In the maple forest, behind a big tree, a little girl in tattered clothes timidly hid there. She looked forward with longing in her eyes. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger, but she did not dare to go forward. It could be seen that the little girl had not eaten for a long time. Her clothes and shoes were damaged, and she looked very pitiful. Gui Gui, there's a little sister over there. She seems to be hungry. Can you ask her to come and eat fish with us? Ning Chen said in front of the bonfire. Hearing this, Gui Gui looked at the maple forest. When she saw the little girl, she nodded obediently and said, "Okay." With that, Gui Gui got up and ran toward the maple forest. Not long after, Gui Gui pulled the little girl over. When the little girl saw Ning Chen, she was still a little scared and did not dare to speak. Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled at the little girl, tore off a small piece of fish, and handed it to the little girl. Go ahead. The aroma of the fish floated in the night wind. It was so tempting that the little girl who had been hungry for 2 days couldn't resist the temptation of food. She took the fish and stuffed it into her mouth. Don't worry, there's more here. Ning Chen tore another piece of fish from the bonfire and handed it to the little girl and said softly. The little girl took the fish and ate it. Little tears flowed down her little face. Sister, don't cry. On the side, Gui Gui stretched out her hand and wiped away the tears on the little girl's face. The little girl of unknown origin added a little change to this quiet night. Every time the little girl finished eating a piece of fish, Ning Chen handed her another piece until the little girl shook her head and said no. The fish that Gui Gui brought back was very big. The little girl didn't eat much. Most of the remaining fish was eaten by Gui Gui. The little girl watched Gui Gui finish the fish that was about the same size as them. The little girl couldn't hide the surprise on her little face. Daddy said that you need to eat more when you're growing. Gui Gui handed the last piece of fish to the little girl and said, I can't eat any more. The little girl shook her head gently and said. Gui Gui heard this and finished the last piece of fish. What's your name? After the two were full, Ning Chen wiped the grease off their hands and asked. Butterfly. The little girl answered timidly. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He quickly collected his thoughts and said, Where are your parents? Hearing the former's question, tears flowed out of the little girl's eyes again. She said, They died in the war. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, From now on, you will follow me. Are you willing? Butterfly heard this and was startled at first. She quickly recovered and nodded vigorously. I'm willing. Although the little girl was young, she also understood that in this chaotic world, it was impossible for her to survive alone. The benefactor in front of her was willing to take her in, which was equivalent to saving her life. Ning Chen showed a faint smile on his face and didn't say anything more. In the following days, a little girl appeared in 10 Miles Maple Forest. Although she was only 4 or 5 years old, she was more sensible than Gui Gui. Butterfly knew how to be grateful and took care of the naughty Gui Gui in every possible way. Gui Gui was naturally happy to have a sister to take care of her. Every day, she followed behind Butterfly like a little tail. In the ordinary days, Ning Chen taught the two little guys to read and write. He also practiced martial arts and discussed Tao. However, in terms of Tao, Ning Chen taught the two different things. Gui Gui was extremely intelligent. She was able to learn everything at once, so Ning Chen taught her a little more. Comparatively speaking, Butterfly's talent in Tao was much worse. Ning Chen only taught her one type of Tao. Saber Tao. Even Ning Chen himself didn't know the pinnacle of Saber Tao. The only saber god in the world had already fallen. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but Butterfly's understanding of Saber Tao was different from ordinary people. Her progress in Saber Tao could be described as rapid. Just 7 days before Butterfly's 10th birthday, Ning Chen left 10 Miles Maple Forest for a day. When he returned, he brought back a black object. It was like a stone but not a stone, like iron but not iron. In the following 7 days, Ning Chen was very busy. Every time Gui Gui came to him, she would be reprimanded. Gui Gui felt wronged, but she didn't disturb him again. In these 7 days, Butterfly took care of Gui Gui alone. Took a lot of effort to make the wronged little guy happy. Finally, on the day of Butterfly's 10th birthday, a black saber appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The saber was long and narrow. The handle was gorgeous. It was like a butterfly blooming with sharpness. When Butterfly saw her birthday present, she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes anymore. Sister, let me see. Gui Gui looked at the saber. Her little face was filled with envy and expectation. Butterfly handed the saber to Gui Gui and said softly, Gui Gui, you will have one in the future. Chapter 1635. 10 years had passed since Butterfly came to the 10 Miles Maple Forest. Butterfly was 15 years old and had grown into a beautiful girl. In the past 10 years, Ning Chen taught Butterfly the knife technique, even more so than when he taught Ghost. In front of the 10 Miles Maple Forest, Ghost sat on a stone stool and watched her sister and father fight. Ning Chen set up a restriction around 10 feet to prevent the impact from spreading outside. Inside the restriction, Ning Chen and Butterfly were fighting. Their knife was so sharp that it cut through the void. Their knife technique was amazing. In the past 10 years, Butterfly's knife technique had improved tremendously. In terms of knife technique, Ning Chen had nothing else to teach her. In the 10 feet restriction, the two figures kept crossing each other. Their sword fingers clashed with the knife radiance. Butterfly held the knife and attacked fiercely. Ning Chen used his fingers as a sword and attacked with defense. After dozens of rounds, Ning Chen would hold back his sharpness every time he attacked, just to draw out Butterfly's greatest potential. Boom! The knife and sword clashed. The radiance was dazzling and the waves were rolling. In the battle, they looked at each other. In the blink of an eye, their radiance rose again. Sister is so powerful. In front of the wooden house, Ghost looked at the battle and said in a childish voice, Immortal is so powerful too. Little Gourd replied, Yes, father is so powerful too. Gui Gui agreed. The two little guys watched the battle. No one knew if they understood what was going on, but they kept talking. In the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. Butterfly's combat power was fully unleashed. Her body was graceful and graceful. Ning Chen taught Butterfly the best knife technique and body movement. In the past 10 years, Butterfly's cultivation had surpassed the martial artists of the same age. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Ning Chen used his fingers to stop the knife radiance. He looked at the girl in front of him and said with satisfaction, Okay, you can finish your apprenticeship now. Butterfly heard and her beautiful face showed a touch of joy. She bowed respectfully to the man in front of her and said, Thank you for your teaching, master. Go on. You've been staying in 10 Miles Maple Forest all these years. Although your saber techniques have improved very quickly, you've been lacking in tempering yourself. It's time for you to go out for a walk. Remember, no matter what happens, come back alive, Ning Chen said with a smile. Hudy was taken aback. She quickly regained her senses and bowed again. Yes, Hudy will remember. An hour later, the butterfly left, leaving the 10 Miles Maple Forest where it had stayed for 10 years. Gui Gui was very reluctant, but she could not stop Butterfly from leaving. When a fledgling grew up, it would eventually soar into the 9 heavens. In order for the butterfly to have a better future, having the butterfly leave the 10-mile maple forest was a necessary choice. Under the setting sun, Ning Chen looked at the disappearing figure of the butterfly with mixed feelings. Perhaps the Empress had felt the same way when she looked at his back. However, the difference was that the butterfly left for 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, Ning Chen and Gui Gui waited in the 10-mile maple forest. Although they missed her, they didn't go out to look for her. After leaving 10-mile maple forest, the butterfly first went to the central region, then the extreme north, the homeland of Western Buddha, and the southern region. After traveling through the entire inner realm, the butterfly left the inner realm. The butterfly had created too many legends in her 100 years in the inner realm. A young woman with an extremely high cultivation level and shocking saber techniques was extremely rare in the history of the 5 regions. The goddess of the saber. In just 100 years, the butterfly received this title. 100 years later, the butterfly could no longer find an opponent in the inner realm, so she went to the sky beyond heaven. In the sky beyond heaven, there were numerous stellar domains that were vast and boundless. There were countless martial Tao experts, and the strongest had already cultivated to the heavenly Tao realm. They were extremely terrifying. Hotian, Xiantian, treading celestial, mortal immortal, heavenly Tao realm, Genesis realm. There was almost no end on the path of martial arts. However, in the human world, the heavenly Tao realm was the peak. The butterfly had cultivated from Hotian to mortal immortal, and from Xiantian to heavenly Tao realm. In 1,000 years, she had lived a life that others could not live in 10,000 years. In this 1,000 years, whether it was the inner realm or the sky beyond heaven, the butterfly's brilliance was extremely dazzling. She was like a peerless genius that appeared out of thin air. No one knew her origins, but she shocked the entire human world. The butterfly had never mentioned her identity, nor did she mention her master's name. She only used the saber in her hand to carve out a bright path. In the most intense battle in the heavenly Tao realm, the butterfly faced an equally talented expert who had cultivated 1,000 years earlier than her. This battle lasted for 1,000 days. It could be said to be a true battle of 1,000 days. In 1,000 days, half of the galaxy was crippled. Finally, the butterfly used the saber in her hand to kill the enemy, completely defeating her greatest opponent in martial arts. However, after this battle, the butterfly was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. On a primitive planet, the butterfly arrived and collapsed in a pool of blood. At this moment, a white-haired woman walked over and looked at the butterfly in the pool of blood with a confused expression. Finally, the white-haired woman saved the butterfly and brought her to her residence. For 100 days, the white-haired woman took care of the butterfly meticulously. Finally, after 100 days, the butterfly woke up. Seeing the white-haired woman in front of her, a strange look flashed in her eyes. What a beautiful woman! She had seen many women in the past 1,000 years, but in terms of looks and temperament, no one could compare. "You're awake," the white-haired woman said with a smile. "Thank you for saving my life. May I know your name?" The butterfly stood up and asked softly. "I've forgotten," the white-haired woman replied with a calm expression. "You haven't recovered from your injuries. Don't move around." The butterfly looked around before looking at the woman in front of her. "Where is this?" "Zay country," the white-haired woman answered. "However, this place is very remote. It's best you don't go out with your injuries." When the butterfly heard that, she nodded gently and agreed. In the following days, the butterfly stayed in the white-haired woman's residence to recuperate. She rarely left her room. However, the butterfly would occasionally go out for a breather. She listened to the white-haired woman's warning and did not go far. Zay country was a country that no one had ever heard of. At least, the butterfly had never heard of it in her 1,000 years of life. However, the butterfly learned a few things about Zay country from the white-haired woman. Zay country was a country on the water. The entire country was filled with vast swamps with almost no land. Such a harsh environment made it impossible for humans to survive. Therefore, Zay country was not a country of humans, but a world of the Fey race. Of course, the white-haired woman was an exception. The butterfly could clearly sense that the woman who saved her was not of the Fey race. Because the white-haired woman liked to wear white clothes and her hair was white, the butterfly called her sister White. The white-haired woman also tacitly agreed to this name. "Sister White, have you never thought of leaving this place?" In front of the window, the butterfly looked out at the endless swamp and asked. Chapter 1636. Zay country was a boundless and mysterious country. The entire country was surrounded by a vast lake. Without land, it was difficult for humans to survive. The cosmos was vast and humans ruled the world. However, in an unknown world, there were other races that existed other than humans. Zay country was a country ruled by the Fey race. It was rumored that in the distant Zay country's imperial city, the strongest Zhe country royal family, had already produced a heavenly Tao realm expert. The strongest expert was already close to the monarch realm. However, rumors were ultimately just rumors. In the era when humans ruled the cosmos, the Fey race lived in seclusion and rarely appeared in front of humans. At the borders of Zhe country, on a piece of land that rose above the lake, there was a simple courtyard. In the courtyard, a white-robed, white-haired woman was quietly planting herbs in the courtyard. 10 years passed like a day. No one knew how long the white-haired woman had lived there, nor did anyone know her origins. Only the strange birds that flew in the sky witnessed the passage of time, year after year. The appearance of humans in Zhe country eventually attracted the attention of the surrounding Great Fae. Over the millennia, the Great Fae of Zhe country rarely appeared in the human world. However, none of the humans that accidentally entered Zhe country had ever walked out alive. It was in the Fey race's nature to eat humans. During the Fey race's strongest era, they even reared humans for food. Now that the Fey race was weak, they did not dare to offend humans, but they would not let off any humans that came knocking on their door. However, the strange thing was that the white-haired woman had lived in Zhe country for so many years unscathed. In the house, Butterfly, who had been recuperating for many days, propped up her weak body and walked out. When she saw the white-haired woman outside, her eyes flashed. Despite recuperating for so many days, she was unable to understand Sister Bai. Without a doubt, Sister Bai was no mortal. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to live in Zhe country for so long. However, up to this day, she was unable to sense any quintessential energy fluctuations from Sister Bai. In the courtyard, the white-haired woman sensed something and turned to look at Butterfly, who had walked out of the house. Her beautiful face revealed a smile as she asked, "Why are you out?" "I stayed in the house for too long, so I came out to get some fresh air." Butterfly looked at the woman in front of her and replied softly. She took a step forward and looked at the herbs in the courtyard. She asked in surprise, "Sister Bai personally planted all these?" "Yeah." The white-haired woman nodded and said, "I had nothing to do, so I found something to do." Butterfly walked forward and looked at the great herbs in the courtyard. The surprise in her eyes became more and more intense. These great medicines were all rare treasures in the world, and there were actually so many of them here. Roar! At this moment, in the distant swamp, a deafening roar rang out, shaking the area within a radius of several thousand kilometers. Hearing the commotion in the distance, Butterfly's expression froze and her body tensed up unconsciously. "Don't be nervous." The white-haired woman smiled and said, "It's fine." As the voice faded, several silhouettes appeared in the distant sky. Their auras were powerful, and all of them were surrounded by demonic chi. It was a shocking sight. However, as soon as these people appeared, before they could even get close to the small courtyard, a huge green dragon rushed out from the depths of the swamp and directly swallowed several great demons in the void into its stomach. It was a shocking scene. Before the butterfly could come back to its senses, the green flood dragon had already disappeared into the lake. At the side, the white-haired woman didn't seem to be surprised. She continued to organize the great medicines in the garden. "Sister Bai, what is that green flood dragon?" Butterfly regained her senses and asked. "I raised her." The white-haired woman smiled gently and said, "I saved her before, so I raised her here." When the butterfly heard that, she finally understood. No wonder no great demons came to disturb this place. They were probably all eaten by the green flood dragon. At the same time, in the center of Zhe country, in the Valley of the Abyss, the legendary sacred ground of the demon race, the royal family of Zhe country resided here. Legend had it that since ancient times, the royal family of Zhe country had been guarding this place and had never left. There was even a legend that there was an extremely powerful existence in the depths of the Valley of the Abyss. It was the ancestor of all demons and was comparable to the gods and demons in the primordial era. "Your Majesty, the aura of the princess has been detected." At this moment, an old voice sounded in the valley of the abyss. Send someone to bring the princess back. In the valley of the abyss, a majestic voice sounded and ordered. Yes. At the border of Zay country, under the great swamp, the green flood dragon swam around lively. On the great swamp, the white-haired woman held some great medicines in her hand and threw them into the great swamp. Below, the green flood dragon swallowed the great medicines that fell into the great swamp into its stomach and became happier. Suddenly, in the great swamp, the green flood dragon's body trembled and looked into the distance. Someone is coming. Beside the white-haired woman, Butterfly also sensed the powerful aura in the distance as she said solemnly. At the end of the boundless great swamp, golden light emanated as 3 figures descended from the sky. Their terrifying auras indicated that each of them was above the heavenly Tao realm. Your Highness, please return with us. Among the 3 figures, a young man wearing a golden crown said calmly. Under the great swamp, the green flood dragon immediately hid in the deepest depths of the great swamp when it saw the trio. Your Highness, please return with us. The young man leading the group spoke again as golden light emanated from his body and spread towards the great swamp below. In the depths of the great swamp, the green flood dragon immediately struggled violently, unwilling to submit. In the yard, Butterfly frowned when she saw this. Since she's unwilling, why are you forcing her? In the void, the young man looked at the duo as a stream of light flashed in his eyes. Humans? Humans, it's best you don't poke your nose into other people's business, the young man said indifferently as the golden light around him blazed even brighter. Butterfly's expression turned cold. Just as she was about to take action, she was stopped by the white-haired woman beside her. Ching Ching, are you going back with them? The white-haired woman looked at the green flood dragon in the depths of the great swamp and asked softly. I don't want to go back with them. The green flood dragon struggled with all its might as it replied anxiously. Upon hearing the green flood dragon's reply, the white-haired woman nodded gently. She looked at the trio in the void and said calmly, Ching Ching doesn't wish to go with you. Go back. In the void, the 3 great sages of the demon race had cold expressions. They found the naivety of the human girl beneath them laughable. In the middle, the young man with the golden crown raised his hand as a powerful force pressed down on the duo. Butterfly sensed it as her expression froze. What powerful demonic powers! Why must you be so overbearing? By the side, the white-haired woman sighed softly. She raised her slender hand and everything in the world came to a halt. The golden light that permeated the void immediately dissipated. When the young man saw this, his expression changed. Demonic aura surged around him in a domineering manner. In the world, a gigantic ancient mutated beast phantom appeared. It was massive and ferocious, sending chills down one's spine. However, in just an instant, the mutated beast phantom collapsed and dissipated. Back off. The white-haired woman waved her slender hand and the 3 great sages of the demon race were sent flying thousands of miles away. Chapter 1637. In the great swamp of the monster kingdom, 3 great saints of the monster race were about to take the monster princess away by force. For some reason, Ching Ching was extremely terrified of the 3 great saints of the monster race, and struggled desperately. At the critical moment, the white-haired woman made her move and severely injured the 3 great saints of the monster race in one move. It was a shocking scene. Thousands of miles away, the 3 great saints of the monster race staggered and stabilized themselves, their faces full of shock. No one would have thought that a human woman who did not seem to have any true yuan fluctuations would have such terrifying strength. Retreat. The 3 great saints of the monster race did not dare to stay any longer and immediately left. On the great swamp, the white-haired woman looked at the green dragon in the depths of the great swamp and smiled. All right, Ching Ching, they are gone. Under the great swamp, the green dragon flew out and turned into a human in the void. It was a little girl who looked to be about 10 years old. She was dressed in green and had a delicate face. She was very cute and pretty. No one would have thought that the little girl was the terrifying green dragon that had devoured so many great demons. Thank you, sister. Ching Ching looked at the white-haired woman in front of her and said gratefully, "You are the princess of the monster race?" At the side, Butterfly suddenly asked. Ching Ching shifted her gaze and looked at the unfamiliar human in front of her. She curled her lips and said, "Yes." "Then why are you unwilling to go back with them?" Butterfly was puzzled. Ching Ching heard and her eyes turned red. "They killed my father. They are all bad people. There was a rebellion in the demon race. Ching Ching's father was ambushed by the current demon emperor. Before he died, he sent Ching Ching away. When I rescued Ching Ching, she was already covered in wounds," explained the white-haired woman. When Butterfly heard this, her eyes flashed with pity, and she did not ask any more questions. "Ching Ching, Butterfly, pack up. We are leaving," the white-haired woman said. "Leaving?" Butterfly was surprised. "With your strength, why do you need to leave?" "I have caused trouble for you," Ching Ching said apologetically. "It's fine." The white-haired woman reached out and patted Ching Ching's little head. She looked at Butterfly and said, "The monster race emperor is a peak monarch expert. There are some problems with my cultivation, and I am not suitable to face such an expert for the time being." Butterfly gently nodded her head when she heard this. So that was the case. Could it be that she had always felt that there was something wrong with Sister Bai's cultivation? Since they'd made their decision, the three of them didn't delay any longer. They packed up their things and left. Ching Ching transformed into a green serpent and swallowed the herb garden in the courtyard. She then flew off into the distance with the two of them. After a day and a night, the three of them stopped on a high ground that was 10 square miles wide. The white-haired woman and the butterfly rebuilt the small courtyard and the house together. Ching Ching spat out the herb garden and returned to the great swamp. The land of the Lake Kingdom had spirit chi that other places did not have. Ching Ching was still young and needed to stay in the Lake Kingdom for a long time to absorb spirit chi to strengthen herself. This was also the reason why the white-haired woman and Ching Ching had never left the Lake Kingdom. In the depths of the Valley of the Abyss, the three great sages of the demon folk returned and knelt at the end of the valley. "She managed to injure you with one move. This human lady is at least a monarch." In the depths of the Valley of the Abyss, a majestic voice sounded calmly saying, "You can all leave. I have my own arrangements for the princess." Yes. Hearing this, the three great sages of the demon folk bowed respectfully and left. Not long after the three of them left, at the end of the abyss, golden light filled the air. A man in a golden dragon robe appeared and walked down the abyss step by step. "Jilin, it's your turn." At the bottom of the abyss, the demonic emperor looked at the huge stone door in front of him. He raised his right hand and golden light spread out. The demonic emperor lifted the seal. Suddenly, the stone door rumbled and opened again after so many years. Inside the stone door, a red aura surged. A pair of cold eyes opened, emotionless and crazy. Jilin, the anomaly of the demon folk, had finally appeared after being sealed by the previous demonic emperor for more than 100,000 years. "You should know what I want you to do. Bring her back alive," the demonic emperor said calmly. In the red mist, a handsome yet cold figure walked past. The moment the two of them brushed past each other, even the sky above the abyss cracked open. In the east of the Lake Kingdom, the butterfly and the white-haired woman who had just settled down felt a strong pressure from the abyss. Their expressions froze. "He's here." In the blink of an eye, a red aura filled the sky. A dragon roared and Jilin reappeared. At the bottom of the abyss, Ching Ching felt the terrifying aura and couldn't help but tremble. It's him. The monster who had almost destroyed the demon folk in the past. But he was also her uncle. Jilin appeared in the sky. The connection between bloodlines couldn't be hidden, no matter how far away they were. Come back with uncle." Jilin looked at the green serpent crawling under the abyss and smiled. Under the abyss, Ching heard the familiar voice and trembled even more violently. In the small courtyard, the butterfly looked at the figure in the sky. She clenched her right hand and a beautiful blade appeared. She took a step forward and disappeared instantly. When she reappeared, she was in the sky. Boom! The beautiful blade slashed down and the sky darkened. Only this blade could be seen. After 1,000 years, the butterfly in the saber once again displayed the might of the saber god. In the air, Jilin King raised his right hand to block the saber. The turbulent aura shook continuously. Around the two, the sky changed color and the wind and clouds became chaotic. Your blade technique is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too young. After a moment of stalemate, the monster essence in Jilin's right hand exploded and pushed the human girl back. The butterfly flew back to the small courtyard and looked at Jilin in the sky with a serious expression. What a powerful monster! At the same time, in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen stood in front of the wooden house and watched Gue practice martial arts. Daddy, I miss my sister. Gue, who was practicing her sword, turned around and said, Then you have to practice hard. When you're done, we'll go find your sister. Ning Chen smiled. Really? Gue asked with a hopeful look on her face. Really? Ning Chen nodded. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy is the best. Gue's face lit up. She didn't feel tired anymore and continued to practice her sword. Seeing Gue's enthusiasm, Ning Chen smiled. He looked at the end of the sky and saw flashes of light. That girl seemed to be in some trouble. However, he wasn't worried. If he couldn't win, he could run. There were many old monsters like him in the world. There was no need to risk his life every time. In the abyss, the butterfly, who was at a disadvantage, gathered her true yuan again. She turned around and used her divine skill again. Butterfly burial of flowers. The saber danced and the saber light filled the air like butterflies flying in the sky. It was fascinating. In an instant, the saber slashed down and destroyed everything. Chapter 1638. In the Great Lake, Lin had appeared to capture Qing personally. At the critical moment, Butterfly made her move. Butterfly buries flowers and cleaves the heavens. The peerless blade cleaved apart the heavens and earth. In the air, Lin's eyes flashed with a strange light as interest appeared on his handsome but cold face for the first time. It was indeed exciting to meet such an expert right after coming out. Lin raised his hand, using his flesh to block the sharp edge of the blade. Boom! An earth-shattering tremor resounded. The blade that could cleave the heavens was blocked by the fiend race anomaly's body. Butterfly's expression froze. This was the first time she had met such a terrifying opponent since leaving 10-mile maple forest. In the small courtyard, the white-haired woman looked at the butterfly in front of her as a dazed look appeared on her beautiful face. She felt that Butterfly's blade technique was familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. But she couldn't recall where. In the air, Butterfly fought Lin. The blade light illuminated the heavens and earth. Butterfly's cultivation was in the heavenly Tao realm, but she still couldn't gain the upper hand against Lin. The pressure of cultivation was difficult to overcome. Even a genius like Butterfly couldn't overcome the gap of time. Boom! After 10 moves, Lin used his finger to block the tip of Yen Su's saber. Around the two of them, their clothes fluttered in the wind, and the air currents surged. The fiend race anomaly had nearly caused the extinction of the fiend race. He was the most terrifying existence among the fiend race. Even the previous fiend emperor was wary of him. Now that Lin had appeared again, it was a disaster for both the fiend race and Butterfly. No wonder those fiend race idiots kept failing. You're not bad, human. Lin blocked Butterfly's blade with a wave of his hand. He gathered energy in his palm and struck out with an earth-shattering force. Seeing this, Huti's expression darkened. Unable to dodge, she gripped her saber with both hands and pushed her martial arts to the limit. She slashed her saber down to block the shocking palm. Boom! A deafening sound of collision rang out. The yen saber cut open the palm power, but the remaining power was still hard to block. The butterfly took the shock of the palm power and flew out 1,000 feet away. The corners of her mouth were stained red. The difference in cultivation was difficult to make up for. After 10 moves, Butterfly's defeat was obvious. One more palm, Yellow Springs. Not wanting to show any mercy, Jilin King's body reappeared with blood-red light. Murky undercurrents surged violently as a terrifying power erupted, ready to kill his opponent. The butterfly focused and took a step forward. Butterfly shadows appeared around them again. If one looked closely, they would see thousands of blade lights rising up. It was a shocking sight. The two moves were about to clash, and the outcome of the collision would be decided. At this moment, the white-clothed woman standing quietly in the small courtyard below had disappeared without a trace. Above the void, a blood-red light filled the air as the Qi Lin extreme technique was unleashed. Boom! At this moment, a white-haired woman appeared out of thin air in front of the butterfly. She raised her slender hand and blocked the apocalyptic demonic Qi. A violent shockwave shook the air, and the bloody light that filled the sky gradually dissipated. Within the bloody light, 2 figures appeared, and they were actually evenly matched. A look of surprise flashed across Jilin's face, but it quickly returned to normal. It turned out that this human girl was the real master. In front, the white-haired woman looked back at Butterfly behind her and said softly, "Butterfly, leave this person to me. You rest for a while." Butterfly nodded. She did not persist and descended from the sky. In the 10 years in the 10-mile maple forest, Butterfly had learned many things. However, the most important thing in the Knowing Destiny sect was to protect one's life. Even if one knew that it was impossible, one would persist when necessary and be a fool when not necessary. Butterfly was not a fool, so she retreated when necessary. Above the void, the white-haired woman looked at the beast race in front of her. She did not say anything and directly rushed out. Her speed was unbelievably fast. Jilin's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously raised his arm to block. Boom! A violent collision sounded, and Jilin's body was pushed back several feet. The corner of his mouth was red. What a shocking result! Jilin's eyes flashed with shock. In that instant, he did not notice it at all. In the void, the white-haired woman stood quietly. There was no fluctuation of true qi around her, as if she was immortal. However, only Jilin, who had fought her personally, knew how terrifying she was. That palm just now was only the power of her physical body, but it was enough to put him at a disadvantage. World-burning evil flame. The situation was unfavorable. Jilin flipped his palms, and the evil flame soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic aura swept out, causing people to shudder. The beast race was a monarch, and his strength was terrifying. For countless years, he was considered a taboo by the beast race, and had been sealed at the bottom of the abyss. Now that Jilin had appeared, he displayed the most terrifying evil energy. Scarlet flames filled the air, forming a sky-burning terror. It was an indescribable scene. Flames surged in the sky above the great swamp, covering the sky and the sun. In the void, the white-haired woman stood quietly in the midst of the evil flame. Her expression did not change at all. The world-burning evil flame was shocking. With the support of the evil flame, Jilin's body emitted a demonic red light, causing people to feel fear. Jilin clenched his hands, and 2 linked evil weapons appeared. They looked like sabers and swords, but they were not swords. When the evil weapons appeared, the evil aura in the surroundings became even more shocking. It supported the evil flame, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In an instant, Jilin's body moved, and the 2 linked evil weapons in his hands slashed out. Immediately, 2 streaks of red light shot out, bringing with them a shocking evil aura that cut through the void. As the evil light neared, the white-haired woman moved at the same time, dodging the attack with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Jilin. It was an ordinary palm strike, but it contained the power to fight the heavens. With a boom, it landed on Jilin's chest. Jilin groaned and retreated several steps, the corners of his mouth turning red again. The incomparably powerful opponent did not show any mercy. In the midst of the evil flames, the white-haired woman did not wait for Jilin to stop and appeared behind him. Her palm was like a mountain that could be split open. Jilin staggered and almost fell to the ground. One attack after another landed on Jilin's body. The white-haired woman's speed was so fast that even lightning could not catch up to her. Even the butterflies below were shocked. She had only seen such a terrifying speed from one person before, and that was her master. Who would have thought that big sister Bai's speed was not inferior to her master's? Ha! After suffering countless attacks, Jilin's eyes blazed with a bloody light. With a roar, evil energy surged out from his body. In an instant, Jilin's body turned into a huge scarlet dragon that roared into the 9 heavens. The dragon's body was like a mountain range, and its head and tail could not be seen. In the horizon, the scarlet dragon breathed out a terrifying evil energy, wanting to destroy the entire lake. Below, the white-haired woman frowned slightly. She rushed into the sky and dispersed the evil energy with a palm strike. Above the 9 heavens, a white light flashed as the white-haired woman stepped on the air. She grabbed the scarlet dragon's tail and flung it towards the distant mountains. Boom! 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 Amidst the terrifying collision, thousands of miles of mountains collapsed, and rocks fell like rain into the lake. Under the rain of rocks, Jilin reverted to his human form and staggered to his feet. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Chapter 1639. In Zhe country, above the Great Lake, Jilin of the monster race launched an attack and defeated Butterfly. At the critical moment, the white-haired woman stepped in and suppressed Jilin. The white-haired woman's astonishing ability, speed, and physical strength were incomparably tyrannical. Even someone as strong as the monster race anomaly was at a disadvantage. In the collapsed mountain range, Jilin stood up and transformed back into his human form, his body covered in blood. A powerful human shouldn't be unknown. "Who are you?" Jilin King asked, his handsome and bewitching face revealing a trace of crazed battle intent. "I forgot," the white-haired woman replied indifferently. Her silhouette flashed as she arrived at the collapsed mountain range and slapped Jilin King into the mountain range. Blood spurted out and dyed the mountain red. Jilin looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. Like a deranged monster race anomaly, the red light around his body became even more dazzling. He took a step forward and charged forward. Boom! Fist and palm collided, and an astonishing explosion sounded. The two's physical bodies clashed, returning to the most primitive state of battle. Jilin's injuries worsened under the clash of strength, and he was clearly at a disadvantage. In terms of speed, strength, physical strength, and even battle experience, the white-haired woman was extremely terrifying and flawless. If one had to point out the white-haired woman's weakness, it would be the lack of any true chi around her, as if she had lost all her cultivation. Butterfly also noticed this. She originally thought that Sister Bai had deliberately concealed her cultivation, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Sister Bai's cultivation might really have been lost. However, with elder Sister Bai's capabilities, who would be able to cripple her cultivation? Butterfly didn't know, and couldn't know, that the white-haired woman had already forgotten the past. The only person who knew about this had remained in 10 Miles Maple Forest, never telling anyone what had happened. Knowing destiny was ruthless, personally severing the white-haired woman's Tao bridge and crippling her foundation. The white-haired woman's injuries were severe. She was lucky enough to survive, but she had forgotten the past and her cultivation had been crippled. In the distant battlefield, the white-haired woman was dominating the monster race anomaly. Although she had lost her cultivation, she was once a peak existence in this world and was no match for a monarch. However, Jilin was not an ordinary person. His body was injured again and again, but he showed no signs of fear. The red light around his body was like a divine sun, so bright that people could not open their eyes. Qi Lin's injuries were healing at a visible rate. His regenerative ability was far superior to that of ordinary monarchs. Seeing this, the white-haired woman frowned. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Qi Lin in an instant. She grabbed his throat, and her slender hand burst forth with astonishing strength, wanting to break his throat. At this critical moment, the evil weapon in Qi Lin's hands reappeared, and he launched a powerful counterattack. The white-haired woman released her hand and retreated 100 feet. She looked at the monster race divergent in front of her, and her eyes grew even colder. Again, Qi Lin stomped on the ground with his evil weapon and charged forward with a ferocious battle intent. The indestructible evil weapon tore through the void, leaving bloody scars in the world. It was a horrifying sight. Facing the berserk Qi Lin, the white-haired woman was extremely calm. She used her slender hand to block the evil weapon's attack. It was an astonishing battle. The two of them fought from the sky to the Great Lake. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and swamps were incinerated. The most terrifying evil might caused even the stars to tremble. Outside the battlefield, the butterfly watched the battle with a shocked expression. Too strong. There was no limit to how strong one could be. Boom. After an unknown number of moves, the white-haired woman in the sky sent Qi Lin flying again with a palm strike. With a boom, Qi Lin's body fell into the Great Lake, covered in blood. In the abyss, golden light flashed. A figure in a golden dragon robe stood in the air, watching the battle in the distance with a solemn expression. What a powerful human woman! Her strength is already close to the legendary Genesis tier. Qi Lin, don't disappoint me. In the distant battlefield, a blood-colored figure covered in evil flames rushed out from the Great Lake. Although he was injured again and again, his battle intent was still blazing. Deviants of the demonic race had extremely powerful bodies. Even after being sealed for tens of thousands of years, their vitality was still exuberant. In the sky, the white-haired woman was not anxious. Every time Qi Lin stood up, she would beat him down again. Again and again, she would injure her opponent. She believed that there was no such thing as an undying body in this world. As long as injuries continued to accumulate, even gods would fall. 10 moves, 100 moves. Blood splattered everywhere, but the demonic race was unyielding. Qi Lin's eyes had turned a bloody red. Like a mad demon, he charged forward again and again. The white-haired woman was unmoved. Her attacks were extremely calm, and she did her best to injure Qi Lin. After another 100 moves, all of Qi Lin's martial bones had cracked. No matter how strong his body was, it could not be repaired in time. Before he could react, the white-haired woman's figure flashed past, and her palm struck Qi Lin's chest again. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Qi Lin's chest caved in, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Boom! Qi Lin crashed into the mountain, but the white-haired woman did not stop. She flashed in front of Qi Lin, picked him up, and plunged her slender hand into his chest. Blood gushed out, dyeing the white-haired woman's arm red. Qi Lin's body trembled, and the red in his eyes gradually receded. With his heart meridians destroyed, even someone as strong as Qi Lin was rapidly losing his vitality. His life was in danger. At this moment, a golden streak of light shot out from the abyss, slashing toward the white-haired woman from thousands of miles away. The sudden killing move came without warning. The white-haired woman turned around and raised her hand to meet the attack head-on. Boom! A shocking collision rang out. The golden streak of light shattered, and the white-haired woman came to her senses. Qi Lin had disappeared without her noticing. A demonic beast emperor. The white-haired woman looked at the distant abyss and narrowed her eyes. Only the demonic beast emperor could have such strength in Zhe country. He was at the peak of the monarch realm, and was only a step away from the Genesis realm. Legend had it that the demonic beast emperor was a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was a peerless genius of the demonic beast race, and very likely to enter the Genesis realm. In the abyss, the void stirred and Qi Lin's body appeared. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Qi Lin, you have disappointed me. The demonic beast emperor raised his hand, and golden light spread out, swallowing Qi Lin's body. In an instant, golden flames rose between heaven and earth, quickly burning Qi Lin's body to ashes. At the same time, the demonic beast emperor's aura grew stronger, and a blood-red color flashed across his eyes. Only Qing was left. As long as he devoured the last bloodline of the imperial family, he would be able to take that crucial step. In front of the wooden house in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen seemed to have sensed something. He looked toward the horizon, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. This aura seemed to indicate that someone was about to enter the Genesis realm. However, the owner of this aura was mottled and did not seem to be human. Was it a demonic beast race? Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Gue, who was practicing her swordsmanship. It was time to go out for a walk. Chapter 1640. In the abyss, dark clouds covered the sky. Heavy rain fell from Zhe country that had been gloomy for a few days without any signs of stopping. At the border of Zhe country, early in the morning, a white-haired woman finished dressing up and walked out of the wooden house. Outside the wooden house, heavy rain poured down and fog covered the world. At this moment, a green dragon flew out from under the lake and turned into a 10-year-old girl. Sister Bai. Qing went up and said innocently, "Can you teach me martial arts? I want to be as powerful as my sister." The white-haired woman smiled and said, Qing is already very powerful. Sister Bai has forgotten a lot of things and can't teach you. Qing pouted and said, "Sister, you're lying. Sister is so powerful." "Your sister Bai didn't lie to you." Butterfly walked out of the house. After recuperating for a few days, she looked much better. "Sister Butterfly." Qing called out obediently. Butterfly smiled and said, "Sister Bai is a human, and Qing, you're a dragon. Dragons can't cultivate the cultivation techniques of humans. As long as Qing cultivates the secret techniques of the dragon race, she will be as powerful as Sister Bai in the future." "Sister Butterfly is also very powerful," Qing said innocently. "Is Sister Butterfly's master even more powerful?" "Yes." Butterfly nodded and said with a longing look, "Sister Butterfly's master is the most powerful person in the world." "More powerful than Sister Bai?" Qing asked curiously. "Sister Bai is injured, so there's no way to compare." Butterfly smiled and said, Qing will know when I meet Sister Butterfly's master." "Butterfly," the white-haired woman suddenly said. Butterfly shifted her gaze with a questioning look on her face. The Demon King might be coming. The white-haired woman looked into the distance and said. Butterfly's expression froze and looked over as well. Above the abyss, a golden light rose and a figure in a golden dragon robe appeared. His powerful aura was shocking. The appearance of the Demon King shocked the world. Behind him, dragons roared. It was a terrifying scene. With 9 dragons guarding the Demon King, the entire Zhe country was shaken. At this moment, countless demons in Zhe country prostrated and trembled. The pressure from the bloodline was irresistible. The Dragon Clan had been the ruler of the Demon Clan since the beginning of time. Other than the Phoenix Clan, no other Demon Clan could resist them. "He's here." In front of the wooden house, the white-haired woman said calmly. In the sky above Zhe country, golden light filled the air. Giant dragons pulled a dragon carriage over. On the dragon carriage, the Demon Emperor stood quietly, his aura frightening. Beside the white-haired woman, Qing's eyes flashed with hatred and fear when she saw who it was. Qing, come back with me." On the dragon carriage, the Demon Emperor spoke with an indifferent expression. The startling dragon might press down from all directions. Huge waves immediately surged in the usually calm lake. The white-haired woman took a step forward and stood in front of Qing Qing, blocking the dragon might that covered the sky. In the void, the 9 mighty figures of dragons were standing quietly behind the demonic beast emperor, awaiting his orders at any time. The white-haired woman stood silently in front of Qing Qing. A moment later, she disappeared. The demon emperor's expression froze, and he subconsciously took half a step back. Boom! In front of the demon emperor, the white-haired woman appeared out of thin air. She struck out with her palm and tore the void apart. The demon emperor raised his palm and met the attack. The two of them clashed, and earth-shattering shockwaves spread out. The dark clouds in the sky were affected and directly dispersed. "Qing Qing, take care of yourself," Butterfly said from below, and a beautiful saber appeared in her hand. She stepped forward and joined the battle. The 9 demon clan elites immediately moved to stop her, and a great battle instantly erupted. It was an earth-shattering battle. The demon emperor, the white-haired woman, and Butterfly, the 9 demon clan elites fought one after another, symbolizing the peak confrontation between the human and demon clans. The white-haired woman had lost her cultivation. However, as a former saint of the Great Path, her physical body and battle wisdom were unparalleled. Facing the demon emperor who was about to step into the Genesis tier, she was not at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, Butterfly and the 9 demon clan elites fought. They mainly fought as they did not fight head-on, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. The human race actually has an elite like you. After exchanging a dozen blows, the demon emperor felt the strength of the woman before him more and more, and his expression became more and more serious. The demon clan had been away from the human world for a long time, and did not know much about the elites of the human world. He knew that the ruler of the human world was extremely terrifying. Even though the demon clan was far away from the human world, they had heard of the power of the ruler of the human world. However, he did not expect that there would be such a powerful elite in the human world. In the battle, the white-haired woman did not reply. Her slender hands were like lightning, and she attacked with all her might. The two of them fought fiercely, shattering the void. The stars in the sky shook and fell one by one. 10 miles of maple forest, another winter in the divine prefecture. After the heavy snow, everywhere was covered in snow. In front of the wooden house, a figure in plain clothes stood quietly. As if she had felt the shock waves of the battle in the distance, she looked over. In the snow, Gui Gui was playing with the small calabash. Compared to 1,000 years ago, Gui Gui had not grown much. The growth of a saint fetus was much slower than that of ordinary humans. However, Ning Chen could see that the power in Gui Gui's body was getting stronger day by day. Perhaps one day this power would change the face of heaven and earth. Boom! At this moment, above the starry sky, a terrifying tremor could be heard, affecting a few starfields. In the heavenly transcendence sacred city, in the god-sealing array, a huge palm broke through the seal and reached out. The seal was about to break. On the array, cracks could be seen everywhere, as if it would collapse at any moment. In front of the wooden house, Ning Chen felt the changes in the starry sky and frowned. Gui Gui. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and called out, "Daddy." Hearing the call, Gui Gui immediately ran back and asked in a childish voice, "What's wrong? Don't run around at home. Daddy is going out for a while." Ning Chen reminded. "Okay." Gui Gui nodded obediently and said, "Daddy, come back soon." "Okay, Daddy will come back soon," Ning Chen said. Phoenix flames rose around him, and in an instant, he turned into a fire phoenix and soared into the sky. In the starry sky, the fire phoenix flew past. Its speed was fast, and in an instant it was thousands of miles away. Boom! At this moment, in the starry sky, another tremor could be heard. In the god-sealing array, the other hand of the Chaos Godfiend rushed out and shattered half of the seal. In the distance, Ning Chen felt it and sped up. Boom! The third tremor could be heard, followed by the fourth. The Chaos Godfiend broke through the seal bit by bit and was about to come out. At this moment, in the starry sky, phoenix flames spread out. In the phoenix flames, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out. Borrowing sword from the heavens, Ning Chen said. The three of them raised their Saint Chi at the same time. Suddenly, three worldly saint swords appeared in the starry sky. The boundless Saint Chi represented the different principles of the three grand Dao. Then, the three worldly saint swords merged and became one. In the next moment, a 10,000-mile saint sword formed, broke through the barrier of space and fell from the sky. Boom! At the same time, the Chaos Godfiend broke through the seal. Before he could react, the worldly saint's sword pierced through his body. Chapter 1641. In Heavenly You Holy City, the golden seal was destroyed, and the Chaos Godfiend broke the seal. At the critical moment, knowing destiny rushed over and borrowed the sword from the heavens to display his strongest sword. The worldly saint's sword pierced through the Chaos Godfiend's body. Blood splattered all over the sky and dyed the stars red. It was a shocking scene. After the seal was broken, Heavenly You Holy City reappeared in the world. The broken city no longer had any signs of life. The Chaos Godfiend's blood splattered all over the city. 6 corpses fell on the ground, their auras completely gone. The 6 divine generals guarding Heavenly You Holy City finally ended their mission when the Chaos Godfiend broke the seal. In the starry sky, the Chaos Godfiend stood in the air. Blood flowed from his chest and dyed his body red. The gigantic Chaos Godfiend was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. It looked like he could grab a star with one hand. Compared to him, Ning Chen's body was so small that it was almost undetectable. Even so, the Chaos Godfiend didn't dare to underestimate the human in front of him. Human, the Chaos Godfiend said. Blood flowed from his body, and his injuries recovered quickly. Above the void, Ning Chen was not surprised at all when he saw this. The Chaos Godfiend was on the same level as the saints of the Great Path. The saints were immortal, and the Chaos Godfiend wasn't much different. Other than the Netherworld King and the gods of the 8th heaven, this was his first time facing a Chaos Godfiend. He didn't know what the weaknesses of these Godfiends were. Heavenly Demon 9 transformations! Ning Chen shouted. Suddenly, demonic chi surged around him. His demonic body took the lead, and his body grew rapidly. His 1,000,000 feet tall demonic body was as big as the Chaos Godfiend. The battle between the Heavenly Demon and the Godfiend was on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere was tense. Stars flashed past between the two of them, and in an instant, they became eternal. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting. Their 1,000,000 feet tall bodies were extremely powerful, and the stars around them were shattered into pieces. The Chaos Godfiend and the Saints of the Great Path were both terrifying existences in the Genesis realm. They had the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth, and shouldn't have appeared in the world. Now, the two Genesis realm existences were fighting, and their battle shook the entire galaxy. Countless stars were destroyed in this battle. Fortunately, the two of them were in a distant star field, so it did not affect the human world. Ning Chen transformed into a heavenly demon, and with his demonic body as the main body, he tried his best to kill the Chaos Godfiend. After exchanging 100 moves, he shattered the Chaos Godfiend's arm with one punch. At the same time, the palm of the chaotic divine demon tore Zhi Ming's chest apart. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic scene. A battle between Genesis tier cultivators had already surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. Both of them could be said to be old monsters that shouldn't exist in this world. This battle practically had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. In the 10-mile maple forest, Gue Gue sat obediently in front of the wooden house, looking at the sky, waiting for her father's return. "Little Calabash, when do you think Daddy will be back?" Gue Gue asked. "It should be soon," the little Calabash replied with uncertainty. "I miss Daddy." Gue Gue opened her eyes wide and looked at the distant starry sky, waiting for her father to suddenly appear. At the end of the starry sky, The heavenly devil was fighting against the celestial devil. In an unknown world, the knowing destiny state was still fighting for the safety of the human world. The battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights. The surrounding starry sky was almost destroyed. Ning Chen destroyed the Chaos Godfiend's body countless times, but the Chaos Godfiend was able to quickly regenerate each time. Similarly, Ning Chen's body was destroyed under the attacks of the Chaos Godfiend several times, but it quickly recovered with the support of the Great Tao. After 10 days and 10 nights, the battle at the edge of the starry sky stopped for some reason. Ning Chen and the Chaos Godfiend both disappeared. In the 10-mile maple forest, Ji Ming returned, covered in blood. In front of a river outside the forest, he washed the blood off his clothes. "Daddy!" In front of the wooden house, Gui Gui saw her father return and immediately ran over. Ning Chen reached out and caught Gui Gui. He smiled warmly and said, "Gui Gui, have you been practicing your swordsmanship these few days?" "Yes." Gui Gui nodded vigorously. Gui Gui is so obedient. Ning Chen smiled and led Gui Gui to the wooden house. In Zhe country, the same battle was happening, but the results were different. After a few days of fighting, the white-haired woman and the demon emperor, who had the upper hand, suddenly changed. The white-haired woman's injuries that she had suppressed for a long time exploded. Her divine sense was in intense pain. Seeing this, the demon emperor did not hesitate and used all his strength to heavily injure the white-haired woman. In another battle far away, Butterfly was shocked. She wanted to help, but she was stopped by 9 demon race experts. The situation was hopeless. "Ching Ching, run!" Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Butterfly slashed her blade. The blade chi around her turned into thousands of butterflies and carried Ching Ching away. "Sister Butterfly!" Ching Ching, who was carried away by the butterflies, looked at the two in the battle far away. Tears flowed out of her eyes. "Go find my master." Butterfly's words echoed between heaven and earth. Ching Ching's body disappeared into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The demon emperor's expression darkened. He flashed and wanted to chase after her. At this moment, Butterfly let out a long whistle. Her true yuan rushed into the sky and her hair danced wildly. Butterfly burial of flowers. Her beautiful blade shot into the sky and split the starry sky. It forced the 9 demon race great saints back and slashed at the demon emperor. The demon emperor turned around and slashed down with his palm. With a wave of his hand, earth-shattering vibrations shook everyone. In the starry sky, thousands of butterflies flew past with Ching Ching. The collapsed starry sky seemed to have just experienced a great battle. Ching Ching saw the most shocking scene in her eyes. On a huge star, an arm was nailed to it by a stone sword made of meteorites. Blood dyed the star red. However, after traveling for half a day, Ching Ching saw another leg that had been nailed to another star by the stone sword. In the collapsed starry sky, on one star after another, huge arms, heads, bodies, and legs appeared one by one. Every limb was nailed to a huge stone sword, dripping with blood. It was a horrifying sight. It was an indescribable battle. The limbs and head of the huge godfiend were cut off and nailed to different stars to prevent the godfiend from being reborn. Ching Ching looked at this shocking scene and was shocked. She couldn't imagine what kind of existence the owner of this huge body was and how powerful the person who killed this terrifying existence was. Thousands of butterflies flew around Ching Ching and carried her toward the Ziwei starry sky. After an unknown amount of time, thousands of butterflies flew over from the inner realm. They didn't stop and flew toward the divine continent. In front of the wooden house in the 10-mile maple forest, Ning Chen sensed something and looked at the sky. It was the aura of butterflies. After a few breaths, thousands of butterflies appeared in the sky. Behind them, a little girl about 10 years old flew over. Chapter 1642. Butterflies flew over from the 10-mile maple forest. Behind them, a little girl about 10 years old followed. When she saw the white-haired man in front of the wooden house below, she was excited. They finally found him. In front of the wooden house, Ning Chen also saw the little girl flying in the sky. He was surprised. A demon? Say, Senior. Qingqing landed and looked at the white-haired man in front of her. She bowed nervously. Ning Chen looked at the little demon girl in front of him. Light flashed in his eyes. Cracks covered the little girl's body. She didn't look like she was injured. She looked more like she was dehydrated. You're a dragon? Ning Chen asked. He frowned again and said, No, you haven't turned into a dragon. You should still be in your dragon form. Senior, please save Sister Butterfly and Sister White, Qingqing said anxiously. After leaving the great swamp, she was severely dehydrated. Coupled with the many days of running, Qingqing's face was very pale. Ning Chen raised his hand. Water rippled and turned into spiritual qi that entered Qingqing's body. Daddy, what happened to Sister? Not far away, Gui heard the word butterfly and ran over. Sister is fine. Let's go find her now. Ning Chen rubbed Gui's hair. He looked at the little dragon girl and said, Lead the way. Yes, Senior. After receiving spiritual qi to repair her body, the cracks on Qingqing's body disappeared. She immediately led the way. Gui, let's go. Ning Chen took hold of Gui's little hand and followed her. In the starry sky, the phoenix fire spread and rushed toward the end of the starry sky. In Zhe country, after the rainy season, it rained for several months. In the great swamp, Butterfly helped the white-haired woman hide in the mountains. They were covered in injuries. After fleeing for many days, their injuries were getting worse. Butterfly, go on your own. I'll only be a burden to you, the white-haired woman said with a tired expression. Sister White, hang in there. My master should be here soon. As long as he arrives, we'll be safe. Butterfly looked at the powerful demon saints floating in the sky. She hid her aura and tried her best to delay being found. In the void, the 9 demon saints released their divine consciousness and tried their best to find the two's aura. After chasing them for many days, the 9 demon saints forced them into a desperate situation several times. However, they still managed to escape in the end. However, as Butterfly and the white-haired woman's injuries worsened, it became increasingly difficult for them to break free from the encirclement. In the sky above the abyss, the dragon carriage floated up and down. The demon emperor stood quietly on the dragon carriage. His powerful demon aura filled the entire swamp as he searched for the two of them. Suddenly, the demon emperor's eyes lit up and he said, It's on the heavenly fan peak 1,500 kilometers north of you. In the distance, the 9 great saints of the demon race immediately moved toward the heavenly fan peak in the north. On Tianfan Peak, Hudy was supporting the severely injured white-haired woman to stop and rest for a while. She looked exhausted and had obviously reached her limit. Cough, cough. The white-haired woman suddenly coughed violently. Blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth and seeped through her fingers. Sister Bai. Seeing this, Butterfly was shocked and immediately operated her body to heal the former. However, as soon as the true essence entered the white-haired woman's body, it immediately disappeared without causing any ripples. Butterfly sensed it and her expression became heavier. Elder Sister Bai's body was too strange. Her true qi did not work at all. So you were hiding here. At this moment, demonic qi surged in the sky. 9 huge dragons coiled in the sky, and their terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. Then, the 9 great saints of the demon race appeared from the demonic clouds and descended from the sky. Butterfly's expression changed. She immediately got up and stood in front of the white-haired woman. At the same time, in the sky, wild winds howled and thunder rumbled. In the sky filled with golden light, a figure in a golden dragon robe walked out. His boundless demonic qi was terrifying. After many months, the demon emperor's aura was even more shocking. He was only a hair's breadth away from the Genesis tier. Kill! The demon emperor said coldly. Yes. The 9 great saints of the demon race accepted the order and attacked aggressively. Butterfly's expression darkened. She unsheathed her sword and fought the 9 great saints of the demon race again. Bang! Blood splattered on the heavenly fan peak. The severely injured butterfly could not withstand the attacks of the 9 great saints. Behind her, the white-haired woman struggled to get up. However, she staggered again and almost fell. "You're injured. Don't force yourself." The calm voice was so familiar. The white-haired woman trembled. She looked at the figure who had appeared beside her. The young man in plain clothes also had a head of white hair. However, the smile on his face was so warm. "Master." Butterfly's face lit up when she saw the newcomer. "You've grown up." Ningchen smiled. He helped the woman sit down and said with a smile, "All right, leave the rest to me." In the battle, the 9 great saints of the demon race looked at the man in plain clothes. Their expressions darkened. When did this person appear? In the sky, the demon emperor looked at the human man below. His expression also darkened. "Big sister." Gui Gui appeared beside Butterfly. She tugged at Butterfly's sleeve and looked up. "Gui Gui." Butterfly was even more surprised when she saw the little girl beside her. She hugged Gui Gui and said, "Big sister missed you." "Gui Gui missed Big sister too," Gui Gui said in a childish voice. The joy of reunion was so warm. Since Ningchen appeared, Butterfly had let go of all her worries and nervousness. She had never felt so relaxed before. She knew that with Master here, she and Sister Bai would not be in any danger. Behind Gui Gui, Qing Qing ran to Mu Qingshu. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Sister Bai, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Mu Qingshu smiled tiredly. "Qing Qing, don't cry. So many people are bullying a junior of my family. Demon Emperor, you've gone too far." Ningchen stepped forward and shielded Butterfly behind him. He looked at the Demon Emperor in the sky and said calmly, "If you want to fight, I'll be the one to accompany you." "Kill." In the sky, the Demon Emperor waved his hand and gave the order to kill. The 9 great saints of the demon race accepted the order and rushed forward. Ningchen pointed his finger. His body did not move, but sword intent spread out. At that moment, the 9 great saints of the demon race trembled. Blood spurted out from their chests. Their bodies fell down powerlessly. The 9 great saints of the demon race died. The demon emperor's pupils shrank. Before he could react, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared in the sky. "Who are you?" The demon emperor was shocked. "Knowing destiny," Ningchen said calmly. Hearing this name, the demon emperor was shocked. It was him, the ruler of the human world. "I want your bloodline," Lin Feng said. Ningchen said and pointed his finger at the demon emperor's chest. Instantly, blood spurted out and fell like rain. The dragon blood scattered. Ningchen waved his hand and the blood rain flew down to Qing Qing, entering the little girl's body. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky. The green flood dragon turned into a dragon. Chapter 1643. In Zhe country, heavy rain poured down. The azure flood dragon transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. As the dragon blood entered her body, Qing Qing's body transformed. Sharp claws and dragon horns grew out as she transformed into a dragon. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. In the void, the azure dragon's roar shook the heavens. Lightning descended from the sky, but it was difficult to injure the transformed dragon. Not far away, after Ning Chen dispersed the demon emperor's demonic blood, he did not take his life. Instead, he waved his hand and sent him flying. Below, Butterfly saw her master descend from the sky. She jogged over and said with a smile, "Master, you are truly impressive. All right, stop flattering me. Bring your sister Mu and let's go," said Ningchen with a smile. "Sister Mu?" Butterfly was taken aback as she asked curiously. "Your sister Bai's name is Mu Qingxue. She's an old friend of mine," said Ningchen with a smile. Butterfly looked at the duo suspiciously. Why couldn't she tell that Sister Bai and her master were old friends? All right, quickly help your sister Mu up. We are leaving. Ning Chen extended his hand and patted Butterfly on the head as he said, "Where's Qingqing?" Butterfly pointed at Qingqing, who was transcending her tribulations, and asked, "She has her own opportunities. Perhaps it won't be long before another perfected great Tao sage appears in the human world. There's no point in us staying here," said Ningchen. "Sage!" Butterfly exclaimed, "That's fast." "Demons are different from us humans," said Ningchen calmly. "To demons, bloodline heritage is the most important thing. If not, Demon Emperor would not have gone to such great lengths to capture Qingqing." When Butterfly heard this, she looked at Qingqing in the sky with reluctance. However, she knew that all good things must come to an end. She walked in front of Mu Qingxue and helped him up. "Master, where are we going?" asked Butterfly. "To find traces of old friends," Ningchen said before taking a step forward. The cycle of the heavenly Tao had its own destiny. After 100 lifetimes, his old friends returned one after another. However, he had lost a lot. He wished to find them all. The quartet left Zhe country and headed for the human world. Along the way, with Ning Chen's help, Mu Qingshue's injuries gradually recovered. However, the great Tao bridge that Ning Chen had severed could not be restored. Mu Qingshue's memories were all lost. "We are friends." In the mountains, Mu Qingxue looked at the man beside him. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Very good friends." "Then can you tell me about my past?" Confusion flashed across Mu Qingshue's eyes as he asked. Of course. Ning Chen talked about his past with Mu Qingxue as he walked. 100 reincarnations, gratitude, grudges, and grudges. It was so complicated that it was hard to say whether it was gratitude or grudges. Behind them, Butterfly held Gui's hand and followed. Listening to their story, she could not help but be speechless. The past between Master and elder sister Mu was really interesting. When Mu Qingshue's bridge of Tao was broken by Ning Chen, Butterfly's expression became even more interesting. Her master was really, how should she put it? He didn't know how to take care of women at all. Mu Qingxue, on the other hand, didn't feel any hatred. He listened to the story as if he was an outsider. "Do you hate me?" Ning Chen asked softly. "I don't really hate him," Mu Qingxue replied. "If you had lost that battle, I don't think I would have shown any mercy." According to the man beside him, the existence of a saint of the Great Path was a threat to the entire human world. Since they were on different sides, there was no need to show mercy. As for taking care of women, those were useless words. Ning Chen looked at the mountains and rivers before him and said with a smile, "If you want to take revenge, I will not refuse you at any time. If I recover my memories one day, perhaps I will really take revenge on you. However, I don't have that thought right now," Mu Qingxue said calmly. "There's no rush," Ning Chen answered. "Time is long. There will come a day when you recover your memories. Gui, do you think elder sister Mu is my master's wife?" Behind them, Butterfly asked in a very low voice. Gui raised her little head and shook it lightly. She said, Gui doesn't know." Butterfly did not mind. Very rarely did she hear her master mention elder sister Mu. In fact, even Gui's mother was rarely mentioned by her master. She even suspected that her master's wife was someone else. In the All-Heaven Starfield, the world of Buddhism, Ning Chen brought the three of them to the rebuilt Buddha mountain. One after another, Buddhists knelt there and kowtowed day and night. The people of the world were all suffering. They could not ask for anything. Thus, they placed their hopes on the illusory Buddha to comfort their empty hearts. On the Buddha mountain, Sanskrit chants reverberated. A woman in pink clothes was sitting cross-legged. Her body was emitting golden light. She was the reincarnation of the Buddha girl. Her name shook the world of Buddhism. The woman was very beautiful. She was so beautiful that she did not resemble a woman of the mortal world. Before the Buddha mountain, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the woman on the mountain. He revealed a smile on his face. Even though she had returned from reincarnation, she was still so dazzling. On the Buddha mountain, the woman seemed to have sensed the gaze from afar. She opened her eyes and looked over. Their eyes met. One was filled with kindness, while the other was calm. Meeting again after several thousand years, there was no excitement. Instead, there was only the most ordinary of nods. Buddhism believed in the afterlife. In the afterlife, Ai Ran would descend again and deliver all living things from torment. Ai Ran, I will wait for you in the sky. After saying those words, Ning Chen left with Gue Gue and the others. On the Buddha mountain, light flashed through the woman's eyes. It was unknown whether or not she understood Ning Chen's words. In the Ziwei starfield, in a sword pool filled with ordinary swords, a white-clothed swordsman sat cross-legged. His young appearance was very familiar. In front of the white-clothed swordsman was a reconstructed broken sword. Sword chi flowed around it. It was extremely extraordinary. At sunset, in front of the sword pool, a white-clothed figure with white hair walked over. Stepping on the afterglow of the setting sun, his body was filled with sword intent. As the two approached, they both sensed something. The white-clothed swordsman opened his eyes and stared at the white-haired young man in front of him. A strange look flashed through his eyes. This feeling was very familiar. On Ning Chen's body, the martial bone shone brilliantly. It seemed to have found its owner. It was showing signs of leaving his body. In the past, his martial arts had been crippled. His best friend had used his martial bone to reconstruct the path of swordsmanship for him. Now that they had met again, it was time to return it to its owner. Good friend, it's time to return your martial bone, Ning Chen said with a smile. He pressed his left hand on his chest and pulled out the two sword bones on his left and right sternum. Then, he pulled out the two sword bones on his arms. After taking 3 steps, he pulled out the 4 bones. Blood splattered and dyed his white robe red. After Ning Chen pulled out the sword bones in his hand disappeared into thin air and returned to their owner's body. Suddenly, the white-clothed swordsman's body was filled with sword intent. The entire sword pool shook and the wind and clouds changed color. Ning Chen stood and watched for a moment. Phoenix fire rose around him. His martial bone was reconstructed and his saintly body was reborn. 15 minutes later, the martial bone in the white-clothed swordsman's body merged. The sword intent of the two worlds merged and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. One sword, limitless. The white-clothed swordsman pointed his finger. Sword intent filled the air. A dazzling sword light broke through the air and cut through the afterglow of the setting sun. One sword, no regrets. Under the setting sun, Ning Chen also pointed his finger. Sword intent rose around him. The sword light was dazzling. Chapter 1644. At the sword pool, Knowing Destiny and the white-robed swordsman met. Knowing Destiny pulled out his sword bones and returned them to their owner. After the white-robed swordsman got his sword bones, his aura rose rapidly and reached the peak of the sword Tao. Sword will spread in the sky. 2 sword lights broke through the sky and collided in front of the sword pool. A violent shockwave spread out and the sky above the sword pool changed color. After the first strike, Knowing Destiny and the white-robed swordsman retracted their sword wills and did not attack again. Sword 2, we'll meet again in heaven. Ning Chen spoke with a smile on his face before turning around and leaving. In front of the sword pool, the white-robed swordsman watched Ning Chen leave and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Sword 2, he liked this name. Outside the sword pool, Mu Qingxue, Butterfly, and Gue Gue waited quietly. After a while, Ning Chen appeared and walked over. You found him? Is it him? Mu Qingxue asked. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, we caught up. My old friend is still as handsome as ever. Mu Qingxue nodded and did not ask any more questions. He said, let's go. The 4 of them left and started to look for their old friend. Similar flowers bloomed in the human world one after another. It was hard to tell whether it was reincarnation or coincidence. Even a saint could not see through the mortal world. For 100 years, 1,000 years, it was a rare peaceful time. Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue had walked side by side through countless mountains and rivers. They had seen too many hardships in the world. The white hair on their heads spoke of the ruthlessness of time. On a dangerous mountain road, Ning Chen carried Gue Gue and climbed up the rugged mountain road. He turned around and pulled Mu Qingxue, who was following behind him. Butterfly was at the back and twitched her mouth. He valued sex more than his disciple. Halfway up the mountain, Ning Chen looked at the beautiful scenery of the mountain and felt much better. The scenery of this world always made people linger on and forget to return. Master, where is the senior you were talking about? We have been looking for him for hundreds of years. Butterfly struggled to climb up the mountain. She followed Ning Chen's gaze and asked, I don't know either. Ning Chen shook his head and said, I did not see the battle between Senior and the Nether King. I don't know where Senior is now. But since I have a way to live 100 lives, Senior will definitely come back. In this world, there was always a way for the strong to live forever. It was just that they were all different. What about the Nether King? Mu Qingxue asked softly. Nether King. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he replied, If the Nether King doesn't want to die, no one can kill him. The battle between Senior and him has already surpassed our understanding. Perhaps the Nether King will return at some point. If that's the case, I'm afraid you'll have a fierce battle with him in the future. Mu Qingxue said indifferently. Ning Chen smiled softly and said, Even I don't want to experience that terrifying memory again. So even Master has moments of fear? Butterfly smiled. Master is not a heartless monster. Of course he would be afraid. Ning Chen laughed. At the same time, in the human world, on an unknown planet of life, in a divine dynasty that had been glorious for thousands of years, a magnificent palace sat on the 9,000 stone steps that led straight to the heavens. The divine dynasty had existed for 1,000 years. During that time, it was said to be invincible. It swept through the 8 barren lands and unified the 9 states. In the splendid divine hall, the emperor took his seat, and all the officials were present. The third prince is here. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out from outside the divine hall. Under the respectful gazes of all the officials, a man in a luxurious green robe walked in. His robe represented his noble status. The third prince of the great Yen divine dynasty, Yen Qie, was the most dazzling existence in the divine dynasty. He was the prince that the emperor of the great Yen divine dynasty valued the most. This time, the emperor of the great Yen divine dynasty was overjoyed by the third prince's actions. He wanted to make him the crown prince. Greetings, father. Yen Qie bowed and said calmly. You may rise. The emperor of the Yen divine dynasty said. Thank you, father. Yen Qie stood up and said. Lu Zhang, read the edict. The emperor of the Yen divine dynasty said. Yes, your majesty. On the side, a servant came forward and opened the edict that had been prepared and was about to read it. Wait. At this moment, Yen Qie spoke and stopped the servant from reading the edict. Inside the palace, Mang Chao looked at the third prince with a puzzled expression. What's the matter, Qie? The emperor of the Yen divine dynasty asked. I would like to resign from my position, father. Yen Qie knelt again and said calmly, Now that the great Yen has quelled all the rebellions and unified the 9 states, I no longer need to lead the army. Therefore, I would like to resign from my position. I hope father will remember the promise that you made. Once the 9 states are at peace, you will set me free. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. No one expected the third prince to say such a thing at the moment of the crown prince's coronation. The throne of the great Yen divine dynasty was extremely precious. Throughout the ages, countless princes had fought for it with all their might. In this generation, the third prince could be said to be the most skilled in both civil and military affairs since ancient times. Therefore, the other princes had no chance to fight for the throne. Everyone in the great Yen divine dynasty, from the three dukes to the common people, knew very well that the third prince was undoubtedly the crown prince. However, the third prince was leaving now and giving up the position that everyone coveted. On the dragon throne, the emperor of the Yen divine dynasty looked gloomy and said, "Chia, do you know what is written in the edict?" "I know," Yen Chia said calmly. "Therefore, before the edict is read, I would like to resign from my position. The emperor of the Yen divine dynasty cannot break his promise to others, and he cannot break his promise to his own son, right? Father, the 9 states are at peace. Let me go." Hearing this, the emperor of the Yen divine dynasty looked even worse. He said in a deep voice, "Is the throne of the Yen divine dynasty not worth mentioning to you?" Yen Chiyi smiled and said, "Royal father, everyone has their own aspirations. Royal father is a wise and bold ruler, respected by all. Moreover, royal father is still in the prime of his life. It is not too late to groom a successor." On the dragon throne, the emperor of the Yen divine dynasty looked at his son with a gloomy face. After a long time, a smile appeared on the emperor's face. He waved his hand and said, "Just as your mother said, I cannot keep you. Go, I will not force you in the future." "Thank you, father." Yen Chia respectfully thanked him, then turned and walked out of the hall. In the Liyang palace, a graceful and noble woman walked out. She looked at her only son who was walking out of the palace, and a light flashed in her eyes. From now on, she hoped that he could take good care of himself and live a peaceful life. The third prince of the Yen divine dynasty had rejected the position of crown prince and left the palace. His courage that was difficult for ordinary people shocked all the officials in the court. In front of the divine palace, Yen Chia walked away. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the burden on his body was removed. His state of mind had a breakthrough, and his cultivation base was also rising rapidly. On the day of Tao seeking, sword energy soared into the 9 heavens. In the imperial city of the Yen divine dynasty, all the citizens saw the sword light crisscrossing the sky above the imperial city. It was a magnificent sight, and it shocked the heaven and earth. Chapter 1645. In the great Yen dynasty, the third prince, Yen Chia, rejected the position of crown prince and left. He was the most talented prince in the great Yen dynasty in the last 1,000 years. Whether it was talent or martial arts, they were both hard to come by. His Tao-seeking technique shocked the world. 10 days later, Yen Chia went to the sword sect of Yen and fought against 100 sword experts alone. No one knew the result of this battle. However, after this battle, the sword sect closed its doors and didn't come out for 100 years. At the Great Moon River, Yen Chia, dressed in a luxurious blue robe, stood quietly and watched the east-flowing river. He stood there for 10 days. After 10 days, Yen Chia's aura calmed down and returned to its original state. His sword cultivation improved. 10 days later, a long sword appeared in Yen Chia's hand. With a slash, the sword energy traveled for 3,000 miles. With a loud bang, the Great Moon River split apart. The river water turned upside down like a waterfall. After one slash, Yen Chia put away his sword and left. 2 months later, at the Heavenly Sword Mountain. In the land of the 9 provinces, the recognized number 1 sword expert had never been defeated in 100 years. At the foot of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a figure in a blue robe walked up step by step. On the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a middle-aged man in a white robe opened his eyes and looked at the young figure walking down the mountain with a serious expression. At the foot of the mountain, Yen Chia looked up and stared at the Heavenly Sword Mountain. His figure instantly disappeared. With a lightning-fast movement technique, Yen Chia appeared on the Heavenly Sword Mountain in the blink of an eye. "Please!" Yen Chia looked at the white-robed figure on the mountain and said. The white-robed Heavenly Sword God waved his hand. On a nearby cliff, a long sword flew by with a shocking sword energy. Yen Chia also waved his hand and held his sword. His battle-intense sword and shook the heaven and earth. On the mountain, leaves fell and covered their eyes for a moment. The two figures moved at the same time. The two swords clashed. The sword energy rushed to the 9 heavens and rumbled throughout the heavenly sword mountain. On this day, thousands of miles away from the sword god mountain, cultivators looked at the sword god mountain in the distance with shocked expressions. Boom! Half a day later, the heavenly sword mountain collapsed, and rocks fell like rain. After an earth-shattering battle, Yen Chia came out with his sword. From then on, the white-robed heavenly sword god disappeared from the world. At the same time, Ning Chen led Gui Gui and the others to search for the legendary figure of Xia Kingdom in the mountains and rivers that were far away from them. Suddenly, Ning Chen's expression changed as he looked at the starry sky. What is this feeling? Almost at the same time, all the swordsmen in the human world sensed something and looked toward the starry sky. In the starry sky, a huge vortex appeared in an area filled with meteorites. Sword shadows appeared one after another, endlessly spreading out in all directions. The shocking phenomenon shocked the world. The experts of the various heavens all sensed it and moved out. An innate sword has appeared. In the land of the 9 states, Yen Chia looked at the horizon. A strange look flashed across his handsome face. A moment later, Yen Chia took a step forward and his body turned into a sword light that rushed towards the starry sky. In the starry sky, streaks of light tore through the void, rushing in the direction of the anomaly. Yen Chi, who was the closest to the chaotic meteorite current area, arrived. Looking at the huge vortex in front of him, he stood there for a moment and then stepped into it. Not long after Yen Chia entered the maelstrom of sword chi, other sword cultivators appeared one after another in the starry sky. Without much hesitation, they all entered the maelstrom. Among the many experts in the human world, Ning Chen, Mu Qingxue and the other 2 arrived. Looking at the maelstrom of sword chi in front of them, they stopped. Why is there such a phenomenon here? Mu Qingxue asked. An innate treasure has appeared. Ning Chen replied, It seems to be a sword. An innate sword? Mu Qingxue murmured softly, It seems that there will be a bloody storm here. Innate treasures were extremely precious. It was impossible for one to appear in 10,000 years. However, every time an innate treasure appeared, there would be a bloody fight. Master, are we going in? Butterfly asked. Do you use a sword? Ning Chen smiled. No need. Butterfly shook her head. Then why are we going in? Ning Chen smiled. Butterfly was surprised. Then why did we come here from so far away? To find someone. Ning Chen said softly. Senior liked to find famous swords the most. If he knew an innate sword had appeared, he would definitely come. There were still swordsmen coming from all over the starry sky. The appearance of an innate sword caused countless experts to go crazy. Inside the maelstrom of sword chi, blood splattered everywhere. Thousands of swordsmen were killed by the maelstrom of sword chi, not even leaving behind a corpse. And in the deepest part of the maelstrom of sword chi, a pitch-black sword floated up and down, emitting a terrifying sword pressure. Not long after, Yen Chia walked in front of the innate sword. Everywhere he passed, thousands of swords retreated. The space around the innate sword disappeared, and turned into a black hole, swallowing all the light. Abyss condensation. Yen Chia looked at the 2 words carved on the sword and murmured softly. In the void, the abyss condensation seemed to have sensed its master's aura and trembled continuously. Yen Chia walked forward and grabbed the sword. Immediately, the starry sky shook and a terrifying sword pressure came out. The moment the abyss condensation touched its master, it dissipated and entered its master's body. In the starry sky, the maelstrom of sword chi disappeared. The sword pressure spread out and sent everyone flying. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure in green walked out with his back facing the crowd. His aura was extremely powerful. The sword is on him. Many swordsmen sensed the aura of the man in green and said. As soon as he finished speaking, The swordsmen looked at each other and immediately rushed forward. Sword sound, flying swan. The moment the swordsman rushed forward, the abyss condensation appeared in Yanqia's hand. He slashed the void and a terrifying sword wave swept out. In an instant, all the swordsmen were sent flying and temporarily lost their battle power. In the distance, Ning Chen looked at the swordsman in front of him. His originally turbulent heart gradually calmed down. In front, Yanqia seemed to have sensed the gaze behind him and turned around to look. The two looked at each other as if they had crossed the barrier of time. One was unfamiliar, the other was calm. "Senior! Senior!" The two spoke at the same time and were stunned. After a while, Ning Chen's face revealed a smile that became brighter and brighter. The rapidly rising sword intent was even more ferocious than the raging waves. Ning Chen pointed his finger and slashed. It was a shocking sword. The sword intent roared and surged, destroying the void and drowning the starlight. Yanqia calmed down and a serious expression flashed across his handsome face. The abyss condensation in his hand shook and he met the sword. Boom! The two sword intents clashed and the starry sky was instantly split in half. In the sky, a huge crack appeared and spread for millions of miles. Countless swordsmen looked at the huge crack in the sky with shock on their faces. Arg! A pool of blood splashed out and filled the sky. Yanqia took 3 steps back and the corner of his mouth was red. Similarly, on the opposite side, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. Haha, satisfying. Feeling unprecedentedly carefree, Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to leave. Senior, goodbye. Chapter 1646. In the starry sky, Zhi Ming and Yanqia fought to a draw and left separately. After reincarnation, the two strongest swordsmen in the world became even more proficient in the sword than before. Qia of the Yen Kingdom had reached the pinnacle of the sword. After seeing Yanqia's sword, Ning Chen let go of his last worry and walked on a new path. At the same time, Yanqia returned to the mortal world to pursue a stronger sword. In the mortal world, 1,000,000 miles of desert was filled with sand. Yanqia, wearing a blue robe, walked in the desert. His pace was not fast, but it was very firm. Suddenly, at the end of the desert, a storm swept through and the sand waves shook the 9 heavens. In the sandstorm, the wind and sand condensed into a sword that could destroy mountains and rock. Seeing this, Yanqia's expression became serious. His left hand grasped the air, and a long sword appeared in his hand. His sword intent rose as he slashed down. The sword light broke through the sky and slashed towards the sandstorm ahead. An earth-shattering collision occurred. The sandstorm swallowed the sword light and became even more violent. Oh! Yanqia's expression became serious. He took a step forward and his figure flashed past. Blue light and sword intent shook the sky. The body turned into a sword and the mortal world became one. The extreme sword faced the power of heaven and earth. The blue sword light crashed into the sandstorm. A terrifying impact spread out and the desert within 10,000 miles collapsed. Crack! The long sword in Yanqia's hand that had been with him for 20 years shattered. A mortal sword could not withstand this terrifying power and was completely destroyed. Yanqia's eyes became gloomy. He waved his hand and put away the broken sword. With a soft shout, the sword intent around him rose again. In the black air, a condensed abyss appeared and devoured the heaven and earth. The sealing sword appeared again. Yanqia held the sword and broke the sandstorm. The countercurrent sand waves rushed to the sky. In the sand waves, a flowing sand sword appeared. Its tip was unpredictable and unpredictable. Yanqia's figure rushed out and arrived in front of the sand sword in a flash. He raised his hand and grabbed the sword. The sand sword trembled and fiercely resisted. Seeing this, Yanqia's sword intent became even more powerful and suppressed the sand sword's resistance. However, the sand sword's intent was not affected by the strong pressure. The sword shape dissipated and reformed 100 feet away. After regaining its freedom, the sword that had already gained its divine nature did not want to be controlled by others. An abyss condensation flew out from Yanqi's hand. A sealing sword broke through the sky, wanting to seal the sand sword. Black air currents spread out, sealing everything within a radius of 100 miles, making it difficult for anything to break free. Within the black airflow, the sand sword violently resisted, trying to break free from the seal. However, the sand sword's resistance ignited Ning Yuan's battle intent even more. In the sealed space, numerous black swords appeared and descended from the sky. The sand sword and sealing sword collided, causing a rumbling sound to resound throughout the sealed space, shaking heaven and earth. With a single strike, the sand sword condensed once more, but the brilliance of the sword was much dimmer. Yanqi stepped forward and grabbed the sand sword, putting it away. In the distance, in the starry sky, Ning Chen seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and looked at the end of the human world with a smile. He believed that one day the senior would truly return. At this time, Ning Chen's body suddenly shook, and the phoenix flames around him rose rapidly. In the sky full of phoenix flames, the phoenix took form. The small world opened, and a familiar figure walked out. The bright red wedding dress was as beautiful as blood. Under the bright red veil was a face that could cause the downfall of a nation. The Yama king of the underworld woke up and appeared in the small world of the phoenix. Ghost girl. Seeing the awakened girl, Ning Chen's heart was in turmoil. The memories of the previous lives came back, and he knew the identity of the ghost girl. Grand Supreme. The first thing the ghost girl saw when she woke up was the white-haired girl in front of her. Under the red veil, the girl was filled with murderous intent. The Yama king appeared, and the ghost girl held her sword. Her figure flashed past, and her killer move was deadly. Mu Qingxue naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for her death. She reached out her hand and blocked the attack. With a boom, the two girls clashed, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, forcing Butterfly and Gue back a few steps. 10 steps away, Butterfly hugged Gue and blocked all the shockwaves. Ghost Desolation Art, Heavenly Desolation Prohibition. After one move, the ghost essence around the ghost girl exploded, and a gloomy ghost energy spread out. It was an extremely powerful move, and its power could destroy the world. The starlight in the starry sky dimmed, and even time lost its color. As the killer move was about to arrive, Mu Qingxue's expression became serious. She stepped lightly and dodged the attack. However, the ghost desolation art was destructive and unavoidable. At the critical moment, a figure in plain clothes flashed between the two. Her palms condensed essence and blocked the attack. Ghost desolation art, universal destruction. With hatred in her heart, the ghost girl's eyes flashed red. She pointed her finger at the sword, and a bloody mist burst out from the Yama king, filling the sky. It was a move that broke the barrier of the monarch realm and touched the saint realm. Even Ning Chen, who had reached the saint realm, didn't dare to be careless. Sword intent rose around him, forming a protective shield in front of him. With a boom, the ghost desolation art hit the sword chi shield. Instantly, all the swords were shattered, and the Yama king arrived with endless ghost desolation art. Facing the ghost girl, Ning Chen couldn't bear to use his killer move, so his attack was already weaker. The Yama king got closer, and the bloody mist's murderous intent became more intense. Ning Chen pointed his finger at the sword. A violent impact exploded, and Ning Chen took half a step back. A smear of red seeped out of his chest. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits are incomplete. Behind him, Mu Qingxue saw the clue and said seriously, "Don't show mercy." Ghost desolation art, return to heaven and earth. With her attacks blocked, the ghost girl's eyes became more and more red. She flipped her palms, and in an instant, a majestic power gathered in the void. It was like a ghost sun shining down on the world. After waking up from the brink of death, the ghost girl's cultivation was even stronger than before. She was almost in the Genesis realm, and her battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Seeing the ghost girl's abnormality, Ning Chen didn't dare to show mercy. Phoenix flames rose around him, and sword intent swept out. In an instant, he rushed in front of the ghost girl. Breaking the ghost son with a sword, Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the ghost girl's shoulder. Saint Chi surged, trying to seal the ghost girl's cultivation. Unexpectedly, at this moment, an even more majestic power burst out from the ghost girl's body. It broke through the shackles of Saint Chi and rushed into the sky. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky were chaotic, and thunder filled the sky. Saint Tribulation. Ning Chen sensed it, and his expression changed. Boom! At this moment, thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the power to destroy the world directly destroyed the starry sky, annihilating one star after another. Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly left with Butterfly and Ghost Girl. Not far away, Mu Qingxue also moved quickly, avoiding the Genesis Realm tribulation. Boom! In the starry sky, thunder and lightning fell like waves, swallowing the Yama King of the Underworld. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the Yama King of the Underworld raised his head and looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky. The madness in his scarlet eyes was even stronger. Ghost Desolation Art 18 Life Hell. The Yama King of the Underworld held his sword horizontally, and his terrifying ghost energy spread out. The 18 layers of hell were manifested, and every layer of hell was suffering, reflecting the misery of the world. The 18 layers of hell blocked the heavenly tribulation, and endless ghost energy spread out crazily. The ghost girl's blood chi also became thicker. Chapter 1647. In the starry sky, the Yama King of the Underworld woke up and broke through to the heavenly Tao realm. Lightning descended from the sky, destroying the stars in the sky. It was terrifying. The Yama King of the Underworld unleashed shocking power. The 18 hells appeared and blocked the heavenly tribulations. With shocking power, the Yama King of the Underworld unleashed all his strength and resisted the great tribulation of creation. Outside the heavenly tribulation, Ning Chen looked at the Yama King of the Underworld, who was transcending the tribulation with a serious expression. It was only when Baisha recovered his memories that he understood some of the secrets of the patrolling immortal corpse. The patrolling immortal corpse was only the body of the Yama King of the Underworld. His soul was not in it. It was also because of this that the Yama King of the Underworld in the Palanquin was only an immortal corpse. He was immortal and had lived for countless years. The ghost girl he knew was the reincarnation of the Yama King of the Underworld. However, she was only one of his souls. With his soul incomplete, the consciousness of the Yama King of the Underworld was extremely unstable. He could go crazy at any time. In the starry sky, the Yama King of the Underworld was in a daze under the heavenly tribulation. His body was unstable. Gradually, the blood-red color in the eyes of the Yama King of the Underworld dissipated and a trace of clarity was restored. The lingering ghost aura was earth-shattering as it blocked the heavenly tribulations one after another. Immortal supremacy, the Yama King of the Underworld said softly. In front, Ning Chen was shocked when he heard that. You've recovered your memories? My 3 souls are incomplete. It's difficult for me to stay awake for a long time. However, I have no regrets now that I can see you return, Immortal Supremacy. The Yama King of the Underworld replied. You are the Yama King of the Underworld. You know more about the soul than anyone else. Why don't you find the 2 lost souls? Ning Chen was puzzled. It's hard to explain. Immortal Supremacy, I know that you have been searching for Xia Sinyu's soul. Although I can't completely sense her soul, everything has a law. The clear rises and the muddy sinks. The soul is an intangible thing. Now that hell has been destroyed, the soul has nowhere to go. It's impossible for it to stay in the world for long, the Yama King of the Underworld said calmly. She's not in the world. Ning Chen murmured softly and asked, You mean the sky? Yes. The Yama King of the Underworld nodded and said, There are 9 levels of heaven. If one's soul continues to rise, the only way to return is to the 9 levels of heaven. 9th heaven. Ning Chen's expression froze. That would be troublesome. If he wanted to go to the 9th layer of heaven, he would have to face the deity of the 8th layer of heaven again. Boom! At this moment, lightning tore through the sky and descended once again. The 18 levels of hell blocked the lightning, and the layers of hell collapsed. The remaining powers shook, and the Yama king of the underworld staggered. A hint of blood red appeared in his eyes again. His consciousness was about to fall into chaos again. The Yama king of the underworld covered his aching head with both hands and tried his best to stay awake. Yama monarch, have the 33 paragons of the very high heavens reincarnated? How do we find them? Seeing that the ghost goddess was about to lose her consciousness, Ning Chen asked anxiously. Already reincarnated. The Yama lord of the netherworld covered his head and said intermittently, use the Dao sex cultivation technique, to reverse the heavens and reverse time. See if you can see the traces of the leaders of the Dao sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the Yama king of the underworld immediately turned blood red. He let out a long and shrill howl, and his ghost energy soared into the 9 heavens. In an instant, ghostly chi spread rapidly in the starry sky, turning it into a limitless ghost prison. Quick, let's go! Within the limitless ghost prison, the voice of the Yama king of the underworld could be heard. The starry sky started to collapse from the limitless ghost prison, and it continued to spread in all directions. It was a terrifying scene. The starry sky turned into hell, and it swallowed everything. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately retreated with Gue and the others. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. The starry sky kept disappearing, and not a trace of light could be seen. After retreating for an unknown distance, the starry sky in front of them had completely disappeared. Even the traces of the Yama king of the underworld had disappeared. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He spread out his consciousness, but he couldn't find the aura of the Yama king of the underworld. The Yama monarch controls life and death. Nothing will happen to him easily. Don't worry. At the side, Mu Qingxue comforted him. I understand. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. 10 days later, in the Ziwei galaxy, in the starry sky, Ning Chen used the Dao sex cultivation technique to reverse the heavens and reverse time to find the reincarnations of the Dao sex leaders. The 33 Dao sex leaders had once transformed into the very high heavens. Their souls were extremely powerful, and they wouldn't disappear from the world easily. Time passed day after day. Ning Chen finally saw the reincarnations of the Dao sex leaders in the flowing time and space. After finding the traces of the 33 Dao sex leaders, Ning Chen's phoenix fire rose around him. He shouted and entered the time and space to reforge the Taisher sword of the Dao sect. The number 1 divine sword of the Dao sect that was once famous in the divine lands reappeared. It was refined by the phoenix fire, and it created something out of nothing. The dazzling divine weapon shone brightly. One could vaguely see the Dao sect's gentleman aura. On a planet with life in the Ziwei galaxy, an old man with white hair and beard walked up the stone steps of the mountain with difficulty. The aura around him kept rising, but his physical body was on the verge of collapsing. His lifespan had come to an end, but the divine light around the old man's body became brighter. His consciousness surpassed his physical body and was born out of it. Gradually, the old man's divine soul stood in the void, shining brightly. He looked down at the mortal world, and a smile appeared on his weathered face. At this moment, the old man looked at the horizon. He took a step forward and flew into the starry sky. In the starry sky, on the floating Taisher sword, the Dao sect's gentleman aura grew stronger, surpassing any divine weapon in the mortal world. When Ning Chen saw the old man, he bowed politely and said, "Greetings, head." When he came into contact with the Dao sect's gentleman aura, The old man was in a daze. His memories surged like a tide. Not long after, the old man woke up and returned the greeting. This scene seemed to be a microcosm of time. From this day onwards, on the various planets in the mortal world, knowing destiny and the others came one after another. In the final moments of the Tao sect's leaders' lives, they helped them recover their memories of the past. The 33 Tao sect's leaders had once resided in the Taisher Sword. Their divine souls were almost inseparable, and they were deeply connected to each other. There were both men and women among the 33 leaders of the Taoist sections. Without a doubt, every single one of them was a shockingly talented powerhouse. After experiencing the upheaval of the world, their cultivation had broken through the limits of the past and reached a higher realm. However, due to the restriction of their divine souls, the 33 Tao sect's leaders did not have long lifespans. Even if they broke through to the heavenly path realm, they would not live for more than 1,000 years. In the starry sky, after the last Tao sect's leader arrived, he looked at the figures in front of him. His expression turned from confusion to clarity. "Fellow cultivators, how have you been?" The last Tao sect's leader bowed. His aura was not inferior to any of the fairies and goddesses. "How have you been?" The other leaders returned the greeting. Following that, the figures of the leaders disappeared and returned to their original form. 10 steps away, Ning Chen looked at the figure in front of him and revealed a smile. He bowed respectfully and said, "Junior Ning Chen greets Senior, very high heavens. Knowing destiny Marquis, we meet again." The voices of the 33 Tao sect's leaders sounded at the same time. There were men and women, old and young. Their voices were complex but consistent, echoing between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1648. In the starry sky, the 33 paragons had returned and the very high heavens had reappeared in the human realm. After so many years, they experienced reincarnation after reincarnation. After the apocalypse, the world changed drastically. The cultivation of the 33 leaders of the Taoist sects was no longer the same as before. Now that the 33 of them had merged, their aura was far stronger than before. Ning Chen looked at the very high heavens in front of him and bowed respectfully. Today, he had repaid the favor of imparting the Tao to him. Ji Ming Marquis. In the starry sky, the voices of the 33 Taoist paragons sounded. Some were sharp, some were old, some were gentle, and some were strict. They were all different. After tens of thousands of years, you have become stronger. Thank you for the praise, very high heavens Senior. Ning Chen smiled. Senior is different too. The very high heavens nodded and looked into the distance. With the prosperity of the Taoist sects, the younger generations have their own opportunities. We can rest assured now. After the matters in the human realm are settled, very high heavens Senior can make a trip there. Ning Chen suggested. That's my intention. The very high heavens nodded and looked at the white-haired man. Will Ji Ming Marquis accompany you? Junior's matters in the human realm are still unsettled, so I won't be accompanying Senior. Ning Chen replied. If that's the case, we will take our leave first. With that, the very high heavens body lit up and entered the Tao, breaking through the void and leaving the human realm. Ning Chen looked at the departing figure of the very high heavens with an emotional expression. Even the 33 Taoist paragons had returned. He believed that in this era, something earth-shattering would happen. Perhaps, after this era, the human realm would cease to exist. Or perhaps, the human realm would prosper and prosper. Chengxue, I am going into seclusion. Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said softly. Mu Chengxue went silent. After a while, he nodded. Go, I will help you take care of Gui Gui and Butterfly. Thank you. Ning Chen replied. After this day, Ji Ming went into seclusion and disappeared from the human realm. In order to not expose Ning Chen's seclusion location, Mu Chengxue brought Butterfly and Gui Gui and left. In the 8th layer of heaven, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes looked at the human realm, waiting for the day when Gui's power would awaken. In the immortal realm, there were experts of the human realm. As more and more experts ascended, the immortal realm grew stronger by the day. In the immortal domain that formed a world of its own, the great Tao laws slowly grew. After experiencing endless time, they were already close to maturity. This was a bet between the gods and humans. The gods wanted to use the sacred embryo to transcend the heavens and earth, while the humans wanted to use the power of the immortal realm to kill all the saints, including the gods, and return peace to the mortal world. The competition between the two great worlds would either result in the old world being reborn and becoming the only supreme ruler, or the new world replacing the old world. Everything would start from scratch. In the human realm, in an unknown small world, a white-haired figure in plain clothes sat cross-legged. The aura around him continued to rise. In the sky, 3 ancient and weathered bridges of the Grand Tao floated up and down. Their might was like a mountain, and it was abnormally heavy. In the sky above the 3 bridges of the Great Path, the 4th bridge was faintly discernible. On the stone bridge, ancient swords floated in the air. The sword will was astounding, and it could cut through everything. For thousands of years, the 4th bridge of the Great Path in the knowing destiny state had never materialized. It was not because it was not strong enough, but because the heaven and earth did not allow it. The stronger the Tao, the stronger the suppression of the other great Taos in the world. Knowing destiny had mastered 3 great Taos, which was already an anomaly. Now, it was even more difficult to achieve the sword Tao that didn't exist in the great Taos. Time passed day after day. On the 4th bridge of the Great Path, countless sword chi condensed and turned into ancient swords. However, the 4th bridge of the Great Path still couldn't be completely formed. In the human realm, 7,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Qingxue brought Gui and the butterfly to every ancient city in the human realm, experiencing the various states of the human world. After nearly 10,000 years, Gui didn't seem to have grown much taller. However, the huge power in her body became clearer and clearer. Mu Qingxue's face would sometimes reveal a worried expression. She knew that the power in Gui's body was too unusual. Now, she didn't have the confidence to help Gui suppress this power. In the immortal domain, thunder raged. After 7,000 years, the great Tao laws of the immortal domain became more and more complete, and it gradually separated from the great world. In the immortal domain, Fan Lingyue in a light blue dress stood quietly, watching the growth of the immortal domain. "Have you noticed that powerful power in the human realm?" the female fan asked. "Yes, it's Gui. Fan Lingyue nodded. "This power is too terrifying," the female fan said with a heavy expression. "If it awakens, even the saints of the heavens will fear it. That god of the 8th heaven must have sensed this power long ago. There can only be one reason why he hasn't acted yet." Fan Lingyue said calmly, "The god is waiting for the power in Gui's body to awaken. Knowing destiny hasn't returned yet. It's really worrying." The female fan sighed and said, "Without borrowing the power of the immortal domain, he can't defeat a god of the 8th heaven. It's useless even if he comes back." Fan Lingyue said calmly, "As long as the immortal domain can't completely separate from the great world, it will be affected by the laws of time. Even if knowing destiny comes back, he can't win." The female fan looked at the thunderous sky and said seriously, "The immortal domain still needs some time. I hope there's still time." Time, what they lacked the most was time. In the human realm, in an ancient city, Gui bid farewell to Mu Qingxue and left alone to find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the martial path. Mu Qingxue and Gui looked at Gui's departing figure with reluctance in their eyes. "Gui, let's go." After a long time, Mu Qingxue left with Gui and disappeared at the end of the ancient city. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years had passed. In the immortal domain, thunder rumbled. The immortal domain gradually separated from the great world, and success was imminent. In the immortal domain, Fan Lingyue sensed it. Instead of joy, he was worried. Not good. It's too late. In the eighth heaven, the god opened his eyes and looked at the human realm. In the human realm, golden light shone around Gui Gui, pushing Mu Qingxue away. A terrifying aura soared into the 9 heavens. In the eighth heaven, the god walked out and headed to the human realm. Suddenly, in the eighth heaven, the wind and clouds stirred. A figure with a majestic aura descended from the sky. His face was cold, without a trace of a smile. "I'm the very high heavens." The very high heavens spoke. 33 different voices reverberated, shaking heaven and earth. "Human, you alone can't stop the god." The god spoke calmly. "I'm not alone." Behind the very high heavens, 33 figures appeared. In an instant they merged into one. 33 leaders of the Taoist sects, representing 33 different Dao. Foolish. The god flipped his palm, and a majestic and boundless energy spread out, attacking the human in front. Gentleman's style. In the hands of the very high heavens, the Taisher sword was drawn. The famous Taoist technique appeared once again. With a slash of the sword, a raging wind blew. Boom! In the first exchange between the human and the god, the very high heavens took half a step back. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked over from afar. Her exquisite sword heart was so dazzling. After 10,000 years, a man reappeared and blocked the god personally. Chapter 1649. Outside the eighth heaven, a deity appeared and personally headed to the human world. At the critical moment, the very high heavens appeared. After tens of thousands of years, the absolute beginning reappeared and blocked the deity. The very high heavens was a special existence formed by the 33 leaders of the Taoist sections. They had experienced more than 100 reincarnations of cultivation and martial arts experience. Their awakening shook the heavens and earth. The righteousness of the Taoist sects overturned the seas and stirred up the winds and clouds. For the sake of the human world, the 33 leaders of the Taoist sects had just returned and faced the absolute deity of the great world, disregarding life and death. At this stage of cultivation, you should cherish your life. The deity spoke. The law of time around him spread and devoured everything. For the sake of the human world, the above heavens is not afraid of death. The 33 leaders of the Taoist sects responded calmly. The absolute beginning sword in their hands was raised to the heavens. Raging winds surged and formed a huge whirlpool, breaking towards the deity in front of them. However, the shocking move of the Taoist sects quickly dissipated when it got close to the deity. It could not harm the deity at all. This was an unwinnable battle. The above heavens knew it, but they had no regrets. "Deity, I commend your bravery." As he spoke, the deity raised his left palm. A black air current surged and devoured the heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, even the stars lost their brilliance. Everything has a time of aging. The stars, the sun, the moon, and even the heavens and earth were no exception. The deity who controlled time had already surpassed the limits of martial arts. He could control the life and death of everything in the world. As the black air current approached, the very high heavens waved their swords. The righteousness of the Taoist sects surged and blocked the attack. Boom! As the two forces clashed, the righteousness of the Taoist sects dissipated. The very high heavens retreated a few steps and the corners of their lips turned red. In just 2 moves, the deity's strength was undoubtedly displayed. Even the 33 leaders of the Taoist sects, who transformed into the above heavens, were at a disadvantage. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked over from afar. In the blink of an eye, she was already in the middle of the battle. The sword of initial heart was unsheathed. A dazzling azure light shone. The sword was reforged with the exquisite sword heart. The divine sword was spiritual and the sound of the sword resounded through the 9 heavens. The sudden appearance of a strong opponent was extraordinary. The deity focused his gaze and blocked the sword with his palm. The sword's momentum changed abruptly and penetrated the heart of the sword. It was as if it had foreseen the god's move and stabbed the god's chest first. Not bad. The deity raised his hand, the sword soared, his palm condensed the energy of his palm. Boom. At this moment, the very high heavens arrived from behind. The Taisher sword was surging with righteousness as it blocked the attack of God. The two saints of the mortal world fought against deities. Their swords whirled around, their palms were like tidal waves. Each and every move they made was of the pinnacle of martial arts. Amen, and the very high heavens joined hands. The sword of initial heart and the sword of righteousness of Taoism actually blocked the deity's attack. Once the battle began, it was a white-hot battle. Both of them unleashed their full power, and holy light shone around them. One attacked and the other defended, alternating between attack and defense. There were no openings. Just as the two saints of the mortal world were risking their lives to block the divine might, in the celestial realm, with Fan Lingwei in the lead, the other saints also unleashed their full cultivation, supporting the celestial realm and urging it to grow. The human world's last hope was only if the immortal realm broke away from the great world. Only then would the human race have the hope of defeating the god. In the skies above Immortal Domain, lightning surged, the sound deafening. Immortal Domain was about to be completed, yet the entire world underwent a strange change. The appearance of the four symbols caused their roars to resound throughout the 9 heavens. Their world-shaking abilities left everyone dumbstruck. And in the mortal world, boundless Saint Chi soared into the sky from Gui's body, dyeing the entire mortal world gold. The saint fetus had awakened. Although it looked like a child less than 5 years old, its body contained the power to destroy the world. 10 steps away, Mu Qingxue staggered and stabilized his body. Looking at Gui floating in the void in front of him, his face was filled with shock. The intense uneasiness in his heart made Mu Qingxue unable to care about the powerful energy in Gui's body. He forcefully rushed forward, wanting to seal the energy in Gui's body. She had promised him that she would take care of Gui for him. Life has its wheels, death has its wheels. Mu Qingxue released his blood origin, forcefully repairing the great Tao law in his body. In an instant, a crumbling great Tao bridge appeared in the void. Blood origin soared into the sky, continuously repairing the cracks on the great Tao bridge. Mu Qingxue's life origin also rapidly dissipated. As the great Tao bridge was repaired, Mu Qingxue's aura rose rapidly, and his eyes gradually turned cold. A person with feelings had no choice but to choose to forget them. As his cultivation gradually recovered, Mu Qingxue let out a long roar, and a strange light burst out from his body, forcefully suppressing the surging energy in Gui's body. Outside the 8th heaven, God sensed it. His face was filled with anger, and he slapped out a palm. Through endless time and space, it pressed down on Taishang. In the mortal world, God's palm struck. Huge sword wings appeared behind Mu Qingxue's back, blocking God's attack. Amidst a shocking impact, Mu Qingxue's wings collapsed, and blood splattered all over the sky. I can't go back on my words. Mu Qingxue's body staggered. He used the last of his willpower to support his severely injured body and forcefully sealed the energy in Gui's body. Seals of reincarnation entered Gui's body, and Mu Qingxue's life origin was rapidly consumed. His white hair was like snow and his blood was like blood. In an unknown small world, knowing destiny sat cross-legged, and 3 great Tao bridges floated in the void. On the 3 great Tao bridges, the 4th great Tao bridge was close to solidifying. However, as time passed, the 4th great Tao bridge that was close to completion still couldn't solidify completely. A small difference could lead to a huge difference. It seemed that something was still missing. Boom! At this moment, outside the 8th heaven, the shocking battle was getting more and more intense. The two saints' bodies were dyed red. Facing God, no one could hold on for long. However, neither of the two saints retreated. Even if their bodies were dyed red, they wouldn't give up. You two name. God was moved by the human's persistence, and he asked, "Very high heavens, ah man?" The two answered. They raised their swords to the sky, and used the last of their cultivation in this life to blaspheme God. Fall of the Sixth Tao, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang forbidden sword. Don't forget your original intention, life and death reversal, forbidden reincarnation. The two swords soared into the sky, and thousands of swords shook the world. The two poured all their energy into the last sword, and a dazzling brilliance spread, illuminating the mortal world outside the ninth heaven. I have no regrets in this life. See you in the next life. In the mortal world, Ah Man's voice echoed, spreading to every corner of the mortal world. Boom! Outside the eighth heaven, the most terrifying sound of impact exploded, and the terrifying power directly destroyed the entire world. The shocking waves kept spreading, and the sky, earth, sun, moon, and stars were all destroyed by the terrifying impact, turning into nothingness. In the small world, Ning Chen, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he opened his eyes. In the mortal world, at the ends of the earth, Taishang was dyed red, and he used all his strength to seal the saint fetus. The drops of blood turned into seals and entered Gui Gui's body, just to fulfill the last promise of this life. At this moment, under the terrifying pressure of God, God walked out, and without saying a word, he directly slapped Taishang's chest. A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the red star sky. In the starry sky, the great Tao bridge that was dyed in blood collapsed. Chapter 1650. A deity descended from the heavens and destroyed Taishang's great Tao bridge with one palm. Blood splattered all over the sky and dyed Taishang's white hair red. Taishang's body flew 100 feet away and vomited blood. Taishang's seal. Enduring the pain, Mu Qingxue stopped and formed a seal with his hands. A strange light shot into the sky. In an instant, seal after seal appeared around Gui Gui's body and entered her body. "You're courting death." The deity was furious. He pointed his finger and turned back time. In an instant, time and space stagnated and reversed flow appeared. As time turned back, the seals around Gui Gui dissipated quickly. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue shouted and the blood around him burned crazily. His great Tao bridge was destroyed and his life was coming to an end. Mu Qingxue's body began to collapse. He turned into a ray of light and left with Gui Gui. It was beyond the limits of heaven and earth, and even time couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, the two had disappeared at the end of the starry sky. "Do you think you can leave?" The deity snorted and took a step forward. Billions of miles of time turned back as if it had stopped. In the small world, knowing destiny was still in seclusion. In the void, the fourth great Tao bridge was floating. It was about to be completed but still lacked something. At this moment, outside the small world, a beautiful figure covered in blood flew over. Her flame of life was about to burn out. Knowing destiny, Mu Qingxue spoke and used the last of his strength to send Gui Gui into the small world. In front of the small world, the law of time spread and the deity arrived. Dong! At this moment, the scene in the starry sky changed. A huge deity demonic soldier counting platform appeared. The war drums were beating and heaven and earth shook. Mu Qingxue stood in front of the war drums and smashed them with the drumstick. A terrifying sound wave spread out. Mu Qingxue's blood splattered and dyed the soldier counting platform red. In front of the platform, the deity was hit by the sound wave of the war drums. He felt a sharp pain in his ears. Even his deity body couldn't withstand the terrifying sound of the drums. Dong! At the last moment of his life, Mu Qingxue's eyes had lost their luster. His blood had been burned out. Only his remaining willpower drove his body to beat the war drums again and again. The deity was hit by the sound of the war drums. His consciousness was in great pain and he couldn't move for a moment. In the heavens above, the immortal realm led by Fan Lingyue was supporting the immortal realm. But suddenly, An earth-shattering tremor sounded and the immortal realm was completely separated from the large world. Success! A dazzling brilliance erupted from Fan Lingyue's eyes. Without saying a word, he controlled the celestial realm to fly towards the mortal realm. Layer after layer of heavens separated the above heavens from the mortal realm. Time was of the essence. Fan Lingyue couldn't care less about the life and death of the gods and devils in the heavens. He drove the celestial realm to smash through layer after layer of heavens, hurrying towards the mortal realm. On the human realm, on the divine demon weapon selection platform, Mu Qingshue's body gradually disappeared along with the sound of the war drums. He merged with the platform and trapped his godly body. Are you going to sacrifice yourself to stop God? The god forcefully suppressed the pain in his consciousness. On his palms, time flew and time reversed. Under the pressure of the two different laws of time, the celestial demon weapon selection platform shattered. The collapsed soldier counting platform was filled with glaring blood. Even though the Taishang had perished, it still couldn't stop the deities from advancing. Taichu thought, cleansing karma, severing Tao. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly came from beyond the heavens. Behind it, Fan Lingyue urged the celestial domain to tear through the air and arrive. Deity's face darkened, and he turned his palm to block the sword light. Boom! At the same time, the celestial domain flew over. All the sages in the human realm gathered their strength and supported the celestial domain to crash into the deities. An earth-shattering tremor was heard. The deities took a few steps back, and the aura around him shook violently. Only you guys? Unfortunately, you guys will still lose. The deities snorted and stabilized his body. He raised his palms to the sky, and time and space were in disorder. What if you include me? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from afar. Under the gazes of all the sages in the human realm, a figure in luxurious green clothes walked over from the end of the starry sky. Step by step, he walked between heaven and earth at a steady pace. With every step he took, there would be sword seals between heaven and earth. It turned out that there was such a sword on a sword. The legend of Xia had returned, and step by step, he walked on the path of a sword. It's you, an extraordinary swordsman. Seeing the person who came, even the deity's face turned solemn. The sword rack fell, and Ningyuan was unsheathed. The legend of Xia unsheathed his sword, and the sword of sealing reappeared in the world. On the celestial domain, the sages in the human realm also walked out and surrounded the deities. A great battle was about to break out. In the small world, knowing destiny sat cross-legged. His aura kept rising, but he couldn't take the most crucial step. Father! In the distance, Guigue murmured weakly and then fainted again. The sacred fetus had awakened, and its power had far exceeded what Guigue's body could bear. Outside the small world, the atmosphere was unusually tense. One could only see that a great battle had broken out. The strength of the deities was unparalleled. The sages in the human realm rushed forward one after another, and they didn't care about their lives to kill the deities. The immeasurable battle destroyed the starry sky. One celestial domain after another turned into dust in the great battle. The human realm experienced an unprecedented disaster. In the battle, the king's sword was earth-shattering. One sword directly flattened a domain, and it was shocking. The ultimate warrior fought against the deities. The will of the human and the deities collided directly. The king was fearless and killed with his sword. Even the deities, facing the siege of the sages in the human realm and the king's sword, were at a loss for a moment. At the same time, a figure in yin and yang appeared in front of the small world. When the sages were busy, he entered the small world. The small world was in chaos. Yin Feihua released his divine sense to find the whereabouts of the sacred fetus. 10,000 miles away, Guigue was unconscious on the ground and hadn't woken up. In the distant void, 4 huge great Tao bridges floated up and down. The scene was shocking and unprecedented. When Yin Feihua saw the 4 great Tao bridges, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. An inexplicable fear rose. Unveil didn't dare to stay any longer. After finding the whereabouts of the sacred fetus, he immediately rushed forward and took the sacred fetus out of the small world. In the small world, Ning Chen sensed something, and his eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, 2 beams of sword qi shot out from Ning Chen's eyes and flew 10,000 miles away. Arg! Blood splattered. The sword qi pierced through Unveil's back and directly penetrated his body. Although his body was injured, Unveil didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He desperately ran out of the small world. In the distance, under the 4 great Dao bridges, Ning Chen stood up and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. Time didn't allow for it, and Ning Chen had to come out of seclusion early. He walked behind Unveil and waved his hand, and the sword qi cut off his head. Unveil's body froze. His body was still moving forward. Suddenly, his head and body separated. Blood splattered everywhere. It was dazzling. Ning Chen walked forward and reached out to take Gui Gui. Suddenly, the surrounding space changed, and the deity appeared. Behind him, the king's sword pierced through the air and pierced the deity's body. However, the deity didn't dodge. He took the king's sword head-on. Finally, this day has come. After taking the king's sword head-on, the deity's mouth was red, but his expression was one of joy and madness. The law of time spread around him and swallowed the sacred fetus. In an instant, the deity opened his eyes. 12 divine wings covered the sky and the sun. Chapter 1651. In the small world, the deity swallowed the sacred fetus, and the 12 divine wings covered the sky. The sudden burst of divine power was like a tidal wave, shattering the small world. In the starry sky, the saints of the human world attacked. However, before they could get close to the deity, they were sent flying by the terrifying divine power. It was a shocking scene. The aura around the deity continued to rise, surpassing the saint realm and reaching an unknown realm. Behind the deity, the 12 divine wings were huge, and the terrifying divine power spread out in circles, shaking the entire human world. Is this the power of the sacred fetus? The deity felt the divine power surging out of his body, and his face showed satisfaction. His gaze swept across the saints of the human world, and he raised his right hand, saying, "Come, let the deity witness your despair." 7 rulings of the underworld. In the hands of the Dawn Moon Tower Master, silver threads appeared and wrapped around the underworld divine spear. The silver threads played, and the underworld divine spear opened a path. The saint power exploded and the sky changed color. The underworld divine spear broke through time and space, and swept towards the deity. The move of the saints of the human world was earth-shattering. However, the deity's eyes were indifferent, and with a flip of his right palm, the wind and clouds lost their color. Lightning, time and space, and divine flames intersected. The existence that surpassed the saint realm controlled all the Daos of the world. With one move, there was a loud explosion, and the underworld divine spear shattered. The Dawn Moon Tower Master's body froze, and she looked back at the shocked eyes of the saints of the human world, and a smile of relief appeared on her face. "I'll leave it to you." The last words were accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. The Dawn Moon Tower Master blew up her bridge, intending to injure the deity. A useless sacrifice. In the raging storm, the deity spoke and waved his hand to disperse the wind and waves. He looked at Mu Qianshang on the other side and said, "Next, you." As soon as he said that, lightning flashed around the deity, and he dominated the great Tao, and all laws prostrated. He named them as kill, and the saints of the human world recovered from their shock. They worked together to block the divine power. Lightning flashed past, and the saints of the human world were sent flying. In the end, Mu Qianshang blocked the lightning with his sword, but there was an ear-piercing sound of the sword breaking. Then, blood splattered everywhere, and the swordsman died. Qianshang. Ning Chen was shocked and furious, and the phoenix flames rose around him, condensing into a sword, and slashed towards the deity. "Don't worry, it will be your turn soon." Deity turned over his palm and blocked the sword power. Divine power burst out from his body and sent Zhenming flying. There was an absolute gap in strength between them. Deities who had transcended the saint realm were no longer something that humans could resist. In the battle, Fan Lingyue stared at the god in front of him. His expression was as deep as the abyss, and he didn't say a word. On the other side, the female Chang condensed demonic essence in her palm. Dense demonic might rose and was abnormally powerful. "I'll make a move first." Nu Chang said her goodbyes. "Take care." Fan Lingyue replied. His tone was calm, as if it was the most ordinary farewell between friends. There was not the slightest hint of a farewell before death. Female Chang combusts her blood energy and devil essence, transforming into an astonishing devil sun that directly collides with the deity. In the battle, Shun Ming sensed something, and he condensed the power of wind and clouds in his palms to block Mo Yang's attack. Boom! The demonic sun's god-shaking might spun rapidly amidst the raging waves, quickly dispelling the demonic sun's might. One saint after another died in battle, but Shun Ming was unscathed. His absolute divine might had already exceeded everyone's imagination. In the sky above, Nu Chang died in battle, and the demonic chi between heaven and earth returned. A white-haired figure in black stood still, and the demonic chi around him continued to rise. "Zi, I may not be able to accompany you any longer. Take care." In front, Luofei looked at the great battle in the human world, and said softly. Then, her figure flashed and rushed toward the human world. In the human world, in the starry sky, blood and bones were everywhere. In the face of Shun Ming, who had transcended everything, human resistance seemed so powerless. Even if one had transcended life and death and reached the saint realm, how could one be truly immortal in the great world? Ghost, ghost. As if the hearts of mother and son were connected, the ghostly chi of the underworld filled the sky. Shin Ming woke up and looked at Shin Ming in front of him with a shocked expression. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, a silver bell rang in the distance, and 3 dragon corpses pulled a palanquin over. In the palanquin, the Yama king of the underworld walked out. His powerful aura was different from before. The moment the Yama king of the underworld appeared, cracks appeared in the starry sky. Millions of ghost soldiers walked out of each crack. Billions of ghost soldiers walked to the final battle from different time and space. In the hands of the Yama king of the underworld, purple light spread. The Yama king appeared, and his power was even stronger than before. Kill! With an order, billions of ghost soldiers flew over, like moths to a flame, and crashed into the Shen Ming in front of them. The path of the ghost is just a small path. The Shen Ming raised his hand and divine flames spread. The terrifying divine flames burned the sky and boiled the sea, burning millions of ghost soldiers to ashes. In front of the divine flames, the Yama king of the underworld looked back and glanced at the plain-clothed man who had been waiting for countless years. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect that we would have to part again after meeting just now. Immortal Lord, Ghost Girl will go first." After that, the ghost chi around the Yama king of the underworld surged, and the divine flames spread all over the sky. "Sister, go with me," the Yama king of the underworld said softly. "Okay." Ming Ming nodded, took a deep look at the plain-clothed man not far away, and said, "I'll leave Ghost to you." After saying that, the ghost chi of the underworld surged around Ming Ming. The 2 sages of the underworld joined forces, and the terrifying saint aura surged. Vaguely, they were about to break through that unknown realm. The most tragic scene was when the 2 sages of the underworld rushed into the divine flames, and with the power of billions of ghost soldiers, they crashed into the Shen Ming again. There was a shocking explosion, and the sky collapsed and the earth sank. Countless stars were destroyed in this terrifying explosion, and the star field collapsed and turned into nothingness. Sword sound, flying swan. The moment the two sages fought the Shun Ming with their lives, the legend of Xia moved. His body was like a dragon, and his sword slashed the Shun Ming. Sword technique Tai. In front, Ning Chen suppressed the grief in his heart and formed a sword with his fingers. The two swords worked together, and the sword Dao was boundless. Naive. In the constantly vibrating ghost chi, the Shun Ming's figure appeared. He blocked the two swords with his palms, and the aura around him shook violently. Outside the battle, Fan Linghui saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, the Shun Ming's aura erupted again, and the two were forced back. One sword forbids martial arts, no Dao in the world. After taking 3 steps back, the king changed the direction of the sword in his hand and shook off the Shun Ming's aura. His figure rushed forward again. The king's palm blocked the king's sword. The king's left hand grasped the air, and the sand sword formed and slashed at the Shun Ming's heart. Extraordinary swordsman, this move respects your sword. The Shun Ming waved his hand and pushed the king away. The Shun Ming flipped his palms, and the whole human world shook violently. In the starry sky, 2 huge black vortexes appeared. In the vortexes, muffled thunder rumbled, as if ferocious beasts from another world had appeared. Prelude to the Immortal Sword, Earth Chapter. The Shun Ming's aura was about to arrive. The king's 2 swords formed different moves, and the sword on the sword broke through the limit. Prelude to the Immortal Sword, Human Chapter. The king's sword played a celestial sound, and the sound of the sword soared into the sky. It was a completely new realm, and it opened up the sword Dao in the human world. The sword light illuminated the apocalyptic world. Chapter 1652. In the starry sky, the king's sword shook the gods. The prelude to the Immortal Sword spread out. Above the sword Dao, the king's sword broke through the 9 heavens. At the end of the sword Dao, the god opened and closed his palms. Countless small worlds appeared and collapsed. Huge vortexes swirled. The powerful god could destroy the world with a raise of his hand. The sword Dao, the divine Dao, the strongest impact of the ultimate martial. 2 huge vortexes collapsed. The sword light broke the protective true yuan in front of the god and penetrated his body. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the god took half a step back. The true yuan around his body shook violently. The 12 divine wings flap. In a short moment, the injuries in the god's body quickly recovered. At the same time, in the starry sky, the impact shook. The corner of the king's mouth was red. Blood flowed out of the hand holding the sword. Although the sword surpassed the realm, the body couldn't bear the power of the god. As the battle went on, the king's body couldn't bear it. Outside the battle, Ning Chen gathered his true yuan. 4 bridges of the great Dao appeared, wanting to help the legend of Xia. You step back, the king said calmly. Next, even I can't control my own sword. After saying that, countless green lights rushed into the sky from the king's body. The sword pressure shook the stars in the 9 heavens. In an instant, in the void, heaven and earth rumbled. An ancient and majestic bridge appeared. It floated between heaven and earth, intimidating thousands of Daos. The prelude to the Immortal Sword, the Heavenly Chapter. The prelude to the Immortal Sword appeared. The sword power broke the bridge. In the starry sky, thousands of swords slashed the bridge. The bridge that symbolized the fruit of the great Tao collapsed. What a shocking scene! Ning Chen's face was filled with disbelief. In the distance, the god's eyes also flashed with surprise. His expression froze. Something was wrong. In the void, the collapsed bridge of the great Tao quickly transformed into a sword. Using the bridge of the great Tao as a sword was unprecedented. The blood around the king's body splashed into the sword. His body scattered and his spirit entered the sword. The prelude to the Immortal Sword, using the Tao as a sword and the sword as the Tao. Wherever the sword went, thousands of Taos collapsed. In the starry sky, the sword passed through the gap. The starry sky dimmed. Only the sword reflected the past and present. An unprecedented sword, the only one since time immemorial, the enormous sword will directly destroyed the starry sky and slashed toward the gods. Outside the battle, Ning Chen and Fan Lingyue were sent flying by the impact of the sword intent. The violent and terrifying sword intent, with the king as the center, did not disperse. It was dazzling and shocking. Swordsman, you are the strongest opponent this god has ever met. The deity's expression became grave when he saw the sword that had surpassed the limit. He shouted in a deep voice, and the 12 divine wings on his back spread out to the extreme, reaching 10,000 miles away. The deity raised his hand, and divine light flourished to the extreme. His divine might was raised to the limit as he forcefully blocked the incoming attack. Boom! It was a horrifying sight that shook everyone's hearts. The king's sword and the divine light violently clashed. After a moment of stalemate, the king's sword broke through the divine light and pierced into the deity's body. The deity snorted and retreated several steps. The corners of his mouth turned red. The sword pierced through the god's body, and the god's divine essence collapsed. The god's divine essence trembled violently, showing signs of instability. The saint fetus appeared, and golden light rose. It was about to break away from the deity's body. Outside the battle, when Fan Lingyue saw this, his figure flashed and he reached out to grab the sacred fetus. Is it that easy? At this moment, the deity's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. The divine essence around him rose again and quickly swallowed the sacred fetus that was about to leave his body. His divine might surged wildly. Fan Lingyue, who was close at hand, was hit by the divine might. Blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, and his figure was directly sent flying. In the violent divine essence, the deity's aura quickly recovered. The 12 divine wings were white and flawless, covering the sky and the sun. The shocking sword almost killed the deity, but because of the existence of the sacred fetus, the deity recovered to his original state. In the void, the king's divine soul stood in the air, and the abyss in his hand shattered. The king's sword had surpassed the limit of the great Tao. Even deities couldn't block it. However, it still lost to the will of heaven. The will of heaven made a fool of the king's sword. Senior. Ning Chen couldn't suppress the sadness in his eyes. He rushed forward. Ning Chen. The king looked at the starry sky in front of him and said softly, "Remember, surpass me." As his voice fell, the king's divine soul gradually dissipated. Together with the great Tao bridge, it completely disappeared. Go! Fan Lingyue's figure flashed. He rushed forward and pushed Ning Chen up to the celestial realm. Then, with another palm, he pushed the celestial realm away. Cleansing Yi slashing Tao, absolute beginning sword. In order to protect the last hope of the human world, Fan Lingyue held his sword in front of him and cut off the long river of time. Time is meaningless to deities. On the opposite side of the long river of time that was cut off, the deity stepped forward and directly crossed time and space. With a bang, his palm landed on Fan Lingyue's chest. The cleansing Yi absolute beginning shattered. Blood spurted from Fan Lingyue's mouth. His figure flew out and barely stopped 10,000 miles away. Oh! The deity looked at the woman in front of him with a strange expression. You can be proud that you didn't die from my palm. 10,000 miles away, Fan Lingyue raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the celestial realm that flew away, and a touch of relief appeared in his eyes. Why, do you think he can escape? The deity glanced at the celestial realm that disappeared at the end of the starry sky and said, "Do you know why I can take your palm?" Fan Lingyue said calmly. White light rose from his body, illuminating the human world that was riddled with holes. I am the Tao that shouldn't exist in this world. During the absolute beginning, I was destroyed by the Nether King. Since I don't exist, how can I be restricted by the laws of time? As soon as he finished speaking, the white light around Fan Lingyue broke through the restrictions of the laws of time. He actually wanted to counter the laws of time. The deity looked at the white light that kept spreading around him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He had underestimated this woman. Scroll of the moon, silent moonfall. At this moment, above the starry sky, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Saintly aura filled the air and froze heaven and earth. The two saints joined forces to stop the deity's footsteps with all their strength. In the starry sky, the moonlight continued to spread, binding time and space. Everything in the world seemed to be still. The moment the deity was restrained, a blade suddenly came from the sky. It was black and dazzling, frost sky burial flower. A barefoot woman in blue held a beautiful blade in her hand and slashed open heaven and earth. A butterfly, or a butterfly among flowers, had returned after attaining the Tao and reached the extreme of martial arts. Boom! The blade light fell. Behind the deity, the pure white divine wings were dyed red and abnormally dazzling. However, the deity's face was as calm as water, without the slightest change. Humans, your persistence is appreciated by the deity. After seeing the will of the humans, the deity became serious. Divine essence spread around his body, shaking away the binding white light. Unfortunately, you will still lose without a doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth began to flow in reverse. The deity raised his hand and slapped out, swallowing heaven and earth. In an instant, in the starry sky, everything disappeared. The stars collapsed, and the myriad phenomena dissipated. Knowing destiny, remember, the only weakness of the deity is the saint fetus. If you want to save the human world, you must make a ruthless choice. In the collapsed starry sky, Fan Ling Yue's final voice resounded throughout the celestial realm. Chapter 1653. In the starry sky, broken stars and rubble flew everywhere. It was a shocking scene. The world was in chaos, the gods were in chaos, and the common people were crying. At the end of the starry sky, a broken continent floated. Under the protection of the saints of the human world, the celestial region finally left the battlefield. In the celestial region, knowing destiny wore plain clothes, and his white hair was dyed red. The gods are in chaos, the sun and moon move, and there is no life in heaven and earth. In front of knowing destiny, the heavenly book of creation floated, shining with silver light, illuminating the broken human world. After witnessing the deaths of the people he cherished, there was no sadness in Ning Chen's eyes, as if he had forgotten what sadness was. In the sky above Ning Chen, 4 bridges of the great Tao floated. 3 of them had been completed, and only the 4th bridge had never been fully formed. Since ancient times, no one had been able to prove more than 2 great Taos. Knowing destiny used the Phoenix Demon dual body to make 2 great Taos, achieving the unprecedented 3 great Taos. However, the 4th sword Tao that no longer existed became a barrier that stopped knowing destiny from entering a higher realm. Knowing destiny. At this time, a white-robed swordsman appeared in the celestial region. The familiar face and the familiar sword intent were even stronger than before. Feeling the person behind him, Ning Chen turned around and said softly, "Jian Er, welcome back." Jian Er looked at the celestial region and the human world. The prosperity of the past could no longer be seen. "Your sword is not firm enough." Jian Er retracted his gaze and looked at the plain-robed young man in front of him. He said calmly, "What are you afraid of?" Ning Chen was silent and did not answer. Even if the human world is destroyed, there is still hope for rebirth. Without destruction, there can be no construction. "What are you afraid of?" Jian Er asked again. "Even if all your loved ones die, there are still memories. Perhaps there is still reincarnation. What are you afraid of?" Jian Er asked again. Ning Chen's body trembled slightly. He looked at his best friend in front of him and clenched his fist. After a long time, Ning Chen loosened his fist. His expression became firm again, and he walked toward the celestial palace in the distance. In front of the celestial palace, Qing Ning in green stood there quietly, waiting silently as usual. Ning Chen walked over and looked at the woman in front of him. At this moment, he did not know what to say. This is the last battle. Qing Ning looked at the white-haired man in front of her and said, "Don't worry about us." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded lightly and walked into the palace. Outside the immortal domain, a terrifying might extended outwards. Deities were about to arrive, their auras astonishing. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he still couldn't escape the eyes of the deities. The deities rushed over from the endless space-time, passing through layer after layer of small worlds, and were already very close to the celestial realm. After waiting for so long, it's finally my turn. In front of the immortal region, Mu Qianshang looked at the gods rushing over from afar with a smile on his face. "Count me in as well." At this time, a familiar voice sounded from an unknown place. After thousands of years, it sounded so nostalgic. Behind Mu Qianshang, a purple-robed figure strode over, his arrogant and untamed face looking extremely handsome at this moment. "You're still alive," Mu Qianshang said indifferently. "How can yours truly die so easily?" Luo Xingchen laughed. "He's going to die very soon." Mu Qianshang turned around, looking at the approaching aura at the edge of the starry sky as he calmly said, "Everyone will die one day. It may be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather," Luo Xingchen said nonchalantly. "Who said so?" Mu Qianshang calmly asked. "Knowing destiny." Luo Xingchen smiled. "You believe his words?" Mu Qianshang replied indifferently, and did not stay any longer as he flew out of the immortal region. "I don't want to believe it either. Unfortunately, I have to believe it even if I don't want to. Yours truly actually has to fight for such a vulgar reason as the rise and fall of the human realm." Luo Xingchen muttered, and his figure flashed as he flew forward. "Sister Qingning, I'm going to help too." In front of the immortal palace, Yin spoke up. Qingning nodded and said softly, "Go." "Sister Qingning, you're not coming with us?" Yin asked. "No, I still have matters to attend to." Qingning's face revealed a gentle smile as she replied. Yin nodded and did not say anything else. She turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. The last fighting strength of the human realm had all left, and the immortal region became very quiet. Inside the immortal palace, 4 immortal swords sealed in wooden scabbards floated up and down. The 4 immortal swords had been restrained for 10,000 years. In front of the immortal swords, Ning Chen stood quietly. He raised his right hand and pressed it on the immortal swords. In an instant, the 4 immortal swords shook violently. The baleful aura was endless, and it spread out of the immortal palace like raging waves. Outside the immortal palace, Qing Ning was shocked by the baleful aura and took several steps back. The baleful aura on the 4 immortal swords had actually become so dense. Outside the immortal region, the battle was intense and white clothes were dyed red. The tragic battle had broken through hundreds of small worlds. The full bow of the star mark was even more dazzling than the divine moon. After the battle, the deity's body was dyed red again, and the 12 pure white divine wings were no longer pure and holy. Half a day later, the deity walked over in front of the immortal region. Looking at the immortal region that had almost become a dead world, he frowned slightly. What happened? In the immortal region, baleful aura lingered, devouring all life. In the immortal region, there were no longer any signs of life. It was shocking. In front of the immortal palace, a beautiful figure in green clothes fell in a pool of blood, but her expression was unusually peaceful. In the surging baleful aura, a white-clothed figure walked out. Her eyes and white hair had already turned gray. In knowing destiny's eyes, the last drop of tear fell, wetting his clothes. The blood-drinking immortal slaying sword, blood-colored mist lingered, cutting off the last trace of concern in this life. From now on, he was a complete demon. He allowed the baleful aura to surge into his body, incinerating his benevolence and demonizing his face. In the void, 3 bridges of great Tao collapsed, and all the power flowed into the fourth bridge of Great Tao. Suddenly, the fourth bridge of Great Tao gradually solidified. The gray stone bridge was so deathly silent that it was shocking. The Genesis tear symbolized the realm of creation. Now, there was no longer any sign of life. There was only silent destruction, destroying everything. Before the chaos of the deities, knowing destiny entered the destruction sword Tao, and the last of his humanity was obliterated. Endless sword pressure filled the air, and all the life in the immortal region was extinguished. One after another, bustling palaces couldn't bear this terrifying destructive power, and were destroyed one after another. Sovereign of the immortal region, we meet again. You are different. In front of the immortal region, the deity looked at the gray-haired man in front of him, and said calmly, "Unfortunately, you are alone. You will undoubtedly lose." "Is that so? What if I am included?" As he spoke, black feathers filled the sky above the 9 heavens, and a figure surrounded by demonic aura descended from the sky. The 12 wings of sin covered the sky and the sun. The Nether King reappeared, and heaven and earth shook. As soon as he stepped, the world collapsed, and the sun, moon, and stars couldn't bear this terrifying power and collapse. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Although his face was different, his aura was still the same. The King of Great Xia, the #1 martial god of the heaven realm, appeared in the human world again. Time was chaotic, and everything was upside down. "You really didn't die." The deity's face darkened, and he said, "Celestial Lord, let's go together." The Nether King spoke, and the demonic aura around him surged. The madness of doomsday rose again. Knowing destiny nodded. The immortal slaying peak appeared, and the brilliance covered the sky. In the void, 10 scrolls of heavenly books appeared, and turned into the immortal region. The nobles joined forces to fight the deities, and the 10 scrolls of heavenly books determined reincarnation. The final battle was about to begin, and the 9 heavens would decide the heroes. Chapter 1654. In the celestial region, the deities descended to the world, and the nobles joined forces to fight against the deities. In the final battle, the aura soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and earth with yin and yang. The gray-haired, gray-eyed knowing destiny abandoned his last concern and turned into a demon. His combat power rose to the peak of his life. The giant gray slaughter sword wings spread out, a total of 12 wings. He was like a crazy demon, shocking the world. On the side, the 12 wings of sin appeared behind the Nether King, covering the sky. The terrifying demonic power shocked the past and present. The 2 demons joined forces to fight against the deities. They were the most disgusting existence in human nature, but now they were fighting for the survival of the human world. How ironic! In front, the deity stood in the air, surrounded by divine light. Behind him, 12 divine wings spread out, pure and holy. "Today, I will sacrifice your life to the billions of souls in the human world." The 12 slaughter sword wings shook, and Ning Chen moved. Immortal slaying broke through the sky, and the starlight was extinguished. Boom! With a shocking sword, the gray sword light destroyed the heavens and earth. It cut open the river of time, and returned to the Taichu ancient battlefield. In the chaotic flow of time, the scene of the Taichu divine battle could be faintly seen. Countless shadows of deities and demons flashed. In the dream of the Taichu ancient battlefield, there were corpses of deities and demons everywhere. The battle in this world was like the reappearance of the Taichu ancient battlefield. Kill! Abandoning everything, only the heart of killing was left. The gray-haired, gray-eyed knowing destiny could only see blood. The immortal slaying sword fell, and the scene was horrifying, shocking people. The deity waved his fist, colliding with the immortal slaying sword. The deities and demons' shadows collapsed. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so glaring. The final battle between the deities and demons. There was no turning back. The right arm of the deity was dripping with blood. It was the first time it was injured by the sword intent. Similarly, on the opposite side, Blood dripped from Ning Chen's hand that was holding the sword. It burned fiercely with the scorching battle intent. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have grown to such an extent. Feeling the change in his opponent, the deity's face turned serious. The deity in front of him was different from before. There was no distracting thoughts in this murderous aura, only the purest killing intent. There was no longer any hesitation. Boom! As he spoke, Ning Chen's silhouette flashed forward once more. His immortal slaying sword was as heavy as a mountain. When the gods and demons fought, they would not stop until one of them was dead. Violent shockwaves rippled out. The 12 divine wings behind the deity's back exploded with powerful divine might. He wanted to suppress his opponent with absolute power. Demonic wheel of life and death. With the pressure on his body, Ning Chen's gray eyes also burst out a terrifying power. In an instant, countless Yin spirits appeared in the sky. The 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes illuminated the world, reversing Yin and Yang. Billions of Yin spirits that had died in the catastrophe appeared. Their faces were ferocious and terrifying. Ning Chen let out a deep shout. Gray baleful qi spread out from his body. He swallowed the baleful qi of billions of Yin spirits to strengthen himself. In an instant, a horrifying baleful Yin qi surged, and a terrifying power collided with the divine might. In front of the immortal domain, the auras of gods and devils clashed, instantly splitting heaven and earth into two. While the gods and demons were in a stalemate, Xia Zi, who had been observing the battle, finally made his move. The eyes of the king of Grand Xia were now pitch black. There was no more light in the mortal world. The king of hell was about to destroy the world. Ha! Behind Xia Zi, the 12 wings of sin spread out and swallowed the endless demonic qi between heaven and earth. The king of hell's power reappeared. The mad doomsday demonic might soared into the sky. Boom! The demonic sword slashed down. The 6-foot-long demonic edge broke the stalemate and cut open the divine wings. Blood spurted out and dyed the deity's body red. The deity took a few steps back, and the corners of his mouth were red. As a god of creation, the king of hell's power was immeasurable. Even a deity had to be wary of him. King of hell, do you think that the gods will still be restricted by you like they were in the past? The deity snorted coldly. Golden light burst out from his body. With the support of the saint embryo, his injuries recovered rapidly. Before the immortal region, there were 3 most terrifying existences in the world. They had surpassed the limit of their cultivation level and had 12 wings. They were so powerful that it was terrifying. Celestial Lord, have you realized your mistake? The king of hell stared at the golden light that was gushing out of the deity's body. He said coldly, I think that the current you should not hesitate any more. Knowing destiny nodded. He took half a step forward and let out a long and shrill cry. The murderous aura around him soared into the sky. His long gray hair danced wildly. In the void, 3 celestial swords appeared. The 4 celestial slaying swords appeared at the same time. The 4 swords appeared at the same time. In the sky, the 10 scrolls of the heavenly book separated page by page and turned into an array diagram. The power of chaos and creation reappeared. When the gods were in chaos, the sun and the moon moved, and there was no life in heaven and earth. It was like the prophecy of the heavenly book. When the gods were in chaos, all living beings would suffer. Today, knowing destiny forcibly went against the instructions of the heavenly book and wanted to go against heaven. The heavenly book was rearranged, and the great path's opportunity also changed. In the starry sky, stars began to appear, and heaven and earth evolved again. When heaven and earth were born, the sun and the moon were bright, and there were no gods in chaos. With the instructions of the heavenly book, the laws of the world began to change. The sun, the moon, and the stars in the sky shone brightly, illuminating the dark world. Under the 10 scrolls of the heavenly book, the 4 celestial slaying swords kept revolving. Knowing destiny stood quietly in the middle. His sword intent was at the peak of his life. The deity suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. He looked forward with a gloomy face. It turned out that the 10 scrolls of the heavenly book were the diagrams of the immortal slaying array. Celestial Lord, do you want to kill your own child with your own hands? Feeling the threat to his life, the deity's eyes blazed with coldness as he said angrily, "Raise your sword." In the void, knowing destiny spoke. The sword intent around him continued to rise. It surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. The blazing brilliance was brighter than the sun and the moon, and hotter than flames. Billions of sword light flew from all over the world and merged into the celestial slaying sword array. It formed a killing array that could kill gods and Buddhas. On the side, Lord Pluto stepped forward. The 12 wings of sin behind him shook, and he also flew into the sky. Emotionless, heartless. The 2 demons' gray and black eyes were like an abyss, so deep that it made people's hearts palpitate. The gray and black wings kept absorbing the demonic chi between heaven and earth. The power was endless, and the sky and earth were distorted under the pressure. May there be no killing, no war, and no catastrophe in the new human world. In the billions of sword chi vortexes, knowing destiny moved and crashed into the deity in front of him with the power of celestial slaying. It was a horrifying scene. The celestial slaying sword array formed by billions of sword light broke through layers of divine essence barriers and engulfed the battle. The power of the final sword array had exceeded the limit of the celestial swords. The 4 celestial slaying swords collapsed one after another. Together with the 10 scrolls of the heavenly books, they all turned into the most primitive killing intent. The deity activated his divine essence to block it, but he couldn't stop the sword that could destroy the world. The eyes of the deity and demon were covered in red. In the blink of an eye, the most ordinary sword in Ning Chen's hand pierced into the deity's body. He killed the saint fetus with one strike. "You!" The deity was shocked and furious. He endured the heavy injuries and landed a palm on Ning Chen's chest. Knowing destiny flew out and crashed into the celestial realm. His whole body was dyed red. In front of him, the saint fetus died. The power inside the deity's body roared and was about to go out of control. The deity staggered, and his eyes were filled with horror. "Deity, you've lost." As he spoke, Lord Pluto's figure swept over and slashed the deity's body with the doomsday sword. The deity's body was severely injured. In the void, the bridge of the great path, that symbolized the law of time, appeared. The deity's face was filled with pain. He tried to recover his saint fetus. The deity who created the world had an immortal body in the great world. He reversed time and space to recover his injured body. "You can't win." The deity looked at Lord Pluto in front of him and said angrily. However, the deity's expression changed as soon as he finished speaking. Knowing destiny's figure appeared behind the deity. He grabbed the deity's arms and crashed into the celestial realm. Boom! The 2 of them flew over and crashed into many celestial mountains. The deity couldn't help but cough up blood. The celestial realm was a world that was completely separated from the great world. Even a deity wasn't immortal here. Outside the celestial realm, the 12 sin wings flapped behind Lord Pluto, and he flew toward the celestial realm. After crashing into many celestial mountains, the deity's injuries became more and more serious. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free from knowing destiny's restraint. In the east, in front of the celestial palace, a beautiful figure in green clothes lay there quietly. Her clothes were stained with blood from her chest. Knowing destiny cut off the last place he cared about in his life, and returned at the last moment of his life. The vigorous flame of life burned the entire immortal realm gray. Ning Chen's gray hair gradually dried up. His energy was about to be exhausted. Similarly, the fire of life in the deity's body was almost exhausted. He lost his connection with the great world and couldn't reverse time. The moment the 2 of them stopped, Lord Pluto appeared in front of them. Demonic chi surged. He looked at knowing destiny, and his deep eyes flashed for the first time. "Friend, have you decided?" Lord Pluto asked with a heavy expression. "Let's do it." Ning Chen used his fire of life to help the deity. He couldn't hide his tiredness. Lord Pluto nodded and didn't say anything else. Ha! In front of the celestial palace, Lord Pluto opened his 12 sin wings. Black feathers fluttered in the sky. The blade of the apocalypse continued to rise into the clouds. "Celestial Lord Yu." Seeing this, the deity was terrified and started to struggle violently. "You can't escape." Ning Chen forcibly burned the fire of life in his body. Layers of restraints firmly trapped the deity. In the void, the blade of the apocalypse became more and more dazzling. The terrifying demonic aura exhausted all of Lord Pluto's strength. In the next moment, a pitch-black sword light slashed down. Wherever the light passed, nothing existed. Below, Ning Chen looked at the sword light descending from the sky. A gratified smile appeared on his tired face. "Friend, thank you." As soon as he said that, the black sword light slashed down and swallowed the two of them. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying demonic aura exploded and spread continuously, enveloping the entire celestial realm. Lord Pluto used all of his strength to destroy the heavens and earth. He didn't show any mercy. In the rumbling vibration, the celestial realm was almost completely destroyed. Waves of dust flew and mountains collapsed. Up in the void, Lord Pluto looked down. His cold eyes couldn't help but dim. Suddenly, Lord Pluto's body trembled. He looked at the waves of dust. In the waves of dust, a plain-clothed figure appeared. Step by step, he walked into the distance. Lord Pluto was about to step forward when his body trembled again. Something wasn't right. He saw knowing destiny walking out of the waves of dust. His body began to fade. It was only a remnant of his soul. On the ground, Ning Chen looked at the starry sky in the sky. His expression was unprecedentedly peaceful. The starry sky was dotted with stars. It was so beautiful. Chapter 1655. In the human world, the sky was filled with stars. In the starry sky, a figure in plain clothes walked forward. His body was illusory, and there was not much time left. "Good friend, I'll leave the rest to you." An extremely tired voice came from the starry sky to Pluto's ears. Then, Ji Ming left and disappeared at the end of the starry sky. In the mystic region, Pluto was silent. After a while, the 12 wings of sin behind him flapped, and he flew to the small world. The slaughter began. Pluto! In a small world, 2 saints saw the person who came and were shocked. Pluto raised his hand, and the waves were like the waves of the sky. Thunder covered the surroundings, and a terrifying demonic aura swept out and swallowed the entire small world. Pluto personally killed all the saints in the small worlds, returning the rules of the Great Path to the beginning. As the saints fell one after another, the human world was also undergoing drastic changes. The raging waves swept across thousands of miles. Destruction and rebirth, there can be no construction without destruction. After the catastrophe, everything returned to peace. In the 7th heaven, in front of the huge temple, black feathers fluttered in the sky. Pluto had returned. After experiencing the reincarnation of life and death, the gods who created the world were also exhausted. They returned to the gods and fell into an eternal sleep. In the 8th heaven, with the fall of the gods, the 8th heaven began to collapse. The turbulence of time swept across, and the rules scattered. In the turbulence of time, Ji Ming walked forward, step by step, toward the 9th heaven. At the last moment of his life, Ji Ming still remembered his promise and responsibility. He went to the 9th heaven to find the soul of his deceased wife. The 9th heaven was a clean and dirty world. Dense mist floated up and down, and the light was dazzling. It was like a real fairyland, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. However, since ancient times, very few people could step into the 9th heaven, because the 9th heaven was not a place for living creatures. At the beginning of the world, the clean rose up, and the dirty fell down. Any living creature with a physical body would be attracted by the big world's gravitational force, and could not reach the legendary ninth heaven. The last heaven to leave the big world was far away. Zhi Ming did not know how long he had walked and how much time he had crossed before he finally arrived at the legendary world. After arriving at the ninth heaven, Zhi Ming seemed to have exhausted his remaining strength. His figure was faintly discernible, and he looked more and more tired. XNU. Ning Chen looked at the misty nine heavens and called out softly. Phoenix flames rose, and the cry of a phoenix resounded. Amidst the flames, an ice coffin appeared. Inside the ice coffin, a beautiful woman lay there quietly. One of her 3 souls was missing, and she was unconscious. The appearance of Xinu's physical body caused the laws of the 9 heavenly layers to stir. This was the first time in countless years that a ripple appeared. The physical body of a human that should not have appeared in the 9 heavens caused the weather to change. Amidst the turbulent mist, an illusory figure appeared. The blurry figure was so familiar. Speechless. Ning Chen looked at the shadow in the sky, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. The two of them looked at each other. At this moment, neither of them opened their mouths. Only tears silently rolled down their cheeks. Silent tears, formless tears. After the tears fell, Xinu's soul slowly dissipated, entering her body. I wish you happiness and good health in the future. Ning Chen lifted his hand and wiped away Xinu's memories. After that, he slammed his palm into the ice coffin, sending it into the mortal world. The ice coffin streaked across the sky like a shooting star and fell into the human world. After finishing his last task, Ning Chen's soul gradually dissipated and merged into the 9 heavens. Boom! In an instant, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens and heavy rain poured down. My friends, when you wake up, the knowing destiny state has already left. In a world without the knowing destiny state, the sun will still rise and the moon will still be full. However, in a world without peace, family and friends will be separated by death. Who can bear to be separated by death? Knowing destiny state, knowing your own destiny. The heavy rain fell from the 9 heavens into the mortal world. Wherever the rain fell, the withered grass would be rejuvenated, and the withered flowers would bloom once again. Immortal Elder. In the immortal domain, the little gourd looked at the heavy rain in the sky, and tears fell from its big eyes like rain. High Priestess. In the Reverence Moon ancient ground, the Reverence Moon clan members looked at the rain of vitality falling from the sky, and their hearts were filled with pain. Farewell, High Priestess. In front of millions of Reverence Moon clan members, a white-haired old woman knelt down and said in grief, Farewell, High Priestess. Millions of Reverence Moon clan members knelt down and said in grief, The mortal world receives the rain, all living things receive spring, and the dead are at peace. 100 years later. In the Divine Prefecture, the Compassion Light Sword Pavilion, a 7-year-old child was practicing the sword in the snow. His face was cold, and his sword aura was extraordinary. On the child's sword, mountains and rivers turned into paintings, and rivers turned into ink. The shocking sword intent shocked the Divine Prefecture. At the same time, in the Central Prefecture, a child in purple shot down a star with an arrow, and the whole clan was shocked. In the homeland of the Western Buddha, on the Buddha mountain, a little girl who liked to wear pink plucked the beard of the naughty Buddha Lord, and several elders were shocked when they saw this. Also, a little girl who liked to use a blade went to the Wolf Ridge barefooted, and didn't return for 10 days. Epic-making geniuses appeared one after another in this generation. After the reign of vitality in the mortal world, the golden era came. Time passed quickly. In the Divine Prefecture, in the old ruins of the Grand Xia Imperial City, on the Zhangsun tomb outside the Imperial City, a small white flower bloomed. It was white and flawless, like the purest snow lotus. It was so beautiful that people couldn't bear to blaspheme it. What's that? In the distance, a little girl who liked to wear white saw the small white flower on the tomb and exclaimed, The water caltrop flower. Beside the little girl, a little boy in white said and urged, "Junior sister, let's go quickly. Master is still waiting for us." The little girl nodded and quickly followed. Before leaving, she took one last look at the small white flower on the tomb, and her face was full of confusion. Didn't the water caltrop flower only bloom in the coldest places? Why was there one here? A breeze blew, and a touch of vermilion appeared on the small white flower, as if it was waiting for someone, and it had waited for thousands of years. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, and the human world ushered in the most glorious era. The little girl on the Buddha mountain broke through the void and became a Buddha. The little boy who shot down the star in the central prefecture shot a hole in the sky with an arrow and left with a laugh. In the divine prefecture, the northern polar land, the primitive land, and the outland, many geniuses broke through time and space and ascended. Ghost. In the immortal region, in front of the immortal palace, a woman in green spoke. A 4 or 5-year-old child responded. "Did you practice your sword hard today?" The woman in green asked again. She had white hair and was as old as snow. "Yes, I did." The child nodded and said, "Aunt Ching, when will Daddy come back?" "Soon." The woman in green looked into the distance and said softly, "Very soon." The end of the book.